Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. A golden and red flash exited the white inferno and landed above the army. They had horrible wounds on their bodies and cuts so deep that they reached their bones. Despite their condition, the entire army looked at the duo with admiration. Anyone who has participated in a world war understands that strength deserves respect. The Heavenly Race army also had good commanders. The strong helped the weaker ones, and together, they left the white inferno unorganized. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. The Magi army had lost almost 800 warriors, but the good news was that most of them were drones, so their downfall was not very important. Only 4 rank 3 life forms had died, so the battle power of the army was still standing strong. The number of deaths in the Heavenly Race army reached a staggering number of 14,000, which was more than a third of the army. 37 rank 3 life forms had also perished. The reason most of them died was not due to the blast of White Toro but under the onslaught of Zati-El and Ezequiel. There was not a member of the Heavenly Race who was not wounded, and the injuries in some of them were so severe that if they were not treated soon, they would die. The Magi army was also wounded and tired, but the killing intent on the 2 monsters above them made clear that the battle was not over. Enough. A voice full of undisputable might was heard through the entire battlefield. It was the rank 4 angelic paragon with wings made of crystal. Both armies focused on her. The energy in her body released an immense pressure, and it gave the illusion as if the entire world trembled. The battle ends here. You have won this time. Members of the Heavenly Race, pull back. When the rank 4 Magi heard those words, they felt content. Their side was tired and there was no need to continue fighting since the power they had left was not enough to provoke considerable casualties. However, when Heinz, Tado, and Zytra heard the commanding tone in the woman's voice, they understood what would happen. They only sighed since there was nothing they could do to stop him. Zati-El stared at Oliver and then focused on the woman. His eyes were cold and the killing intent in them had not diminished at all. Who the hell are you to tell when to stop? Zati-El knew the energy reserves of the army was low and not enough to generate spells that could inflict a good number of casualties. Also, he and Ezequiel were not in a condition to fight. But every Neo-Demons has an attack that they can use even if their Abyss aura is depleted. He waved his hand and the members of the Daybreak clan raised their palms. Abyssal Blast. Under the ferocious stare of the rank 4 life forms of the Heavenly Race, hundreds of beams of chaotic energy were fired. Chapter 239, I swear on my true name. Zati-El had made sure the Neo-Demons saved their Abyssal Blast until this moment, where they could do the most damage. From the moment he entered the Everlasting Snake Runic set, he knew they would end up here, with both armies tired. If the warriors of the Heavenly Race were in top conditions, this barrage of chaotic energy beams would not have had the same effect. Screams were heard as thousands died and the rest of the army flew to the exit of the force field with everything they had. The Neo-Demon did not pursue them. He had provoked as much damage as he could, and chasing them would only endanger his people. After all, there were rank 4 life forms that waited for them just outside the force field. You dare! The angelic paragon with wings made of crystal shouted. Her voice was full of hate and resentment. In her mind, she was magnanimous when she ended the battle and gave beings she considered nothing more than animals the victory. Someone disobeying her words was unacceptable. Her origin was more special than any other member of the Heavenly Race in this world, and her ego was just as great. Anyone else would be afraid of being the target of such a powerful individual, but Zati-El only sneered. Humphrey, why the hell I would not dare. Even if the law beings of your garbage world were watching me, I will still do it. What gives you the courage to act so mighty when your entire race is no different than the lowest level fiend? Every single one of you, winged rats, is no different than trash in my eyes. Zati-El's words were filled with scorn. To him, good and evil were just labels that those who are too weak or narrow-minded to understand the truth of the universe, used in hopes of making their lives easier. Even if the Heavenly Race was even more brutal, he could not care, but the fact they behave as if they were the chosen race of the universe, perfect in every sense when their nature is that of hypocrites, truly disgusted him. The soul-forging existences of the Heavenly Race were shocked when they heard the disdain with which Zati-El talked about them. Their eyes were filled with malice, and if stares could kill, The Neo-Demon would have been butchered countless times. How an animal like you dares to speak about the law beings of our glorious race? Just looking at them would make you fall to your knees and beg for their forgiveness. Since you speak so highly of yourself, then why don't you prove your power and fight me? I assure you that no one will interfere in our fight. There was righteousness in the woman's voice, as if she offered a fair chance to Zadiel to prove his words. When the soul-forging Magi and Fallen heard her words, they were amazed at the level of shameless she displayed. She said that no one will interfere in the fight, which made it seem the angelic paragon sought a fair battle. She did not consider important the fact she was a rank 4 life form. Sure, no problem. Zadiel gave her a mocking smile, but the battle intent in his eyes proved he was serious. The rank 4 life forms on both sides were surprised when they heard him. The members of the heavenly race smiled. If Zadiel was dumb enough to accept the fight, they were more than happy to let the woman with wings of crystal and him alone. I am not even half a century old, so you just have to decrease your power to the one you have when you were 50 years old, and I will fight you here and now. When the members of the heavenly race heard his words, they were conflicted. He had already proved his battle power was high enough to kill a rank 3 life from with an emperor bloodline with ease, but at this moment he was severely injured and exhausted. None of them could decide on the name of the woman, but most of them hoped she would take the fight. If she killed Zadiel, they would get rid of a threat that would reach apocalyptic proportions, once he awakened his true soul. I accept your terms. After she spoke those words, the angelic paragon sealed her true soul and reduced her power. In the end, she regressed to peak rank 3. This proved her great talent, since to reach that power within 50 years was shocking. The rank 4 life forms on the Magi side were worried about the danger in that fight. Zadiel's power was unbelievable for a rank 3 life form, but his current condition was deplorable. The Neo-Demons on the other hand had blind trust in their ancestor. Ezequiel knew that there was no way his master would do something he was not confident, so he stopped paying attention and focused on his injuries. Good, now you only have to swear in the name of the heavenly creator world that you will not return to your original battle power during the fight, no matter the circumstance. There was a meaningful smile on Zadiel's face when he said that. The woman with wings made of crystal did not respond immediately, and she stared at Zadiel for a moment. I give you my word, I will not break the codes of our fight. Oh, I am sorry. You confuse me with someone who gives a shit about your word. I know that your stupid race would never break an oath made in the name of the heavenly creator world, even if that means losing a war. If you want the fight, you will do it. Zadiel mocked the woman and did not move from his position. In the mind of the Neo-Demon, those who are stupid enough to trust the words of their enemies deserve to die. He would easily break an oath that had no real restriction on him if that meant killing his opponent. How dare you speak about our sacred world with your filthy mouth? If you are too scared to fight, just say it and stop giving excuses. The voice of the woman was filled with viciousness. The truth was that she never intended to fulfill her promise. She would have broken every restriction in her battle power at the first sign of losing. Her life could not be compared to the one of a beast. Zadiel did not bother to answer her and just shook his head. He truly wanted this fight. Despite the immense damage on his body, he was still able to launch an attack with rank 4 battle power one last time. Humphrey, you cowardly trash. You are just like the rest of your people. They all wept as I destroyed their souls. When Zadiel heard those words, his eyes widened for a second and he looked at the origin. Oliver stared back at him and there was a mocking smile on his face. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, all the rage and killing intent disappeared. He did not control his emotions or kept them at bay, they just faded. His eyes were empty, and they seemed to connect with his soul that was void of any emotion. One could feel an emptiness that absorbed everything. The soul-forging existences of the heavenly race felt a wave of horror assault them. The smile on Oliver's face froze and he felt he had just made a great mistake. There will come a day when you and everyone you have ever cared about will be in a room with me. You will tell me who is the one you love the most, and I will inflict in that person as much pain as possible before killing him. Then the others will have their turn and they will curse your name until they lose their mind due to the horrible things I will do to them. You will never experience the release of death. I will make sure your soul remains until the end of times, with only darkness and your memories to accompany you. I swear on my true name that you will suffer that destiny. Zadiel's voice was robotic, with not a single shred of emotion in it, but that made the terror his words provoked increase. Oliver could not stop his body from shivering. What he just heard was a type of torture that even the most horrible part of Abyss and Biter would not inflict. The Neo-Demon was not finished, and with the same emotionless voice, he continued speaking. The reason why I say this is not to threaten you but to make you felt fear. I want you to know that every day that passes I get stronger and you get closer to that hell. Nothing you can do will stop me, and even if your soul is destroyed, I will bring you back. Your future is already decided. Chapter 240, Growing stronger, Zadiel's oath surprised the people of the heavenly race. They are known as one of the most vicious and cruel races of the universe, equal to devils and demons, but the torture the man in front of them described was the most horrible thing they could imagine. Pain is a powerful torture tool, but there comes a time when its effectiveness is lost. Even a life form with a weak will would be able to ignore after a few millennia. It would be different if it targets the soul, but in that case, there is the risk of death, and it would be counterproductive if your goal was to proportionate eternal anguish. However, a prison of eternal darkness and solitude with only the memories of how your loved ones were butchered as a consequence of your decisions was the perfect hell. Not even the most vicious souls of Baatar were submitted to something like that. The only escape would be madness, and every moment of sanity would produce unbearable agony. The light returned to the Neo-Demon's eyes after he said those words. He no longer bothered with Oliver, and just like Ezequiel, he focused on healing. The message was delivered, so there was no point in saying anything more. Oliver's face was pale and his back was soaked by a cold sweat. If any other rank 3 life form were to say that to him, he would consider it a joke, but his instinct screamed like crazy as if the worst danger that existed approached him. I have to kill him now. The Duke was not stupid and understood very well that Zadiel would have no problem to reach soul forging soon. When that happens, he would have to hide forever, since there is no way he would be able to defeat an individual that as a rank 3 life form could display rank 4 battle power. Now that the Neo-Demon was injured, it was probably the best chance he would ever get. If you go alone, they will kill you, or worse, they may be able to capture you alive. Thomas had noticed the state of his comrade and stopped him from acting without thinking. He did not blame him, since the future Zadiel described was unbearable. Oliver trembled when he heard those words. As a seasoned warrior that has gone through countless battles, he was not afraid of death, but he could not let them seize him alive. The Duke focused on the rest of the rank 4 life forms. If they charged with him and stopped the rest of the Magi, there was a chance he would be able to kill Zadiel, but unfortunately, he was not the leader of the army. The angelic paragon with wings made of crystal focused on the Magi army, and although her cloak covered her face, the hate in her eyes could be felt. The heavenly race withstood massive casualties, and to make things worse, most of the warriors that had the origin runic set engraved in them had died and their bodies were destroyed. The loss of such military might was a great humiliation for her, but despite her vanity and narcissism, she was not stupid. She was a talented commander, or else she would not have been sent into this world to deal with the Magi threat. The rank 4 life forms of the heavenly race could still fight, since the weakening effect of the second layer was not that potent in them and their numbers were higher, but the battle between the Magi army and the everlasting snake runic set wasted a lot of time. It would not be long before the magic tower is completed, and once that happens, they would be forced to make a hasty retreat. That would put in great danger the rest of the army that was severely wounded. We are leaving. Oliver's eyes widened when he heard that order. The Duke was about to argue when he felt 2 eyes that were like daggers focus on him. He understood the woman would not allow any disobedience. The Magi army started to cheer as they saw the army of the heavenly race leave. Most of the rank 4 life forms in the sky sighed and they relaxed. This was the best possible outcome for this battle. Their casualties were less than 15% and most of them were just replaceable drones. Meanwhile, their opponent lost more than a third of their forces. Once the magic tower was finished, the full force of the 10-tower formation extended for 1,000 kilometers and reached this area. It did not stop there and filled hundreds of kilometers more in every direction. Now around this new tower, just like in the rest of the force field, the power of the rank 4 life forms of the heavenly race will drop to 10%. The army started to explore the surroundings. There was a great territory that needed to be thoroughly investigated and many resources to harvest. The land was not going to be divided yet. It won't be long before the entire army marches again. The plan was to continue fighting and killing until the entire continent was under their control. In one of the upper floors of the magic tower, Zadiel and Ezequiel were in a meditative position. Golden flames were regenerating the body of one while red lightning fixed the wounds in the other. The damage they received during the battle was great and their condition worsened now that they had to endure the backlash of blood essence combustion and burn, life vessel. They would have to rest for a couple of months before fighting again. As for their life force, although they had to burn part of it, it did not truly affected them. The technique had very high requirements with only individuals with a law bloodline being able to use it, but that reduced the damage it provoked. A normal rank 3 Neo-Demon had a lifespan of 5,000 years and their bloodlines made that even higher, so the loss of a couple of decades was not significant. Neither of them wasted time and used this chance to advance in their consciousness solidification and the transformation of their bodies. Right now they had a massive amount of pure energy at their disposal. That was thanks to Heaven Swallowing that had absorbed the energy of the thousands of warriors of the heavenly race they killed. The rune had been modified by Zadiel, which allowed them to swallow the energy of those dead warriors without the need to establish direct physical contact, as long as they were in close range. The amount of energy that the rune could take from every victim was lesser that way, but it allowed them to use it as they fight a great number of enemies. It now also had a storage function that allowed both Neo-Demons to use the energy whenever they wanted. This improved heaven-swallowing rune was not only very expensive but also incredibly difficult to craft, and it was only when Zadiel reached rank 3 that he was able to create it. They used the energy to nurture their chaotic core and increase the abyss aura in their consciousness. But as Neo-Demons they had to also focus on their bodies. A rank 1 Neo-Demon had to transform their original heart into an elemental chaos heart and mature their bloodline heart. At rank 2 they needed to use the blood essence they obtained from those hearts to alter their bone marrow, which would provoke a modification in their spinal cord. The Absolute Empyrean and Universe Shatterer would now have to use their new blood to change the rest of their bodies from the inside out. This is a procedure that would allow them to use elemental chaos instead of abyssal aura in the future. First, their viscera, muscles, and skin will be transformed, which would increase their physical might tremendously. That part was easy, and although they would feel like their bodies were being incinerated, it was just physical pain and it could not affect the duo. Once they finished with that, they would have to complete the transformation of their spinal cord and then continued with the rest of their nervous system, which included their brains. They would have to be very careful once they reached that portion of their transformation. It is in the brain where the soul resides, and any mistake with energy so dangerous as elemental chaos could provoke damage that would take years to completely heal. Chapter 241, The Sage. Away from the battlefield where the fight between the armies of the Magi invader force and the heavenly race painted the ground with the blood of thousands of warriors was a volcano so immense that its peak broke through the clouds. The heat in this place reached dangerous levels for rank 1 life forms, and even those at rank 2 would find it a little painful. Besides those who train spells and path techniques related to the use of fire natural energy, no one approached this place. This was a desolate area, but today 2 individuals fought here. One was a rank 3 demon with the form of a vulture, and the other was a beautiful woman with blue hair and crimson eyes. The demon was an inferno poison vulture. The feathers on his wings were dark green and they released a yellow slime. His entire body freed an awful stench that contaminated the air around him. There were orbs of black liquid that circled the woman and fired jets of pressurized water against the demon. On her back, there were ice tentacles that could extend for hundreds of meters. Her body was filled with injuries, old and new, and it was clear her path to this place had not been easy. Her eyes were filled with rainbow-colored flames and there was pure coldness as she attacked the demon. The inferno poison vulture received a slash from the tentacles that trotted his skin. The demon roared with fury and pain. "I will kill you." The yellow slime covered the demon completely and he propelled himself at the woman. She waved her hand and the spheres of black liquid were fired at the demon. They exploded and stopped the inferno poison vulture's dive. The pain the demon felt as his skin rotted was immense, but his screams stopped in the next second when several ice tentacles pierced his head and killed him. The moment the fight ended, the woman landed on the ground and her face was pale. She was very tired, but determination filled her face as she moved into the volcano. In her hand, there was a small tadpole that glowed while the information about the woman and her journey was transmitted. Zadiel closed his eyes as he analyzed the information that reached his mind. Even if the worst possible outcome happens, I can still bring her back after a couple of hundreds of years. Although he was a little worried, if things can be fixed then it doesn't really matter. To someone like Zadiel, the passage of time no longer had meaning. The main reason why he increased his power so fast was because he did not like the feeling of weakness. His consciousness grew stronger and his body changed with every second that passed. The amount of energy a rank 3 Neo-Demon needed was immense, but heaven swallowing accumulated so much that Zadiel would not need more for a long time. The Neo-Demon made a grey pill appear from his ring and eat it. Invigorating energy filled his stomach and it moved to his brain. The energy in the pills was exceptionally pure and concentrated. 2 minutes later, Zadiel took another pill and devoured it as well. Those pills were made by Sophia. They were known as Brain Devourer and were composed of the brain of angels, demons, and magic creatures. The recipe was a taboo of the Mind Ruler race because its main ingredient were pieces of an elder brain. The pill was very difficult to create, but when Sophia became a rank 3 Neo-Demon, the upgrade in the power of her consciousness increased her mastery in alchemy. They took the parts from the elder brain that contained a piece of Dante's consciousness. It was just small pieces, and thanks to the golden flames of Zadiel, they regenerated in an instant. Since his soul was a rank higher than his power as an animus, his mind force faced no bottleneck and it grew very fast. While Zadiel enhanced his mastery over clairsentience, a solemn expression appeared on his face and it became graver and graver. The discipline helped him identify threats, even those that would occur in the future. While his mind force grew and his mastery increased, a feeling of great danger appeared on his heart. Although it was just a vague sensation, the Neo-Demon trusted his instincts. Close to the coast of the continent, there were 2 angelic paragons. They stood in front of an altar and their expressions showed how displeased they were from being here. The altar had all types of runes inscribed in it and the power of space acted chaotically around it. Oliver waved his hand and a small box that contained an ocean of magic crystal was absorbed into the altar. The altar started to shine with such power that harmed the eyes of both rank 4 life forms. A gray aura rose from it and its power was immense. Lightning and thunder filled the sky, huge waves appeared on the ocean and the ground around Thomas and Oliver broke. The expression on the two dukes was somber. This was the first time either of them had met with this person and it seems they had underestimated his power. The gray aura formed a faceless humanoid and the moment he appeared in this world, an omnipotent presence approached this place. A crushing pressure assaulted the trio which only made the element's unnatural energy around them behave even more explosively. The duo in front of the altar recognized it immediately. It was the world consciousness and it arrived with undefeatable might. The gray humanoid stared at the sky and then waved his hand. There was no flashy light or powerful energy in its action, but the raging elements calmed down and the pressure the trio felt disappeared. The world consciousness was still present, but it seemed it lost its target and after a couple of seconds, it left. Shock filled the face of the two angelic paragons. Despite their power and bloodline, they were not able to feel anything in that movement but it was clear its power was not simple since it tricked the world consciousness. My good friends, allow me to officially introduce myself. I have had many names through the years, so many that I can barely remember all of them, but lately people call me Sage. The voice of the sage was robotic, and you could not obtain any information about him with it. Oliver and Thomas felt disgusted by the way the sage addressed them, but they did not express their feelings. Even if the sage was powerful, he was not a member of the heavenly race and in the eyes of the dukes, nothing more than a beast. I can see that fate has not been kind to the two of you, especially with you, Duke Oliver. But worry no more, I will show you the way to a glorious future. Oliver's eyes narrowed when he heard that. It was clear for the angelic paragon with wings of lava that this person's knowledge was not simple. The dukes communicated in secret. They were confident that the sage did not know what they talked about. The truth is that despite not having ears, he heard every word as if they were shouting them. Why did you choose this day and hour for our meeting? The one who spoke was Thomas. The energy inside his body was ready to act the moment he felt something wrong. The way they had been contacted was a very odd one. A message appeared in their dreams, which offered help against the Magi threat in exchange for an immense amount of resources. The dukes would have ignored it if not for the fact that the message also had information about volcano eruption. By the time they woke up, a piece of a foreign consciousness was left in their minds that they could use if they decided to take his offer. When the canyon close to the force field and the void in the ocean appeared, Oliver contacted the sage under Thomas's instruction. He gave the duo the knowledge of how to create the altar and the date when they could meet. At first, none of them thought too much of it, but now it was different. Exactly 24 hours ago, they lost against the Magi and Zadiel gave his oath. That is simple, my friends. Today is the day you two need me more than ever. When you are lost and don't know what to do next. When fear has invaded your hearts and the future resembles hell. I will be the beacon that will guide you out of the darkness and change your fates. Chapter 242, The Sage's Voice. Oliver and Thomas were extremely xenophobic individuals. Their belief that anyone that was not a member of the heavenly race was equal to a beast was engraved in their souls. Their power and knowledge allowed them to understand the forces that make the universe work. Their grasp of fate was high enough to know how it can impact the actions of weak life forms. They understood that as soul-forging existences they had great resistance to its influence. Due to all these factors, despite the sage's power and mysterious nature, which could draw the attention of many, they did not feel close to him. The disgust they felt when he spoke to them with such intimacy was immense. The truth was that if their minds were not so closed and their wills were not filled with loath to everything foreign, the words of the sage would have affected their attitudes. Just like he was able to calm the elements with a movement of his hand, his voice could enter people's hearts and change them. The sage noticed this, but he remained silent and heard the words the two dukes shared in what they thought was a secret channel. Oliver, we have to be careful with the things we tell this person. If my hypothesis is right, he is a master of the law of fate, and it seems his skills have reached the point where he can scry the fate of rank 4 life forms. Thomas' expression had not changed, but he understood very well the danger in which they were. The angelic paragon was ready to fuse with his law avatar and run away at the first sign of trouble. I understand, but the volcano eruptions are too important. If we can mass-produce those that work for rank 4 life forms, we have a chance to turn the tables and defeat the Magi. Oliver was not naive and recognized the threat they faced, however, this was the only way he saw to change his destiny. Let's finish this deal and then we will cease any contact with this person. He is too dangerous. I am afraid we will be using a deadly virus to fight flesh-eating bacteria if we keep working with him. Thomas knew the importance of this deal, But his instincts told him how dangerous the sage was, so he chose to sever their relationship with him after this. Once the two dukes reached a consensus, they spoke to the sage. They were rank 4 life forms and their speed of thought was so immense that their entire conversation lasted less than a second, so they were sure the person in front of them noticed nothing. We appreciate your kind words. I have everything you asked for with me, and if the information you provide is as good as you say it is, we can continue working together in the future. Oliver spoke with a voice full of sincerity. If any outsider saw him, he would think the Duke spoke to an old friend. Oliver made a spatial ring approach the gray humanoid, so he could inspect it. The sage did not send his consciousness into the ring and just focused on the two angelic paragons. The two dukes started to get worried as they saw the faceless humanoid not moving. It was only after 10 seconds that the sage acted. My friends, I am afraid my good nature doesn't allow me to continue with this deal. I have seen the future, and only the knowledge about volcano eruption will not stop your home from becoming hell on earth. It would be enough to keep the killing sword and the blue star at bay, but the golden sun would still ravage the entire world. The sage's voice was still robotic, but those who heard it could feel his sadness. Oliver and Thomas felt the fear in their hearts grow. Although those words would not make sense to others, it was different for them. The prophecy came to their mind. The duo had already associated Zadiel with the golden sun, and if everything goes as it predicted, he would fight with the archangel. Of course, prophecies were not entirely reliable, especially one done by a rank 3 life form who died as he performed it. The duo did not trust the sage, but they could not just ignore his words. What do you propose then? Thomas' voice was somber. They were stronger than the Magi and yet they always failed. It is simple. I can help you get rid of the disease instead of just treating the symptoms. But that will force me to pay a very high price, so in exchange I will need you to hand me over the Codex of Fate and a soul apple. If you accept, I can assure you all your problems will disappear. The eyes of the angelic paragons widened when they heard that. The things the sage wanted were not just extremely valuable but also a secret of the heavenly race, and the only reason the duo knew about them was due to their status as dukes. There is a special library that was left by the being of laws that terraformed this world, and every rank 4 angelic paragon had access to it. It had books with all types of high-grade path techniques. But there is a special section that only dukes have access to, and it holds the most precious books, the ones that have the title Codex. When you train the path technique inside a codex to the absolute limit, you could push one aspect of yourself to the boundary of rank 7. Eternal Vengeful Body and Blood Demadan technique are examples of such path techniques. The first grants amazing survival skills and eternal life once it is mastered, while the other could allow your body to resist the barrage of a being of laws. To Zadiel, such path techniques were not that important, but the truth is that there are soul law domain existences that do not have one. The reason for their rarity is simple: to create one, you must at least have a law comprehension at the grand completion level over a very powerful law. As for the soul apple, it is a holy panacea that grows only in the Garden of Creation. It usually takes dozens of thousands of years for one to mature, and almost all of them are saved for the archangel. Every 100,000 years the 7 would give one to the dukes. The apple had an amazing invigorating effect on the soul. However, its healing properties were even more impressive. It could restore the true soul of a rank 4 life form to its peak condition, regardless of the damage that it had endured. What shocked the duo when they heard the sage ask for one, was that they obtained a soul apple less than 2 months ago. If he knew they have one, then that meant his power was even greater than they thought. This time the power in the voice of the sage was more potent. Enough to even affect the mind of a rank 4 magus, a race known for their powerful spirits. However, the xenophobia in the dukes ran so deep that it reached their souls. Humphrey, your greed is truly great. Those items are things only members of our glorious race can use. There is no way we will exchange them with you. Now we either go back to the original deal or we leave. Thomas was displeased and he did not bother to hide the anger in his face. Oliver's attitude was no different. A codex and an apple of soul are things special for the heavenly race, since one was left by a being of laws and the other was born in the Garden of Creation. There is no way they would give them to a mere animal. The response of the sage to the duo's insult shocked them. Ha 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 ha. He started to laugh out loud and his robotic voice was replaced by an ancient and archaic one. What are you laughing at? Oliver's face was filled with disgust and the voice of the sage made him feel very uncomfortable. Is it not obvious? I am laughing at 2 filthy pigeons who don't know their place. The moment his voice stopped, the sage moved. Thomas and Oliver were prepared, or at least they thought they were. The gray humanoid moved with such speed that before the duo could do something, he had already grabbed their heads. Their bodies, souls, and energies froze and there was nothing they could do to free themselves. With terror, they saw how a tear was formed on the faceless head. It resembled a monstrous mouth from where boiling asphalt drooled. Now my dear friends, let's continue speaking. Chapter 243, The Sage's Power. The two angelic paragons were shocked at the immense difference in power that there was between them and the sage. Thomas' expression was awful and an immense sense of failure assaulted him. He was a member of the heavenly race with an emperor bloodline and a law comprehension at the initial level. Despite that, he was defeated in a single movement. The worst part was that what he faced was not really the sage but merely an incarnation formed by a part of his consciousness and energy. His condition was much better than Oliver, who had already fallen into unconsciousness, but still, there was nothing he could do to free himself. Thomas felt his instincts scream with more power than ever before in his life when he saw how the liquid that resembled boiling asphalt moved from Sage's mouth into his hands. The heart of the angelic paragon started to beat faster and faster with terror, as the asphalt approached his eyes. Don't worry, after this all your fear and pain will disappear. There will only be peace and bliss. If you prove yourself worthy, then I don't mind making you eternal. The ancient voice of the sage carried a temptation so immense that those with a weak will would have fallen to their knees and begged for the chance to serve him. Right when the asphalt was about to enter into the angelic paragons, an immense pressure assaulted the sage. The gray humanoid trembled and its power was reduced for an instant. It was the world consciousness. Although the sage was able to hide from it when he originally appeared in this world, now that he used his powers things were different. Thomas regained control of his true soul and energy for a fraction of a second. The danger of the situation made the angelic paragon act with resolution. Law Avatar, one with the law. Trigrams that surrounded a yin-yang symbol appeared behind the angelic paragon, and in the next instant, they fused with his body. His body became wide and black and his power increased exponentially. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he attacked without mercy. His black wings slashed toward the head of the sage with monstrous speed and strength. The sage was able to gain control over his body in a fraction of a second. He disintegrated into streams of gray aura and appeared far away from the two angelic paragons. He did not come out unscathed from Thomas' attack. There was a deep cut on the gray humanoid chest, but the sage acted like it was nothing and once again waved his hand and hid his presence of the world consciousness. This time, however, the world consciousness did not disappear and persisted in the area. It detected the angelic paragon increase in power, but the threat of the sage was more significant. Thomas did not remain still. He released a white sword beam that surrounded Oliver and sent him away. The Duke would not be of help against the sage, so he removed him from the battlefield. With a movement of his wings, Thomas was fired to the gray humanoid. His energy burned and his 6 wings attempted to cut the sage's body. Die. The angelic paragon launched that attack with all the rage that was present in his heart. The wings attacked from every direction, but there was no fear in the sage. In an instant, boiling asphalt covered the gray humanoid. He was able to dodge 4 wings and used his body to respond to the other 2. His body was pushed thousands of meters away, and cuts appeared on his arms. The counterattack revealed his presence to the world consciousness, and although he was able to hide again in an instant, it was not before a bolt of black lightning crashed in him. Thomas was surprised by the little damage his attack produced, and it shocked him to realize that the parts of his wings that were touched by the asphalt were now mutated. Tumors with teeth, eyes, and mouths appeared on them. The angelic paragon was able to purge them thanks to his powerful laws, bloodline, and the fact his body was fused with his law avatar. What was that? Horror appeared on Thomas' heart when he saw the effect of the asphalt. If it had entered into his body, then death would have been a mercy. But this fear did not diminish his killing intent. Now that the sage was harmed by the world consciousness was the best moment to attack. He appeared close to the gray humanoid again, but instead of a melee attack, he released beams of sword energy. 3 white beams that seemed to be undodgeable and 3 black that released immeasurable heat and weight attacked the sage from every direction. A white and black explosion covered the sage, and its power released a shockwave that devastated the coast under them, despite being hundreds of kilometers away. Thomas saw how the attack landed point blank, and the power in it should have been able to kill a rank 4 life form. There was hope in his heart that the attack could have destroyed the sage's incarnation, however, he was doomed to be disappointed. The angelic paragon saw how a giant cocoon of boiling asphalt rose from the explosion. Not bad, my friend. To have a law avatar made with the law of yin and the law of yang and be able to fuse with it means you have some talent. Unfortunately, you are facing something you can't even comprehend. The voice of the sage was calm, and there was not even the most minimal sign of anger. The world consciousness launched blades of wind at him, but just as they were about to land, the cocoon morphed into an enormous mass which extrudes black tentacles, slime-dripping mouths, and short, writhing goat legs. It was 100,000 meters tall, and not only the natural energy but even the laws around it mutated due to its presence. Meh, meh, meh. Goat shouts came out from the thousands of mouths in it. A few of its tentacles clashed against the powerful blades of wind launched by the world consciousness, and they achieved mutual destruction. When Thomas saw that monstrosity, his eyes widened with terror and his soul trembled due to the uncontrollable fear he felt. Those emotions were intensified when he saw it melt into a black mist and disappear from his sight. The angelic paragon flashed from where he was. However, before he could run too far, he heard the voice of the sage. "You cannot escape fate, and neither can escape from me." The monstrosity appeared behind Thomas, and its tentacles assaulted him from all directions. The angelic paragon was launched to the sky with immense speed and power. Blood came out from his mouth, eyes, and ears, while all sorts of mutations appeared around his body. If it wasn't for my artifact armor and law avatar, that attack would not have only destroyed my body, but also shattered my soul. Thomas focused on taking back control of his body and purging the boiling asphalt that infected his body. To the horror of the angelic paragon, the monstrosity vanished again. Thomas knew he could not track it, and the next attack would be fatal. But the threat of the sage reached the level where the world consciousness could use even more of its power. A gravity that could compress a mountain into a small rock assaulted the monstrosity and forced it to materialize less than 100 meters away from the angelic paragon. If the world consciousness would have acted a second later, Thomas would have died. The Duke knew that this was the only chance he would have. He used every ounce of power that was left on him and fired his most powerful attack. Yin-Yang Collision. Birth of all universal things. The black and white wings clashed with each other. A bright beam of sword energy landed in the center of the monstrosity and disintegrated the boiling asphalt until it reached the area where the sage was. While the beam destroyed the gray humanoid, Thomas heard the voice of the sage. Even though it was just an incarnation, losing it would greatly harm him. However, his words were not filled with anger but pity. "If you had been willing to sacrifice yourself, then your people would have survived. Your selfishness has doomed this world." The gray humanoid that was made with the sage consciousness and energy vanished under the sword beam. Those words were engraved in Thomas' mind as his body was launched into the void. Without the sage, the world consciousness no longer tolerated his presence. The impact of the sage's message was so great on the angelic paragon that stopped him from notice how the world around him was filled with static for an instant before returning to normality. Chapter 244, The Sage's Power. 2. Thomas' injuries were very grave. The burden that his body and, more importantly, his soul suffered when he fused with his law avatar was immense. Not to mention that the energy in the sage's attack had contaminated his body at a cellular level, which caused horrible mutations. He consumed all the healing drugs that were at his disposal and then took the arduous journey through the elemental chaos, past the crystal wall, and finally returned to the beta heavenly world. The angelic paragon flew as fast as he could. He was afraid that his absence would put the heavenly race in danger. And he was right. The moment he was able to contact Oliver, he understood how grave the situation was. Somehow the Magi invader force realized he was not in the world, and they took that opportunity to extend their domain over the continent. They built 2 magic towers in the time he was away. The heavenly race did not stand by as this happened, and they fought with everything they had against the Magi. Without the everlasting snake runic set, the weight of the battle fell on the rank 4 life forms. The sage's touch had harmed Oliver, so he was not able to participate in that battle. Without 2 dukes, the power of the heavenly race decreased immensely. The angelic paragon with wings of crystal was strong, but under the cover of the second layer, her power diminished by 50%. She needed the help of another 2 rank 4 life forms only to equal Heinz. Despite their numerical advantage, they suffered a crushing defeat. 7 angels of supremacy lost their bodies and another 2 had their souls shattered. There was even an angelic paragon who had also fallen in that fight. Those responsible for the casualties were Zytra, Dotto, and Nero. It was the 7-winged fallen, the one who managed to kill an angelic paragon, even when he battled 7 rank 4 life forms at the same time. The Magi invader force did not wait even a month after that battle before attacking again. The outcome was worse for the heavenly race, since even though Oliver was able to join, they still had not healed from the wounds they suffered in the last fight, and the angels of supremacy had not reconstructed their bodies. 2 rank 4 angelic paragon and 4 angels of supremacy died, and a great number had their bodies destroyed. Thomas' heart was filled with remorse when he heard that news. If he had not told Oliver to contact the sage, then everything would have been different. Even though he had returned to the world, his wounds were far from being healed, so he could not fight. The angelic paragon with wings of crystal understood that continuing to fight with the Magi invader force would only increase the number of casualties, so she chose to evacuate their people and retreat to the periphery of the continent. This was a great humiliation for the entire heavenly race, but there was nothing they could do, so they just focused on defense and saved as many of their people as they could. Unfortunately, many were not able to escape from the Magi. Those who were caught suffered a terrible fate. Their organs were harvested and then they were impaled. The Magi invader force continued its expansion on the Forn's continent, and they spilled so much blood that the earth turned red. Every day was a living nightmare for Thomas, and the regret he felt was so much that more than once he thought of suicide, but everything changed one glorious day. The moment the Magi were about to gain complete control over the continent, a miracle happened. The Archangel was born. When Thomas saw her, he fell to his knees and started to cry uncontrollably while he shouted his sins. There was so much pain on his heart due to the damage he had brought to his people that he could not restrain his emotions. The angelic paragon knew he displayed a shameful scene, but the Archangel did not get angry at him. She picked Thomas up and lent him her shoulder to cry and comforted him until all his pain was gone. The morale of the heavenly race rose under the Archangel's radiance, and everyone felt that as long as they followed her, everything would be alright. She led the army against the Magi and showed everyone why they were recognized as the absolute weapons of the heavenly race. The Archangel's speed and power were unbelievable. Even Thomas, fused with his law avatar, could not equal her. Her law bloodline formed a small domain that neutralized the force field of the 10-tower formation, and she fought against Heinz, Zydra, and Tato at the same time. She overwhelmed the trio and was even able to destroy the body of Heinz. If it was not for Nero who helped them to escape, they would have died. The heavenly race cheered and shouted from the top of their lungs when they saw the Magi invader force run. It had been a long time since they tasted anything other than defeat. The Archangel's face, however, showed sadness. She saw the thousands of bodies of her people butchered and her eyes filled with tears. When Thomas saw her, someone with so much power to care for even a normal angel, his heart started to beat faster and faster. He did not dare to display his feelings but silently swore an oath to push himself to the limit and always be by her side. The magic towers were destroyed one after one, and the control of the Magi over the continent reduced with staggering speed. All the members of the heavenly race showed immense pride in their faces as they followed the Archangel. No matter what threat they faced, all of them believed from the bottom of their souls that as long the Archangel was with them, they would prevail. In their eyes, there was an adoration that was even greater than fanaticism. There was not a single one of them who would not give their life for her. Nothing could stop them, and soon they reached the 10 original towers of the 10-tower formation. Even though those should be harder than the others, the Archangel blasted them to pieces like if they were nothing. When they finally reached the final tower that was built in the mountain range, Thomas's face glowed with a radiant smile. "We don't need anyone else. As long as we have her, everything will be fine." "You were wrong, Sage." The angelic paragon was so fascinated with the Archangel that he did not notice how once again static filled the world for an instant. The remorse in Thomas' heart had vanished, and as he prepared to march with the Archangel and destroy the last tower and finally regain this world after so many years of painful struggle, he felt a wave of heat so powerful that his face burned. The angelic paragon was not the only one, since everyone but the Archangel felt the same pain. The heavenly race saw with shock how an immense golden sun rose from the last magic tower. In the center of the golden sun was a young man with 3 eyes and a bone sword on his hand. He was not alone, since behind him there were all the rank 4 life forms of the Magi invader force, and they were stronger than ever. Even Heinz, who had lost his body, was with him, and there was a thick blood aura around him. Thomas' eyes widened and fear appeared in them. He remembered the prophecy, and concern filled his face as he looked at the Archangel. You could only see courage in her eyes, and not even that golden sun could inspire panic in her. There was no need for words between the two. The Archangel and Zadiel rose to the sky and they clashed. Shockwaves that shattered space were formed around them, and it was a death zone for any rank 3 life form that dared to approach the duo. The soul-forging existences of the heavenly race wanted nothing more than to help the Archangel. They had no problem giving their life if they had to. In Thomas' heart that sentiment was even more strong. But before they could rise to the sky, the Magi interfered. The Duke attempted to go after her, but Heinz appeared in his path, and with a single kick he threw him to the ground. "Nothing can happen to you, you have to resist." Thomas saw the cultivator on his path, and a powerful fighting spirit appeared in his heart. Chapter 245, The Sage's Power. Thomas did not hesitate even for a second before burning his life force. He understood the power of the cultivator and knew he was weaker, but he was ready to sacrifice everything for the power to help her. The face of the Archangel filled the Duke's mind and heart as he launched himself like a shooting star against Heinz. His eyes burned with the will to die for the one he loved. The Duke fired 2 beams of sword light that fused before they reached Heinz. The power in that attack was immense and should be able to severely hurt a peak rank 4 life form, but the cultivator's body increased his power immensely as a metallic red color covered his skin. Heinz released a red arc of sword energy that destroyed Thomas' attack and blasted the angelic paragon back to the ground. The difference in power shocked Thomas. Normally when your body is destroyed, you would need decades to be at your peak battle power again, but Heinz was even more powerful than when he lost against the Archangel. He did not have time to think about how that happened, since Heinz continued with his attack immediately. Thomas saw how the cultivator took a single step and appeared right in front of him. He was barely able to dodge the sword that almost cut his neck. The Duke was forced to focus completely on his defensive, and it was only thanks to his artifact armor he was able to survive. The worst thing for Thomas was not the threat of death but the fact he could felt the explosions that filled the sky above him, and that the power in that golden sun was much greater than the one the Archangel had. He was not able to get rid of Hines, but luckily he was not alone. Two angels of supremacy clashed against the cultivator who was charging a sword strike. The duo burned their life force without control, and it was clear they did not expect to live after this battle. "My Duke, go and help her. We will distract him." Thomas did not hesitate and immediately rushed to where the battle between Zadiel and the Archangel was happening. Die trash. Fury appeared on Hines's eyes when he saw the duo hinder his path. He sent an angel of supremacy to fly away with a punch, and then he focused all of his power into his sword and severed the body of the other in two. The cultivator was about to go after Thomas when the angel of supremacy he had just split apart gathered the last bit of power he had and exploded. Despite the immense amount of energy in that explosion, it was not enough to stop Hines, but then the other angel of supremacy flashed to the cultivator's side and proceeded to self-destruct as well. Thomas did not look back but understood very well what had just happened, and pain filled his heart. I can't let their sacrifice be in vain. The angelic paragon proceeded to burn his life force with even more strength as he approached the battle between an immense golden sun and 8 magnificent wings. He was just moments away from the Archangel and was ready to fuse with his law avatar and sent a strike with every ounce of power he had. Unfortunately, this was not a tale where the hero would appear right in the exact moment when the heroine needed him the most. By the time Thomas was close enough to see the Archangel, the fight had ended. Zadiel had one hand on her neck and the other in her waist. He raised her above his shoulders and then pulled until her body was ripped apart and her blood bathed the Neo-Demon's body. Her true soul was incinerated by the golden sun, and the last thing Thomas saw was her face, the face of the one he loved, twisted by pain. This is not possible. This can't happen. She can't. She can't. He could not believe what had occurred right in front of his eyes. The Archangel, the symbol of glory and power of the heavenly race and the one he swore to follow forever, had died in front of his eyes. What happened next was simple. The Magi not only obtained complete control over the continent but also of the entire world. The members of the heavenly race were hunted down. Everything valuable about them was harvested before being killed. Oliver suffered the fate that Zadiel swore, and Thomas' agony was not any less. The leader of the Magi invader force gathered everyone Thomas knew and cared about in the castle of the Duke. Zadiel nailed the body of the angelic paragon to the throne and removed his eyelids so he would see what happened next. Everyone in the room was tortured in the most horrible way before being impaled, but they did not die. Zadiel left an ember of golden fire in their hearts that allowed them to live in complete agony. As a final gift, the severed head of the Archangel was left in Thomas' lap. Zadiel had used a minor necromancy spell in it, which made it act like a mindless zombie. The psychological torture was so powerful that for the first 100 years, Thomas' mind was in a state of complete shock and could not process what happened in front of him. But that eventually ended, and he had to face the agony of his loved ones and the putrefactive head of the Archangel on his lap. From the bottom of his soul, Thomas delivered a cry of unimaginable pain. Urgh. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. Thomas did not want to be saved, or revenge. The only thing he desired was to die and finally be free of the pain. Unfortunately, no one answered his call. The years passed, and after millennia of agony that could not be described, Thomas felt how his soul was about to disperse because his lifespan reached his end. The rest had already died due to this, and even the ember of golden fire could not prevent that. Finally, I will die. Thomas shed tears of blood when he thought he would finally rest. Unfortunately, he underestimated the cruelty of his jailer. A golden hand entered his head and touched his true soul. That hand carried an immense amount of energy and the power of the law of life, that eradicated any sign of erosion. When Thomas realized that his lifespan had been practically reset, absolute despair filled his heart. No, 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 no. Regardless of his desire, the Duke's life would not end. As his eternal agony continued for what felt like eons, the words of the sage appeared on Thomas' mind again and again. Why did I not listen to him? Why did I not take his offer? I don't want to feel pain anymore, I just want to forget. Thomas muttered those words while tears fell through his cheeks. You could see how boiling asphalt entered into the angelic paragon's head, through his nose, ears, and eyes. It modified his entire body and also his true soul. The same happened with Oliver. He wept and expressed his immense remorse while the sage grabbed his head and filled him with his asphalt. The millions of years of torture that Thomas experienced were just a dream that started less than 30 seconds ago. They never freed themselves from the sage's grasp, and his power was so immense that the duo never doubted what they experienced was anything other than reality. If Zadiel were to see this, he would truly be impressed. The sage tricked two of the most powerful people in this world to open a portal for him, And then with an incarnation made of a piece of his consciousness and energy, he subdued the duo and was able to do whatever he wanted to their true souls. The gray humanoid had lost a lot of power, but there was a smile on his face. Use the deep dark dream will force me to sleep for some time, but it doesn't matter. With these two now fulfilling my biddings and the other arrangements I did, my plans for this world are finished. As long as I can kill that anomaly, the payback will be immense. Chapter 246, Law of Creation vs. Law of Fate. Zadiel's body shook while blood came out from his 3 eyes, his brain burned with a fever so high that parts of it were being calcined. His vitality was affected and his blood evaporated, which made him adopt the form of a mummified corpse. While this happened, the all-encompassing sun flame filled every single one of his cells and used the law of life in his bloodline to fix the damage in his body. Most of his power focused on his vital organs and made sure no permanent damage was left. Great amounts of energy were being drained from heaven, swallowing as his brain passed through a constant cycle of destruction and regeneration. The reason for the Neo-Demon's damage was the use of the discipline of clairsentience on a level higher than his rank as an animus allowed him to do. He was now using the spell known Final Destiny. It granted the Neo-Demon the ability to push his mind and consciousness to a higher level of existence, which allowed him to perform countless impressions and predictions involving any creature he had seen before. In simple words, by using supernatural powers, Zadiel could see the future actions that any life form he had seen had prepared for him. Normally, to perform this spell you would need to be a peak rank 3 animus, and even then, your mastery over clairsentience must have reached the level needed to become a rank 4 life form. His Neo-Demon's heritage and being an absolute Empyrean with the law of life allowed Zadiel to push his mind force to the level where it would have killed any other rank 2 animus. Even then, the effects of Final Destiny were subpar at best, but any new information was useful for him. A few moments ago, just for an instant, he felt his instincts scream and the presence of a hand in the darkness that approached him, so Zadiel knew he was in great danger. The process continued for almost an hour and finally, Zadiel's entire body trembled and he coughed a mouthful of blood before passing out. Immediately, his golden flames acted on their own and started to heal him. Ezequiel was in the same room, and when he saw Zadiel's condition, his eyes narrowed. An immense amount of energy gathered in an arc of red lightning and entered the body of the unconscious Neo-Demon. The Universe Shatterer knew that his master damage was physical, so after he helped, he once again focused on his training. He realized that there was something that bothered Zadiel, but his trust in him was so immense that he was sure it would not be a real problem. The red lightning mended the injuries around Zadiel's vital organs, which made the regeneration abilities of his golden fire act much faster. Despite that help, it took him an entire day to regain consciousness. Zadiel's face was pale and his breathing was rough. He endured a pain that made him think nails were hammered into his skull. However, all of that was irrelevant for him, and other than the temporary loss in battle power, his main concern was the information he had collected. A hideous scheme targeted him, but unfortunately, he was not able to determine the mastermind behind it or those who would carry it out. Part of the reason was due to Zadiel's low rank as an animus, and the other the immense power of his opponent. Of course, he had a pretty good guess of who he was, but that mattered little now. What he learned was that as long as he remained in this world, he would not be able to escape the catastrophic hand of fate that targeted him. He would not die immediately, since they would try to obtain his knowledge. Hide in the 10-tower formation would give him time, but it would only delay the inevitable. The only way to stop it would be to leave the beta heavenly world and never return. That was not an option, since this world was too important for Zadiel because it was a core part of the Neo-Demon realm. This world was part of a plan that was put in motion millions of years ago, and even all the riches of the Eternum Empire and the I dynasty could not compare with its value. As he faced this impossible choice, Zadiel sighed, and for a moment his shoulders trembled. Anyone would feel impotency when something they had strived so hard was taken away from them just when they were about to succeed. But who was Zadiel Nadux Terminus Daybreak? He was someone who was able to raise from the lowest caste of fiend and fight billions of enemies until he reached a level of power that made the entire universe tremble and become a taboo existence that could make demons and devils shiver in fear. The reason for his shake was not frustration, but the fact that he could not contain his laughter. Zadiel's laugh filled the entire room and there was excitement in it. Ha 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 ha, not bad at all. It has been a long time since someone has challenged me like this. Your means are truly impressive, but so what? If you think for a second that you have defeated me, you are making a serious mistake. I have lost count of the number of idiots who called themselves master schemers and have defied me, only to realize that was the worst mistake of their lives. From the moment he regained his memories, every trial Zadiel had faced was something he had 100% certainty on winning, but the sage plan was something that should be impossible to overcome for a rank 3 life form, even for one as special as him. However, he was the incarnation of death and destruction, an existence that was able to outsmart archdevils and force them to a path of despair. It seems they will obtain a way to not only stop the force field but also disable the Mirage Rune and have enough time to subdue me and escape. Those trump cards will not be cheap and they would not risk revealing them before they are sure they can get me. They will also not dare to diminish their battle power before that important mission. A peculiar light overflowed Zadiel's eyes as hundreds of moving pieces accommodated in his mind and created a plan. If he did not reveal himself for too long, the other side would take drastic measures that could not only hinder his control over the continent but also put in danger the lives of the warriors in the Magi invader force. In full honesty, if he found out that everyone, besides his clan and the few other people he cared about, had died, he would not even blink. But Zadiel was sure they would target the Daybreak clan to call his attention. After some calculations, Zadiel took a crystal from his ring and contacted Hyuga. "Brother, mobilize the rank 4 Magi and Fallen immediately and start the construction of the next tower. If the heavenly race doesn't act, then proceed to build another one. Regardless of the outcome of that last one, you and the rest will stop their march and no longer push the expansion forward." "What do you mean by that? Why would they not fight?" Hyuga understood very well the narcissistic nature of the heavenly race and there is no way they would just stand by while they create another tower. "I have reason to believe that the commanders of the heavenly race will spend the next few days in some sort of seclusion, so we have to take this opportunity." Zadiel calculated that they would tolerate 2 towers, but more than that would be too much. That reason was too vague to mobilize the entire army, but Hyuga had experienced Zadiel's abilities and had full trust in his art of war. "We will leave in 5 hours. I will make sure to keep you up to date as we advance." With that handled, Zadiel focused on the other problem. He had to find a way to survive a fate calamity that depicted certain death. He thought for a long time until finally, an idea came to mind, and it made a smile appeared on his face. "Since you used the law of fate to try and mess with my destiny, I will use the law of creation to mess it even more. Ezequiel, I need a few 100 liters of normal blood from you." The Neo-Demon did not open his eyes when he heard that and just extended his hand. A cut appeared on his palm and then a torrent of light red blood came out from it and formed a giant ball in front of Zadiel. This was the most ordinary blood that was in Ezequiel's body. If it was assimilated into a chaotic core, it could barely create a rank 3 bloodline, but it was more than enough to fulfill Zadiel's requirements. Zadiel also released an immense amount of golden blood and combined it with the blood of Ezequiel. His smile grew wider as he pictured the expression that would appear on the faces of his enemies. Chapter 247, Strange Runes. Under the lead of Hyuga, the soul-forging existences of the Magi invader force proceeded to continue with the construction of new magic towers less than 3 days after they finished the last one. There was some resistance at the beginning when the cultivator notified the rank 4 Magi since the rest of the army was not ready to act so soon, and the moment they entered in a battle against their counterparts in the heavenly race, they couldn't focus on anything else. Although those at rank 3 and beneath would not be useful in a battle of their level, they could still protect the tower to a certain extent from the attacks of a rank 4 life form with the help of the force field. Their worries were understandable since the second layer needed to cool down after every use or else the amount of energy it consumed would grow exponentially, and there was also the fact that the material for each of these towers is very expensive, so every incursion must be carefully planned. Unfortunately for those soul-forging Magi, Hyuga had complete control over the army since both Tato and Zytra supported him in everything and the Fallen were on his side. However, the worries of the Magi were unfounded. For a reason that they did not understand, the heavenly race did not stop them. Neither the dukes nor the rest of the army showed themselves. They felt some scouts that hid and relayed their movement to their leaders, but there was no battle and the tower was built without a problem. The moment they finished, Hyuga did not wait and guided the rest of the soul-forging existences to build another tower, just like the one before. The heavenly race did not act and the Magi could not be more ecstatic about it. They were able to construct 2 more towers in a few days without the need to consume the energy reserves of the 10-tower formation. They enhanced their domain over this continent by almost 25% and increased their future wealth exponentially. They did not know why the heavenly race had adopted a passive stance, but it was clear by now for everyone that the cultivator had some special information. Most of them hoped to continue with this speed, but after the second tower was finished, Hyuga instructed everyone to retreat. He made clear that the heavenly race would not sit by if they continued and it was better to wait until the second layer could be used without any inconvenience and the rest of the army was battle-ready. The next couple of months were calm for the soul-forging existences, but it was a different story for those rank 3 life forms and beneath. Battles started to happen a couple of weeks after the last tower was finished in the land outside the force field, and casualties were very normal on both sides. The rank 4 life forms did not interfere with those fights, since it was a good way to train their soldiers. There was a small number of individuals who got famous during this time. 2 of them were siblings of the Eye Holder race that fought alongside the Daybreak clan. The duo had a very powerful bloodline, and the reason for their recognition was due to an encounter they had with a novice rank 3 Angel of Protection. This warrior of the heavenly race had escaped from a master rank 3 Magus and was severely injured. Just as he was about to reunite with his comrades, he was ambushed by the duo. Sigrid's entire body was covered by a runic set, and she was able to summon the illusion of an ethereal dragon that assaulted the mind of the Angel of Protection and forced him into a dream. Using her power to affect the soul of a higher rank life form generated a backlash that forced her to cough blood, but she was able to disable the magic defenses of her enemy for an instant and inflict damage to his consciousness. Aaron took the opportunity that his sister gave him, and he fell from the sky above the angelic paragon. He launched a downward kick. His body was covered in a yellow layer of earth and had a runic set inscribed just like his sister. As he descended, the illusion of a huge turtle formed around him and his weight increased immensely. The Angel of Protection was able to fight back against the dream and stop that kick from blasting his head open in the last moment, but still, the attack destroyed the right part of his body. That plus the damage he had from before were too much for him, and he knew he would not be able to escape, so he attacked like a madman at the duo. Sigrid and Aaron faced the Angel of Protection without any fear, and after sustaining some serious wounds, they killed their opponent. Even if their enemy was gravely injured and they ambushed him, jump a rank was an amazing feat, and that was especially true since the duo was still at the advanced level. Part of the reason for their victory was their powerful Emperor bloodline and teamwork, and another part was the path techniques that allowed them to display a battle power at the peak of their rank. The ones who also obtained great fame were Dante, Kilo, and Drax. The last two got the nickname Dragons of Destruction due to the powerful flames they left in their path that destroyed everything they touched. As for Dante, everyone already knew his god-level skill as a strategist, and he proved that his battle aptitude was not inferior. He was always accompanied by those giants in black armor, and they constantly fought against rank 3 Angels of Supremacy and even angelic paragons. He was a master rank 2 life form, but the power and speed in his arrows could match spells launched by a master rank 3 Magus, and the synergy he reached with those giants made people think they shared one mind. When people saw him fighting, a phase of the mortal world came to their minds. A tiger father will not beget a dog son. Zadiel had not shown himself since the fight against the winged snake, but his power was engraved in the mind of every warrior of the Magi invader force. There were plenty of them who wished to form some sort of connection with him. After all, by what they had seen and learned about the man, he was a monstrous level genius who would awake his true soul and become a rank 4 life form. Eventually, the whole army marched once again, and they did it under the cover of the night and in a stealthy manner. All sorts of concealment spells were launched by the rank 4 life forms. They knew it would be impossible to fully hide and create the tower without the heavenly race noticing it, but these tactics will still buy them some time, and every minute was precious. Ezequiel and Zadiel were once again with the army, and the latter was the center of attention. This was due to the strange runes that released small arcs of red lightning all around his head, and they were so many that they covered all of his skin. The soul-forging existences in the sky were also looking at him. They did not focus on the runes, but on the fact that they felt something odd with the consciousness of the Neo-Demon. Since he did not speak about it and no one dared to question him, they just moved forward. Eventually, they reached the coast where there was an abandoned city of the heavenly race. This place was evacuated since the Dukes knew there was a great possibility the Magi invader force would choose to construct their new magic tower here. Heinz did not waste time, and he made the materials for the tower along with hundreds of automatons appear in the center of the city. The army positioned around the tower and adopted defensive positions, while the soul forging in the sky used their consciousness to maintain surveillance. Less than 3 hours after they arrived, everyone felt the powerful oars that approached with immense speed. Some of the rank 4 life forms had a solemn expression since, unlike last time, they would have to fight. Heinz was at the head of the army. His heartbeat was like thunder, and an immense amount of blood energy filled his body. His eyes were filled with a monstrous fighting spirit and excitement. He was a sword cultivator, and unlike the rest, he was able to increase his power and law comprehension in the battles where he was forced to risk his life and push his limits. Chapter 248, Space Storm. The soul-forging existences of the heavenly race were like behemoths as they flew through the sky. None of them bothered to contain the energy in their bodies, which made the air around them poisonous for any life form beneath rank 3. What called the attention of Heinz was that there were only 47 rank 4 life forms instead of the 49 that appeared last time. 2 angelic paragons were missing. There was also the fact that the rest of the army did not accompany them. The cultivator could not help but feel uncomfortable when he saw those changes. His consciousness did not detect anything off, and thanks to his domain over the law of space, no rank 4 life form should be able to hide from him. There was a possibility that those angelic paragons were needed in another place. After all, the heavenly race had to control not just this continent but the entire world. As for the rest of the army, maybe they decided that since they no longer had the origin runic set, their participation would be futile. Despite those perfectly valid and highly feasible reasons, Heinz still felt that something was wrong, but he did not have time to think since the Dukes along with the rest of the warriors of the heavenly race infiltrated the second layer and launched themselves against their counterparts. Very soon a balance was reached between both sides. Marvelous phenomenon and supernatural creatures, each one covering thousands of meters, appeared on the sky as both sides released their law avatars. They all fired attacks that filled the sky with explosions of all colors, and the elements acted as if they were in a frenzy, with immense storms appearing around the battlefield. Heinz fought against the angelic paragon with crystal wings and 4 rank 4 angels of supremacy. A river of lightning, hundreds of small meteorites, countless ice sharks, and long vines full of thorns assaulted the cultivator from all sides. The skin of the swordsman had a metallic red color due to the Medand blood drive. He moved through those attacks with amazing dexterity, and just as a meteorite was about to crash on him, he blasted it to pieces with a single punch before sending an arc of sword energy against the river of lightning and split it. From behind him a tide of vines approached with great speed, and ahead there were ice sharks that blocked his path. Heinz's eyes were cold. Thanks to the artifact armor and his powerful body, even if the attacks landed point blank they would not be able to truly harm him, but he was not someone who would choose to resist when he could destroy the obstacles on his path. He flashed forward with amazing speed, leaving behind the vines. He used his body and sword to crush the sharks until he reached the angel of supremacy that had launched them. His sword had a dark glow around it, that was formed by the destructive power of the law of space, the law of sword, and the law of killing. He pushed his law of blood to the peak, and an immense amount of blood energy gathered on his arm, which made them grow unfold. The eyes of the angelic paragon widened as he saw the attack that was about to land on him. He was sure even with the artifact armor, he would end up severely injured. Just as Heinz was about to hack the body of his opponent, 2 10,000-meter snakes made of crystal attacked him. They were the law avatar of the angelic paragon with wings made of crystal. Their power and speed were impressive, even though they were weakened by the force field. Heinz's eyes narrowed when he detected those snakes. In an instant, the dark glow on his sword changed into a thick killing intent. Annihilation Ocean. A red ocean assaulted the 2 crystal snakes and the angel of supremacy near him. The angel of supremacy suffered severe wounds, but his life was saved thanks to his armor. A great part of the snakes was shattered under the might of the ocean. There was an immense rage in the heart of the angelic paragon when she saw the state of her law avatar. The effect of the second layer was more significant than she originally thought. A diminish in 50% of your battle power doesn't mean that you could equal your previous might if there was a perfect copy of you. Her speed was too slow compared to Heinz, who could use his dexterity and the law of space to move around the battlefield, and her strike power could not compete against the attacks of the cultivator. The woman's frustration almost made her use her trump card, but she was able to maintain a cold head. Our goal is not to destroy a mere magic tower. I don't know where they obtained that information, but if it is true, then we can provoke more damage that way. A peculiar light filled her eyes as she stared at the Dukes for a moment before reforming her law avatar. Heinz's body trembled because he used the Annihilation Ocean in such a rash manner. His energy was in disarray, and the backlash would have been much worse if not for his powerful body. Unfortunately, he did not have time to rest since the angelic paragon and the angels of supremacy attacked him with all they had. The skin of the 2 crystal snakes glowed while they absorbed the light around them and fired beams of energy against the cultivator. Despite the danger, there was calmness on Heinz's eyes. He galvanized the power of space he controlled and used the ability that was the natural evolution of Void Disruption and Void Slash. The space around the swordsman started to shatter more and more, which made thousands of small dark cracks appear on his surroundings. Those fissures were so thin that even a rank 4 life form would find it hard to see them with the naked eye. If they used their consciousness to touch them, they would harm themselves. The number of cracks increased exponentially around Heinz, and just as the attacks of his opponents were about to land, the space around him collapsed. Space fragments started to rotate around Heinz, and they carried the all-annihilating power of space in them. The moment the law avatars clashed against this whirlwind of space fragments, they shattered before reaching the cultivator. After it fulfilled its function, Heinz was forced to deactivate this protective cocoon of space since it became unstable, but there was a smile on his face as he felt the power he had just controlled. The angels of supremacy were shocked when they saw how Heinz stopped their attacks and shattered their law avatars with such ease. The angelic paragon with wings of crystal was the most surprised of all, since she understood better than anyone how impressive was the feat that the swordsman accomplished. That was a space storm. He is just a rank 4 life form and has not yet started to engrave the laws into his body. How is his comprehension over the law of space so high? The angelic paragon could not help but felt poisonous envy when she saw Heinz's talent. Space storm was a power that could be used at the initial level of the law of space, But the difficulty was so high that many would only be able to utilize it when they were one step away from the minor completion level. Its defensive and offensive force was astonishing and it required very little energy. Heinz was still far away from fully mastering it, but once he did it, he would have a skill capable of facing rank 5 spells. Law comprehension was one of the most important factors to advance in the rank, and Heinz's mastery over a law so hard as the law of space proved that he would find it very easy to reach the peak of rank 5. Heinz did not care about what his enemies felt, and he launched himself back to the fray. His eyes burned with a monstrous fighting spirit and his sword was filled with killing intent. Not far away from him, the cultivator's blood incarnation fought against an angel of supremacy and an angelic paragon. In the end, Heinz was able to take care of 7 enemies on his own with 2 angelic paragons among them. This was even more impressive if you consider that the woman with crystal wings was the most powerful warrior of the heavenly race. Chapter 249, Goodbye. Just like Heinz, Zytra and Tado were also fighting against several opponents. The Lich had the Reaper behind him, who waved his scythe and split dozens of giant lava beasts that marched against him. Tado raised his hand and his law avatar copied his movement and fired a beam of energy against a metal giant that attempted to crush him. Without losing his momentum, the Reaper used the scythe to disperse a hurricane. He fought against Oliver and another 2 angels of supremacy. The Lich's power should be around the same as the original strength of the angelic paragon, and thanks to the force field, he could take care of another 2 enemies. Despite dominating his opponents, Tado could not help but feel uncomfortable as he confronted Oliver. There was nothing different about his power or behavior. His strength was what he expected from the information he obtained from Zytra, and the disdain and wrath on his eyes proved his mentality was the same he displayed the last time they saw him. However, when he stared at the Duke in the eyes, he felt as if there was someone or something else looking back at him. Even though he was a Lich and master of the law of fear, that made his bones shiver. Of course, his experience was vast and the number of life and death battles he had were plenty, so he was able to shake off that feeling and display his full power during the fight. Those disgusting beasts will soon understand that they are nothing against us. Maverick and Vermeil will soon be in position and I need to be ready to activate it. Even though it was a great humiliation to make a business deal with an animal, if everything goes well, it will be more than worth it. There was a level of excitement and happiness in Oliver's heart that he had not felt for a long time, but he made sure not to show it on his face. In the memory of the angelic paragon, the meeting with the sage went without a problem. Not only did he help them with the volcano eruption, but he also gave them a way to handle the biggest threat to them. Although the price was a little high, in his opinion it was extremely fair, or at least that's what they made him think. The energy on the Duke's body grew and dozens of colossal creatures rose from the ocean of lava behind him and attacked the Lich. The power in each of them reached the might of a rank 4 spell, but unfortunately, under the effects of the second layer, they could not resist the scythe of the Reaper. Still, Oliver's barrage along with the attacks of the other 2 angels of supremacy forced Tado to put all of his attention in the battle. The Eye of Despair constantly channeled the power of fear and directed it to the Hand of Sorrow that increased the energy in the scythe. Tado's attack constantly destroyed the law avatars of his opponents and his fear energy slowly infiltrated the bodies of the 2 angels of supremacy. Oliver's bloodline was able to burn any foreign energy that attempted to infiltrate his body. This talent had limitations depending on the quality of the energy, the might of his opponent's laws, and how strong the magical defenses of the Duke were at the moment. Zytra also fought against a Duke and 2 other angels of supremacy. The power in her law avatar that took the form of a gyroscope was shocking. The wheels of shadows spun incredibly fast, and from the light energy in the core, hundreds of weapons were fired. Thomas used his yin energy to weaken the weapons made of light of the Magus and then his yang energy to counterattack. Even though his battle power was reduced in 50%, his strength was still equal to most peak rank 4 lifeforms. That was the reason he was so surprised by the pressure he faced as he fought against the young woman in front of him. The weapons fired by the Magus were able to alternate between shadows and light instantly. The ethereal aspect in the law of shadows diminished the effectiveness of the yin law, and although the yang law had more offensive power than the law of light, its speed was inferior. Thomas looked at the 2 angels of supremacy who helped him against the woman, and their condition was deplorable. They could barely defend against the weapons fired from the gyroscope, and wounds were accumulating in their bodies. If it was not for the artifact armor they carried, their condition would have been much worse. Just a little longer, the moment our plans succeed, the Magi will lose their guide, and slowly we will be able to dismantle their control over the continent. The energy in Thomas's body exploded and the sword light his wings fired increased in power. Zytra's eyes narrowed as she saw the rise in his opponent's strength. At the speed he burned his energy, he would not be able to last very long. Just like Tado, she felt an impious presence in the eyes of the Duke as they fought, and her instincts told her that something was wrong. However, she could not figure out what happened to him. Zytra thought that the best path was to make sure he would not be able to escape and pin him down. Her weapons became more and more brutal, and every time the attacks of Thomas or the two Angels of Supremacy got near her, she would disintegrate into strands of shadow, dodge them and then fire back with more power. The rest of the Magi were able to handle one or at most two opponents, depending on their bloodline and how strong they were. Each of the Fallen, on the other hand, could fight with at least two enemies, and some of those with an Emperor bloodline could even fight two angelic paragons. The most impressive of all was Nero. The seven-winged Fallen was able to fight against 6 angelic paragons at the same time. He overwhelmed his adversaries, even though they had artifact armors and he did not. The law avatars of his opponents attacked from every single direction, and the power in each of them was incredible, but Nero's spear destroyed everything it touched. His bloodline gave him an extremely powerful physique, and the blue star behind the Fallen increased the might of attacks and also improved his body. Nero could see the revulsion in the eyes of the warriors of the heavenly race as they focused on his 7th wing. To them, that was a disgusting deformity, but the Fallen couldn't care less about their opinion, and his eyes burned with a blue light that represented his indomitable pride. An angelic paragon that had transformed himself in a giant treant charged against the Nero, while rivers of poison and a deadly miasma attacked from behind. The blue light in the spear shined so brightly that burned the eyes of the angelic paragons that saw it. Nero turned back and released an arc of energy that not only destroyed the poison and the miasma but also assaulted the ones that launched them. The treant roared as it attempted to smash the 7-winged Fallen with his humongous arm. Nero's eyes narrowed and performed a back kick. The arm was hundreds of meters large and the leg was almost invisible in comparison, but when the two crashed, it was the treant's hand the one that exploded and his entire body was launched backward. Zadiel focused on the battle in the sky, and it was clear that the Magi side overwhelmed the warriors of the heavenly race. This was thanks to Heinz, Nero, Zytra, and Toto. They not only took care of the 3 most powerful enemy warriors but also suppressed more than a third of the rank 4 life forms of the heavenly race. Even though they were winning and it appeared they would be able to obtain a flawless victory, Zadiel's face was expressionless. I wonder when it will happen. Zadiel's heart was in complete calm and nothing could affect him. Without any warning or the slightest sound, the earth beneath the Neo-Demon liquefied, and an angelic paragon with wings made of mud rose from it. Zadiel was still looking at the battle in the sky. It seems that he did not notice the arrival of this man. There was a layer of asphalt around the body of the angelic paragon and he was less than 50 meters away from Zadiel. To a rank 4 life form, that was nothing, and in less than a fraction of a second, he would be able to cover that distance. Chapter 250, Goodbye, 2. The angelic paragon name was Maverick, and you could see in his eyes the resolution to fulfill his task no matter what. He even went to the extreme of burning his life force just to increase his speed and diminish the time it would take to reach Zadiel. He extended his arm and he sought to grab the Neo-Demon. His palm was loaded with extremely dense and nefarious energy that had the form of boiling asphalt. Heinz was in the sky fighting, and his eyes widened when he detected the presence of the angelic paragon. He was shocked and could not believe that this man was able to not only hide from him but also secretly infiltrate the second layer until he was less than 50 meters away from Zadiel. He had used his consciousness to scan the warriors of the heavenly race when they arrived. With the immense power of his soul and his domain over the law of space, even if someone concealed themselves underground and had the law of Earth at the initial level, they should not be able to hide from him. He must have started to approach the force field when the fights between the soul-forging existences of both sides had reached their zenith and everyone was focused on their opponents. But even then, the second layer could detect intrusions, and not even Heinz with his law of space or Zytra with her law of shadows could hide from it. That is why no one thought even for a second that something like this could happen. The cultivator channeled every single ounce of strength that his body and soul had as he prepared to go and save Zadiel. This would leave him open to all types of attacks from the angelic paragon with wings of crystal and the rest, but he couldn't care less. He was not alone, since Zyra and Toto were also prepared to do the same, and the resolution in their hearts was not inferior to the one of Heinz. Nero was also ready to blast his way through the angelic paragons on his path. Unlike the trio, the Fallen decision had a more pragmatic nature. He knew very well that the destiny of thousands of his kind was in the hand of the Neo-Demon. Unfortunately for them, just when Maverick appeared, Thomas, Oliver, and the angelic paragon with crystal wings made black orbs appear before shattering them. A black gas extended through the rank 4 battlefield which generated immense pressure on everyone and stirred space, making teleportation impossible. Zytra, Toto, and even Nero were not able to do anything against this gas, and their bodies were paralyzed. However, when it was about to cover Heinz's body, the eyes of the cultivator glowed with resoluteness and he made the blood incarnation, the one in which he spent so much time and effort to create, self-destruct. A red explosion that had an immense power was generated, and due to the proximity of the incarnation with his opponents, the Angel of Supremacy died while the Angelic Paragon was left with extremely severe injuries. The fate of those two was not important to Heinz, but the force of the explosion drew back the gas and allowed him to move. Impossible. The Angelic Paragon with crystal wings was shocked. Even for a rank 4 life form, that reaction speed was too exaggerated. The only way he could have reacted so fast was that if he acted purely by instinct. But to not hesitate in the slightest when you destroy something so precious as a blood incarnation was not possible in the mind of the woman. Heinz took the opportunity and used all of his power to perform void disruption to the limit, and he propelled himself to where Zadiel was. As he blazed through space like a shooting star, his law avatar left his sword and fused with his body. Heinz's height increased while an armor appeared around his body, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Zadiel did not look beneath him, but his eyes narrowed when the Angelic Paragon with wings made of mud was about to grab him, and without hesitation, the mirage rune that was placed on his chest started to glow. When Heinz detected the power of space around the Neo-Demon's body, excitement filled his eyes. Zytra and Tado were able to discover it as well. A beautiful smile appeared on the face of the Magus while the anxiousness in the eyes of the Lich disappeared. Even if he was only able to move a couple of hundreds of meters, it would be enough for Heinz to reach his side and protect him. However, Maverick was ready, and from his body, a black fog was released. It did not have a pressure that could paralyze a rank 4 life form, and its diameter was less than 100 meters. But it was more than enough to cover Zadiel, and the power of space was annulled by wicked and corrupt energy. When the Neo-Demon noticed how his life-saving card was disabled, he did not feel disappointed, since he expected such a result. In the next moment, the hand of the Angelic Paragon grabbed his foot, and the boiling asphalt on the palm entered in contact with his body. As that malicious and devious power infiltrated him, Zadiel did not lose his composure and focused on the reaction of his loved ones. He could see Heinz killing intent as he pushed his body forward with everything he had, with the hope to kill the Angelic Paragon and rescue him. He saw the panic and dread in Zytra's eyes, something you would find very difficult to imagine would appear in the always calm Ice Beauty. Tados found hard to express his emotion on his face, but Zadiel noticed the anxiousness that invaded the Lich's heart. Zadiel also looked at those who were near him. Due to their strength, they were slower to detect the Angelic Paragon than the soul-forging existences, but their emotions were not any less potent. Their reaction speed was too slow, and they could only see as the asphalt extended over Zadiel's body. Ezequiel immediately attempted to activate Burn, Life Vessel. He would not hesitate to launch himself against Maverick, even if that meant death. Unfortunately, he was too slow, and there was nothing he could do to help Zadiel. Rax and Kilo felt immense pain in their hearts as they saw the person who saved them and their tribe being consumed by that boiling asphalt. He was the one who rescued them from a life of fear and sadness and granted them glory. The father and son duo would not hesitate to burn their souls if that meant helping the one that allowed them to see the children of their tribe live a happy infancy full of bliss. Dante had spent decades tempering his will. He had seen hundreds of warriors die under his command and had experienced many life and death scenarios. All of it to not disappoint his father, like the time he lost control over his emotions. But right now, he felt no different than when he was a small soul inside the body of an elder brain and looked at the man who gave him life. As Zadiel detected their sadness and pain, he could not help but sigh. "I apologize to make all of you pass through this, but I will explain everything when I see you again." The asphalt had already reached his waist, but Zadiel's eyes were calm. "Faster, faster, goddamn move faster." Heinz's body broke the space around him as he moved forward. His sword was charged with all his power, and he was ready to act the moment he reached Zadiel's side. Although that boiling asphalt made the cultivator's instinct scream in fear, he was sure that as long as he killed the Angelic Paragon, they would be able to purge that energy from Zadiel's body and save him. "Hold on just for an instant, hold on." Heinz was very close to Zadiel, and he was ready to act and rescue him. The Neo-Demon understood the nature of this energy and knew what would happen next, so when he saw the hope in Heinz's eyes, as this one thought he would be able to save his brother, he could only shake his head. "Goodbye." There was a radiant smile on Zadiel's face as he spoke. The next moment the asphalt trapped him completely, and then the black cocoon that contained the Neo-Demon vanished from everyone's sight. Chapter 251, My Word is Law. Zadiel. "Master. Father." Cries of anguish were heard the moment Zadiel disappeared. The pain and hate in them would make anyone shudder. However, the expression in the faces of the soul-forging existences of the heavenly race, especially in the Dukes, was one of pure bliss. "Yes, we did it, we have captured the taboo existence." Oliver could not be happier, and he felt an immense weight drop from his shoulders. This scheme was not done hastily, and many backup plans had been prepared to handle any possible contingency. Those black spheres, asphalt armors, and the other tools they created for this mission were extremely expensive and time-consuming. They were forced to postpone other projects to have them for this task. After the sage told them Zadiel's identity, the dukes understood the importance of capturing him, and they even went to the extremes of using the mirror of falsehood to make sure they did not make a mistake. We have not finished yet. I doubt they would be able to notice Vermeil, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Oliver, make sure to maintain the pressure over the Magi, and Thomas, prepare yourself to handle the swordsman. The voice of the angelic paragon with crystal wings sounded in the mind of two dukes, and they nodded before adopting a serious expression. Despite the tone of the woman, she was very confident in their victory. The Black Gas still had their opponents suppressed, and even if they managed to free themselves, they would have to face Oliver and the rest of the soul-forging existences of the heavenly race. As for Heinz, even though he had fused with his law avatar, the time that he would be able to stay in this world would be too little to make significant damage, not to mention he was not the only one who could enter that state. She was focused on Heinz, and there was a smile on her face as she saw the expression the cultivator made when he realized that he failed to rescue Zadiel. Let's see how you face that failure. The angelic paragon had done thorough research on Heinz and naturally found out he was a cultivator. Those who stand out on this path could jump levels in battle power without the need of a bloodline. Most of their power comes from their Dao heart that grants them amazing comprehension abilities. But this heaven-defying talent was a double-edged sword, and a number of cultivators who found their Dao heart crumbling when they faced an immense setback was not small. Brother. Heinz's eyes widened when he saw Zadiel's smile and heard his farewell. It was clear that the Neo-Demon did not blame him for not saving him, but that only made the pain he felt even more strong. He remembered the first time he saw Zadiel. He had been a kind person in his youth, and the number of friends he had made when he was weak was not small, but as he advanced through the ranks and the others lagged behind, their relationships deteriorated, since even if Heinz did not behave differently, the rest did it. Some attempted to maintain their relationship only to profit from his power, but the cultivator could see past their facade and did not bother with them. That is why Heinz was so surprised and happy when he found a rank 1 life form who did not feel fear or nervous when he was in front of him, and even went to the point of classifying those who followed his path as lunatics. The cultivator had long ago understood that Zadiel's true identity was a very special one, but none of that mattered to him because he had come to think of him as a true life and death brother, someone he would follow to hell. As those emotions were filling Heinz's mind, his sight fell in the angelic paragon with wings made of mud. All of the guilt and reproach in the cultivator's mind transformed in a single though, one so potent and strong that permeated his true soul. Kill them all. Heinz's Dao heart trembled and a red seed was formed in it. This seed contained all of Heinz's brotherly love, uncontrollable wrath, and desire to slaughter. The same seed also appeared around his true soul and started to circle it. This was not made by emotions but of laws, more specifically the law of killing. The changes in Heinz took a long time to say, but it happened in less than an instant, and the next second, a red aura that made the continent tremble was released from the cultivator's body. Not just the warriors of the heavenly race but even Zytra, Nero, Todo, and the others felt fear due to the monstrous killing intent they felt from Heinz. The moment that seed appeared around his true soul, Heinz's face became emotionless, but the coldness in his eyes was so great that it altered the environment around him. Maverick saw those eyes, and even though he had come with the mentality to sacrifice his life to fulfill this mission, right now an uncontrollable terror made his heart tremble, and the only thing he wanted to do was run. Unfortunately for him, the killing god in front of him had other plans. Heinz did not attack the angelic paragon and just spoke that word, but all the rank 4 life forms were able to feel how that word stirred the laws in the world. An unfathomable force assaulted the Maverick, and the mysticism in it was so deep that his artifact armor was not able to react to it. His body trembled, and in the next second, his eyes lost their bright, and although his heart still beat, he had died. Red threads had invaded the consciousness of the angelic paragon and advanced to his true soul, where they shattered it to the point that it was pulverized. Everyone, from the weakest warrior protecting the magic tower to the soul-forging existence in the sky, was startled, and they could not believe what they just saw. Heinz used one word to shatter the true soul of a rank 4 life form. Impossible. How could he? How could he do something like that? The shock in the angelic paragon with wings made of crystal was the strongest of all. She understood that what the cultivator did was to communicate with the law of killing of the beta heavenly world and command it to kill the angelic paragon. That ability was known by many powerhouses at the soul law domain rank as my word is law, and it means one thing. Heinz had reached the minor completion level over the law of killing. Her master was a rank 6 life form, and she understood very well how impressive and difficult reaching the minor completion level was. In the heavenly race, there is only one kind that is capable of reaching that level at rank 4, the archangels. Reach the initial level as a soul-forging existence was impressive, but not that uncommon in high world with emperor bloodlines, but the minor completion level was entirely different. The law engraving rank is meant to help a life form reach a deeper connection with their laws by fusing them with their bodies, and advance past the initial level of law comprehension. Without this step, should only be possible for those with a law bloodline. The woman did not have time to think about how this could happen, as her entire body shivered when the cultivator looked at her. Heinz's heart was filled with killing intent, and he was set on killing as many warriors of the heavenly race as he could before the world consciousness expelled him from this world. But just as he was about to rise to the sky, he froze. When he killed the angelic paragon with wings made of mud, the black fog he created disappeared, and thanks to his control over the law of space, Heinz could feel a connection just where Zadiel had disappeared, with a place thousands of kilometers away. He closed his eyes and saw an angelic paragon with wings made of air flying as if life depended on it. He carried a dark cocoon on his hand and had the same asphalt armor and black fog around him that Maverick had. I can still save him. Heinz's eyes glowed with excitement and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the sky once again and focused on the black gas. Shatter! His voice created a red shockwave that destroyed the gas. The power in it was so great that it exploded the body of 4 angels of supremacy and wounded many others. Push them out of the force field and then go to this location. My brother is there. A set of coordinates appeared on the mind of Zydra, Dato, and Nero. The next moment, Heinz focused his power on the law of space and teleported. Chapter 252, Taboo Existence is the name of the heavenly race's soul-forging existence with crystal wings was Vapula. She was a general and disciple of the soul law domain angelic paragon, Danzō. Despite not having a title like Thomas and Oliver, her status was greater than both dukes since she was born in the heavenly creator world and not in a satellite world. Her battle power was terrifying since not only her bloodline and talent were amazing, she has had all kinds of path techniques and miraculous drugs at her disposal since she was born. That, plus the guidance of a rank 6 life form, made her unmatched in all the middle and low worlds she fought in. Vapula had commanded armies in many world invasions and had always fought in numerical disadvantage, using her race bloodline, better equipment, and knowledge to defeat the enemy. When she arrived in this world and understood the events that led to the victory of the Magi invader force and the establishment of the 10-tower formation, Vapula immediately rebuked the dukes and did not make the smallest effort to hide her disdain. The angelic paragon could not understand how they lost so badly when they were the defending party and outnumbered the enemy almost 5 to 1. Vapula was certain that the next battle would end up in their absolute victory. Unfortunately for her, the outcome was the complete opposite. The everlasting snake runic set was shattered and she had lost more than 1/3 of the 40,000 warriors under her command, as well as over half of those who had the origin runic set engraved in them. Even with her experience, she did not understand how things could have gone so wrong. But that changed when Thomas and Oliver shared with her a shocking piece of news. The man that gave the order to butcher thousands of her people even after she told him to stop and threatened Oliver with a future worse than death, Zadiel Daybreak, was a taboo existence. Vapula was surprised that the duo even knew that title. After all, the only reason she recognizes it was due to her master, and it was normal for even rank 5 life form from high worlds to not know it. The duo explained to her that they got the information from a man who wanted to ally with them against Zadiel, that he was an enemy of his past life, the sage. Even though Vapula disdained the act of interacting with animals, she was able to accept it in this case, since if what they say is true, then her opponent was an incredibly difficult foe. Taboo existences were beings that could break the balance of any war in a middle or low world. It referred to those whose true identity was that of a soul law domain life form that was forced to reincarnate. A rank 6 life form could live hundreds of thousands of years, and if they had domain over laws like the law of life or the law of death, then they could easily live more than 1 million years. They are beings who had the power to destroy moons with their bare hands and shatter the sky. They would not allow their souls to dissipate just because their lifespans were coming to an end, so they would normally use all kinds of arcane magic to undergo rebirth and start over. The reason why their title had the word taboo was because most rank 6 life forms forbid to talk about anything related to them. This was a tactical agreement between soul law domain existences, since none of them knew if they would be the next ones to be forced to reincarnate and start all over again as a weak life form. Although many rank 6 life forms would attempt to take this path at the end of their lives, the amount that truly manages to reincarnate is beneath 0.1%. Most end up fused with the eternal river of the afterlife and cease to exist. The sage had given them a plan as well, many diagrams for powerful tools useful for the task, and when Thomas and Oliver showed them to her, Vapula felt conflicted. She despised from the bottom of her soul every life form that was not a member of the heavenly race, but the plan of the sage was impeccable and she could not think of a way to improve it, so in the end, they went with it. He also advised them to use the Mirror of Falsehood. That was a powerful artifact of the heavenly race, and to activate not only it needed an immense amount of magic crystals but also sacrificed tens of millions of souls. Neither Vapula nor the Dukes cared too much about the souls since the world was full of beasts they could sacrifice, but the number of magic crystals it consumed was enough to buy a rank 6 artifact. In the end, Vapula accepted the sage's advice since taboo existences were known to be extremely cunning and difficult to kill. The mirror of falsehood allows the user to see the true nature of an individual, so they were sure that the man that appeared with the army was Zadiel. The plan went without a major problem at the beginning, and even though Heinz had managed to avoid being suppressed by the black gas, Vapula knew that it would be useless since Zadiel would be teleported away. When she saw Zadiel disappear, she could not help but felt ecstatic in her heart. Only the most impressive rank 6 life forms can successfully reincarnate, and their knowledge was something she could not even fathom. Vapula was sure that without Zadiel, the Magi invader force would eventually crumble apart, especially after she attacked their weak points using the information she would get. What they should have done according to the plan was to leave the force field, and then she and Thomas would face the enraged cultivator. She was confident in her power, and with the help of the Duke, she was sure they wouldn't only be able to hold on against Heinz, maybe they could defeat him. In case Heinz managed to find out the location of Zadiel and went after him, the plan of the sage also covered that. Vapula admitted that the man had planned for any possible contingency. But the impossible happened. Heinz's wrath and pain acted as a catalyst and helped his Dao heart to push his comprehension over the law of killing to the minor completion level. The cultivator's battle power reached a whole new level. After all, he could now communicate with the law of killing in the entire world and borrow its strength. She knew that is only one of the many benefits that reaching that level would grant him. He killed a life form with an emperor bloodline with a single word, and although the man was a new rank 4 life form and had just started to temper his true soul, it was still an amazing feat. Heinz then destroyed the black gas and freed his comrades, not without killing 4 angels of supremacy and wounding many others in the process. When Vapula saw him disappear, she knew perfectly well where he headed, and her eyes filled with hesitation. Heinz's power was too shocking, and even a true rank 5 life form would have to be very careful when he faced him. If we were in the void or inside a high world, then going against him would be suicide, but here things different. His power is high enough to devastate this continent with a single attack, and the world consciousness will expel him in a matter of seconds. We can still win. Whether it was due to pride or courage, she had decided to go against Heinz. Thomas, let's go after him. We need to make sure Vermeil escapes this continent with the taboo existence. Oliver, maintain the Magi at bay for 10 minutes, then retreat. Remember, they cannot leave before that. Vapula finished speaking and then took a black crystal from her personal storage space and shattered it, which made her disappear. Thomas' eyes twitched when he saw the woman leave, and black tendrils so thin that they were invisible appeared on the Duke's eyes before he also used a black crystal and went after Heinz. When the Magi saw the disappearance of the 2 most powerful enemies, smiles appeared on their faces and they attacked with everything they had. Zydra, Dotto, and Nero were the most brutal of all. Their attacks were filled with murdering intent. They had to get rid of the members of the heavenly race and then go where Zadiel was to help him. Chapter 253, The Fall of a Genius. Vermeil flew as hard as he could, and you could see how the asphalt armor around his body improved his speed while it sucked his life force. He grabbed a black cocoon and his eyes were filled with resolution. He was not told why this person was so important, but the Dukes and Vapula had stated that if they wanted to win the war and obtain revenge for the hundreds of thousands of members of the heavenly race that had died under the Magi invader force, he was the key. Like the rest of his people, Vermeil felt nothing but revulsion to members of other races, but he cherished every one of his comrades. When he saw their bodies impaled and faces disfigured by the pain they felt before dying, the anger in his heart was high enough that he would not hesitate to give his life to obtain retribution. The moment he got the package, his mission was to leave the Forns continent and reach the headquarters of the heavenly race in the Vixus continent. The defenses of the headquarters are so high that it would be impossible for the Magi to rescue this person. The Dukes and Vapula had told him that there is a great possibility his involvement is not detected by the enemy. However, less than a couple of seconds after he got the cocoon, he felt a presence appear in the distance and fear filled his heart. Without hesitation, he allowed the asphalt armor to burn even more of his life force, which pushed his speed to the next level. Heinz had appeared more than 100 kilometers away from the angelic paragon with wings made of air. The black fog around the man affected space and made it impossible for him to reach his side by teleportation. The distance between him and the angelic paragon could be covered in an instant by Heinz, who had fused with a law avatar that had the law of space in it. But he did not need to do it, since when his law of killing reached the minor completion level, his control over his energy had a qualitative improvement. As Heinz prepared to launch a sword strike and kill the angelic paragon, he felt a disturbance in space, and then he saw hundreds of black and white sword beams fell from the sky as if they were stars that descended from the firmament, and they converged in his direction. The power in each of those beams was immense, and they could severely harm or even kill a rank 4 life form. The cultivator's eyes became cold as he saw Thomas' black and white figure in the sky, but his mind was calm. Ever since that seed made of the law of killing appeared around his true soul, he felt great control over his emotions. Heinz did not attempt to dodge those beams. Instead, he flew up to face them, and just as they were about to clash, the red aura around his body became more potent and he shouted. Shatter. That word released a red shockwave that impacted Thomas' attack, and although it did not break them, it destabilized and erased a great amount of its power. The moment Heinz's sword collided against the black and white stars, it created an immense explosion that made the continent tremble and storms rage for thousands of kilometers. This was the collateral damage made by the clash between rank 5 life forms. Thomas was surprised when he saw Heinz's direct approach. He had hoped the cultivator would attempt to dodge his attacks, since that would have taken longer and greatly diminished the amount of time he had in the world. When the Duke saw Heinz's figure being swallowed by that explosion, he could not help but felt hopeful that it would be enough to stop him for a moment. The result, however, was the complete opposite, since Heinz exited the explosion immediately and rose at an immense speed until he was right in front of Thomas. His sword carried violent and heavy energy as it was strengthened by the law of killing of the world. The Duke's eyes widened when he saw the sword, and dread filled his heart when all of a sudden his eyes filled with boiling asphalt and an invisible force was released from them. The moment those eyes appeared, Heinz felt malignant power assault his true soul. It was undodgeable and it attempted to force the cultivator into a nightmarish plane. Heinz's strength had reached rank 5, but his true soul was still that of a rank 4 life form, so this type of attack should have been very effective against someone like him. However, just as that dangerous energy appeared, the seed made of killing intent released an immense power that fought back against it. That was not all, since the figure of a blood ruby centipede enveloped the true soul of the cultivator and protected him from the damage. He felt as if his head was being split apart, but was able to resist the pain and hacked at the angelic paragon in front of him. Thomas did not understand why Heinz's attack was delayed, but he used the time to form a shield with his wings. The wings of the rank 4 angelic paragon were extremely resilient and could compare to an artifact, but the offensive power in the sword was incredible after it was enhanced by the law of killing. Under the shocked sight of Thomas, the sword cut his wing before sending him like a cannonball to the ground. The Duke's screams of pain filled the sky and jets of blood were fired everywhere from his severed wings. Heinz did not waste time with Thomas and focused on the angelic paragon with wings of air. From his surroundings, threads of red aura appeared and they gathered in his sword. The energy in the weapon increased tremendously, and yet it had an obscure nature that made it almost impossible to perceive. Heinz fired a beam of sword light at Vermeil. The angelic paragon felt death approaching him but could not detect the attack, so it was impossible for him to dodge or block it. Luckily for Vermeil, a colossal crystal snake appeared between him and the sword beam. In the snake's body, there were runic lines inscribed and they glowed, making a white shield appear in front of her. The crystal snake was Vapula after having fused with her law avatar, and the rune was her most valuable possession. Even though it was not a runic set, it was still a rank 4 rune with great defensive might. The sword beam clashed against the white shield and the sound the impact produced made it seem as if the sky was falling apart. The white shield was very sturdy, but the offensive power in the law of killing was one of the highest that exists, so in less than a second it crumbled, but not without reducing a considerable amount of strength in Heinz's attack. The crystal snake roared as it clashed against the sword beam. Deep injuries appeared around her body and she was pushed backward until almost clashing against Vermeil. How can his offensive power be so high? Vapula was startled, and she knew that if it was not for the white shield, her condition would have been much worse. Heinz's eyes filled with killing intent as he saw the crystal snake stop him from saving Zadiel. He already felt the power of the world consciousness acting around him, and he was about to be expelled from this world any second now. The cultivator knew that as long he killed that angelic paragon with wings of air, he along with Thomas and Vapula would be expelled from this world, leaving the black cocoon that contains Zadiel alone. Zydra, Dotto, and Nero would arrive in this place at any moment, and they could save Zadiel before the heavenly race got hold of him. He raised his sword and gathered the power of the law of killing in it before making his blood energy explode in his arms and back, increasing his physical might. The moment the sword fell, a thin but immensely powerful sword light was fired at Vermeil. The crystal snake was still in the path, but Heinz was confident that Vapula would not sacrifice her life just to capture Zadiel. Heinz was right, and when the woman saw that sword strike, she was going to exit the world to evade that attack. I guess we have failed. Vapula felt an immense sense of failure, but she was not willing to lose his life here. However, just as she was about to stop resisting the expulsion force of the world consciousness, she felt a malignant power converging on her and attacking her true soul. She focused on the direction where that power came and saw Thomas looking at her. The eyes of the Dukes were filled with boiling asphalt that fell from his eyes like dares. The power in those eyes was too high for the woman, and she lost control of her body and soul for a moment. Vapula should have been able to free herself after a couple of seconds, but Heinz's sword light clashed on her in the next instant. Thomas' attack had weakened her defenses, so when the sword light landed on the crystal snake, her entire body and true soul were shattered. No. Heinz was shocked when he saw how the woman had apparently chosen to die rather than allow him to save Zadiel. He saw how the angelic paragon with wings of air disappeared in the distance, but there was nothing he could do to stop him, as he could no longer resist and was expelled from the world. Chapter 254, Problem with the Soul. Oliver and the rest of the soul-forging existences of the heavenly race flew through the foreign continent, and all of them, even the Duke, had a dispirited expression. Their speed was slow, mostly because they were very tired and injured. The reason for the gloom aura around them, despite having completed their core mission, was the number of casualties. After Thomas and Vapula went after Heinz, to stop him from saving Zadiel, only 41 rank 4 warriors remained to face the Magi invader force. They had just lost 4 comrades to Heinz's shout, most of them were filled with injuries, and killing energy had invaded their bodies, so when they faced a group of warriors who were fired up after their leader reached a level where he could kill rank 4 life forms with a word, the outcome was obvious. Vapula had ordered them to resist the enemy for 10 minutes, and that was inside the second layer where their powers were weakened. Oliver knew that as long as they remained in the force field, the Magi would not risk reducing their numbers and put the thousands of warriors and the magic tower beneath them in danger. But the moment they were pushed out of the force field, it would be very easy for Nero with his immense power or Zyto with her law of shadows to go after Zadiel and let the rest to stop them from getting anywhere near the tower. Not to mention that just running away without a strategy would leave them exposed to a barrage of attacks, so under the guidance of the Duke, they slowly made a tactical retreat while making sure to maintain the pressure on the Magi invader force. In the end, 3 angels of supremacy and 1 angelic paragon died, while 8 others had lost their bodies and only their true souls managed to escape. Oliver knew that their casualties did not end up there. Thomas had informed him, just before he was expelled from the world, that Vapula had died. According to Thomas, the angelic paragon with wings of crystal fell because she underestimated Heinz's power, and by the time she wanted to escape it was too late. Thomas' message sounded sincere, and the truth was that in his mind that was exactly what happened. The group continued flying for a long time until they reached a castle on the north of the continent. In this place, there was a teleportation formation that would bring them into the Vixus continent. Vermil's mission would have been much easier if a teleportation formation was in place just beside him the moment he got Zadiel, but unless you are an origin runemaster with a certain domain over the law of space, building a formation like that out of nowhere was not realistic. As for creating a castle with the capacity to do something like that in secrecy, that was impossible. Heinz could have detected it very easily, thanks to the disturbance in space that those facilities created. Our losses were great and we will have to respond to Lord Gonzo for the demise of Vapula, but still, we obtained the taboo existence, and once we open up his head and obtain his knowledge, everything will improve. That thought was the only thing that recomforted Oliver. The moment Oliver reached the castle, he immediately used the teleportation formation and traveled to Saint City in the Vixus continent, where the headquarters of the heavenly race was. In an instant, the angelic paragon reached a city full of life where thousands of members of the heavenly race resided. There were huge buildings all over the place where people talked and discussed important topics. Many of the members of the heavenly race in this place gave an erudite aura. The entire city was spotless and its walls were completely white. There was an immense castle in the center of the city from which giant wings came out, and each of them released an immense sense of power. Of course, this was only the visible face of Saint City. The sewers were filled with natives who were forced to perform all types of menial tasks. Their lives were pitiful and death occurred almost every single day, many times for starvation. Oliver appeared at the entrance of the city. Teleportation was blocked in every part of the city other than that place, for safety measures. From the winged castle, a force was released that examined the Duke. If something wrong was detected with him, the wings would kill the angelic paragon. After the scan was over, the Duke flew to the winged castle and it only took him a moment to reach it. Oliver frowned when he saw a plump man with 4 wings made of leaves waiting for him at the entrance of the castle. The Angel of Supremacy had a troubled expression and there was an unconscious man on his hand. The unconscious man was Zadiel, who no longer was covered by a cocoon made of boiling asphalt, and on his face, there was still that glorious smile he gave to Heinz and the rest before disappearing. The Duke knew very well the Angel of Supremacy that was holding Zadiel. His name was Puppet and was posted in Saint City to take care of any unforeseen problem. Although he was not very powerful, his bloodline gave him extraordinary healing abilities, and with the great formations of the city, he could face dozens of rank 4 life forms on his own. Vermil had given him the cocoon to Puppet. The Angel of Supremacy was tasked to probe the state of Zadiel and make sure there was nothing wrong with him. The moment the plump man saw Oliver, he immediately went to him and performed a bow. "Speak, what is the problem?" Oliver could see that the Angel of Supremacy had something he wanted to share. Duke Oliver, as you commanded, I performed a thorough check on the target the moment Vermeil handed him over to me. He is unconscious now and the black energy froze his consciousness and body, making it impossible for him to commit suicide, but there is a serious problem with his soul. What? That is impossible. The Mirror of Falsehood clearly stated that he was Zadiel Daybreak, not even a rank 6 life form could hide from its powers. Oliver became incredibly anxious. If all the hard work and sacrifice they endured was for nothing, the Duke did not know what he would do. Black tendrils, so thin that they were invisible for a rank 4 life form, appeared in the eyes of the Duke when he got that news. Those were the same tendrils that appeared before on Thomas when this one went to battle against Hines. No, my lord, that is not what I meant. His soul is the same that appeared in the person who broke the origin runic set. The problem is that his soul is extremely weak, so if we manipulate it in any way, it will crumble. There is also a problem with the runes he has inscribed all over his head. Puppet's expression clearly showed how problematic the situation was. Oliver relaxed once he knew that this person was indeed Zadiel Daybreak, and although he found it very odd for his soul to be so weak, many explanations appeared on the mind of the Duke. One could be that the technique that increased his power to the boundary of rank 4, had damaged his soul. The Duke focused on the runes and signaled for Puppet to explain what happened with them. The runes are not just in his head, they are also inscribed directly in his brain. The moment we make any type of forceful intrusion on his brain or consciousness, the runes will activate and they will explode, killing him. The Angel of Supremacy could not understand why someone would do something like that to themselves. Even for a rank 4 life form, the brain is an essential and very fragile organ, and without it, although they would still live, their bodies would be useless. Oliver frowned and felt a headache assaulting him as he attempted to figure out the best path forward. Search his soul would be impossible since it would crumble before they could obtain any information. As for taking advantage of the fact that he was still a biological life form and messing with his brain to make him answer their questions, the runes blocked that method. When the Duke saw Zadiel smile, he could not help but to think he was mocking him. Chapter 255, The Silent House. Those measures made clear that Zadiel was prepared in case of being captured. Oliver was not that surprised since the sage informed him that taboo existences are very cunning and had means he could not even imagine. After all, they were able to cheat death and reincarnate. No matter how powerful or resourceful you were in your previous life, now you are under our control. There was a cold light in Oliver's eyes as he saw Zadiel's smile. Is there a way to deactivate the runes without killing him? I am sorry, my lord, but although I have knowledge about rune crafting, these runes are not only extremely complex, they are also made with a wild and chaotic type of blood that has very volatile properties. We need the help of an origin rune master, and even then I am not sure if it would be enough. We should ask Lady Vapula for assistance. Oliver frowned when he heard that. Obtaining Vapula's help was impossible unless they could retrieve the pieces of her soul from the eternal river of the afterlife and then use the power of a being of laws to revive her. The heavenly race was very powerful and their civilization extremely old, but even to them, origin rune masters were rare and there was not a single one in the beta heavenly world. Lady Vapula's injuries during the battle against the swordsman were too severe, so she was forced to return to the heavenly creator world to heal. Thomas and Oliver had decided to maintain Vapula's demise as a secret. After all, she was the discipline of a rank 6 life form and an origin rune master. The problems they would have once Gonzo finds out about her death would be grave, to say the least. The Duke had contacted Vermeil to make sure he remained silent since he was the only one besides Oliver and Thomas who knew about her death. Puppet found Oliver's explanation very odd, since if Vapula had returned to the heavenly creator world, she should have used the world gate that was in Sane City and he would have found out. He did not dare to question the Duke. After all, he was only an angel of supremacy, and defying the words of an angelic paragon would be enough to mark him as a fallen. Since we cannot search his soul or meddle with his consciousness or brain, then we will have to adopt a more crude approach. Take him to Finibus. I don't care what methods he uses, just make sure he doesn't kill him and that he can still answer questions. When Puppet heard Oliver command, he started to curse his luck. I will have to spend my days in that hellhole with that oddball. Of course, the Angel of Supremacy did not show his feelings, and as soon he got the order he bowed at Oliver. I will follow your command, my lord. I need to recover from my wounds, so unless it is an emergency, do not disturb me. I will go after a few days to see how much you have advanced. Do not disappoint me. Oliver gave one last look at Zadiel. The anger on his heart grew as he saw that smile. Puppet bowed as Oliver left, and after releasing a sigh, he flew away carrying Zadiel on his hand. The plump man headed for a warehouse that was in a desolate area of the city. The moment Puppet was less than 10 meters away from the warehouse, the Angel of Supremacy felt as if he had passed through an invisible shield, and immediately cries of unbearable agony reached his ears. The expression of the plump man did not change when he heard those noises. He reached the doors of the warehouse and then he opened them. The view in front of him displayed a level of depravity that you could only expect to see in the darkest circle of Baatar or the deepest layer of the abyss. Hundreds of people, many of them little children, hanged from the ceiling thanks to chains that had pierced their bodies. Some of them cried due to the agony they felt while others were already too weak to even scream and you barely heard them beg for death. There was a giant pot with boiling oil and you could see body parts in it that were too tiny for them to be of young children. Bubbles of air could be seen coming out from the oil, meaning that recently someone had been thrown in there. In a corner of the warehouse, there were piles of detached extremities. Some of them seemed to have been sawed while others were ripped by force. There were monstrous and deformed rats the size of dogs that devoured them. Cages full of living people were all over the warehouse. Many of them had already gone crazy due to the psychological torture they have endured. They all had magic collars that stopped them from killing themselves. This place was known as the Silent House and is where some members of the heavenly race came to satiate some of their darkest desires. Many of them spend little time in it, but there is one who stays almost every day here. That man was now in the center of the warehouse and was working. He was an angelic paragon and his wings were made of tiny blades. Puppet felt nothing for the people he saw enduring such torture. After all, in his mind, they were nothing more than animals. The reason why he did not like to be here was the filth. When he saw the man working, he chose to wait until he finished since he knew that Finibus would be very angry if he was interrupted while he created one of his artworks. Although Oliver had given them just a couple of days before he would come to check their progress, a few minutes of delay would not make a difference. The angelic paragon had a living man lying on his belly in the ground. Finibus used his wings to tear through the flesh in the man's back. He did it with such power that he severed the ribs. The man cried miserably while this happened. When Finibus heard that, zeal appeared on his eyes, and then he pulled and stretched the ribs outwards, like wings. After that, he removed the man's lungs through his back and wrapped them over the rib wings. Finibus waved his hand and chains bound around the wrist of the screaming man rose him in the air. The angelic paragon observed the scene in front of him with piety as if he was seeing something holy, but there was also a wicked smile on his face that gave a unique contrast. When Puppet saw that Finibus had finished, he came closer to the man. "I still cannot understand why you do this type of thing. It is just a waste of time if you ask me. If you want to make them suffer you can just chop them into pieces, there is no need to hang them like some sort of trophy." Haha, Puppet, my friend, torture them is truly pleasant, but the reason I do this type of rituals is to purge their sins so when they die, they are cleaned of their filth. Anyway, it has been a long time since you came to the Silent House and it seems that you brought me a gift. Finibus gave an amicable smile to Puppet before he concentrated on Zadiel. Humphrey, he is not one of your disposable toys. He is part of the Magi invader force and we need to break his will and make sure he responds to all of our questions. I will remain here with you to heal him and make sure he doesn't die due to the stress, so there is no need to contain yourself. I warn you, Lord Oliver gave us this mission and we can't fail, or else the consequences will be dire for both of us. There was a stern look in Puppet's face as he looked at Finibus. My friend, you offend me. Even those stern fallen that fall in my hands do not withstand more than a couple of hours before they start to beg for death. With you helping me, breaking the will of this little doll will be a child's play, no matter how strong he is. Chapter 256, Kill You Here and Now. In the next couple of days, hell was unleashed in the Foreign's continent for the heavenly race and the numbers of deaths could be counted in the thousands. Evacuations had been done a long time ago in some parts of the continent. Most of the population had moved to the north since currently, the middle of the continent was no man's land due to the threat of the Magi invader force. There were a lot of small cities in the north that contain most of the evacuated people. Those who lived there were rank 1 life forms, so their military power was almost null and there was no real gain in destroying them. If a group of rank 3 Magi along with the rest of the Magi army were to attack them, the soul-forging existences of the heavenly race could easily intervene and kill the intruders. The only ones who could devastate those cities without the heavenly race being able to stop them would be rank 4 life forms, and they must either be very powerful or have laws that allow them to reach and leave those cities without being detected. Most rank 4 life forms would disdain such actions. They can kill hundreds or maybe thousands of rank 1 life forms with one attack of their law avatars if they face them on the battlefield, so hunting them was useless. But it was clear that some members of the Magi invader force were furious by the acts of the heavenly race and they had thrown civility away. There was a small town with hundreds of rank 1 angels moving around. They were all preparing to move closer to Zenith City. In that city, there was a teleportation formation, so the soul-forging existences of the heavenly race could respond much faster to any type of incursion from the Magi. Unfortunately for them, from the sky, a giant hand made of shadows filled with howling faces fell, and in an instant, the entire town was destroyed and all those who lived there were killed. Tado and Zytra looked with coldness as the souls of hundreds of members of the heavenly race shattered under the combined might of their attacks. Zytra stared at the distance and felt the presence of several rank 4 life form coming their way. She sneered before covering herself and the lich in shadows. Several hundred kilometers away from the dead town, from the shadow of a tree, the duo rose. There is another town not too far away, we should be able to reach it undetected in a couple of hours. The coldness in Zytra's heart was immense, and no matter how many souls of members of the heavenly race she broke, the thirst for revenge she felt did not diminish. Tado just nodded and did not say a word, but the killing intent in his eyes showed his feelings. Just as they were about to leave, they felt their communication crystals activate, and when they took them out from their personal storage space, the voice of Ezequiel reached their minds. Lady Zytra and Mr. Tado, my master, told me to ask you to come to the 11th tower. There is a message you need to receive. Do not share that information with anyone else. Other than you two and Hines, only a few members of our clan receive that information. Come as soon as you can. Zytra's eyes shined and a beautiful smile appeared on her face while Tado started to laugh. In their minds, if Zadiel had left a message, it meant he had a way out of his predicament. Ha 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 ha, I knew that twin trash could not outsmart him. Although he spoke those words, previously the lich truly thought Zadiel was lost. With his mastery over necromancy and knowledge about the soul, he was sure that the one who was taken away was indeed the Neo-Demon, and he could not think of a way to help him. We can't waste time, let's go. Zytra smiled and there was a peculiar light in her eyes. I still have time. The Magus though that, before waving her hand and disappearing along with the lich in the shadows. Oliver flew through the Saint City to the Silent House. Although that place was very far from the Winged Castle, it only took a couple of minutes for the Duke to arrive since he used his maximum speed. He was very angry since not only did he find out that thousands of his people had died in the foreign continent, his wounds were more severe than he thought. Under his clothes, on his chest, there was a deep cut. That injury was made by Zytra with a damaged dagger. She had channeled all of her energy and even burned a little of her life force to drive out the full power of her weapon. The flesh and blood around that wound had been infected, so the angelic paragon was forced to cut it off, and even then the injury did not heal. Despite his great regeneration abilities and the purging effect, his bloodline had over foreign energy. The moment he passed through the invisible dome around the Silent House, cries of agony reached Oliver's ears, but that was not everything. He also was able to catch the conversation between two people. Come on. We have just started, why the long face? Don't tell you have reached your limit. Shut up, there is no need to behave like that. Where are all the spirit and stamina you showed the first day? Shut up. Ha 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 ha, you were so chatty at the start and now you can't handle a few words. I am honestly disappointed. When I first saw you I thought we could have a little fun, but you give up so fast. Although he could not recognize the voices due to the noise, it was clear to him that Zadiel had already reached his limit. A great smile appeared on Oliver's face, but the moment his consciousness entered the warehouse, it froze. There was a young man nailed to a wooden board. The nails were the size of a baby arm and they pierced his body in multiple locations. His head was intact, but the rest of his body was a bloody mess. His arms were twisted beyond recognition and pieces of his bones and muscles fell to the ground from time to time. His ribs were pulled outward and his guts were outside his body. His legs were shattered and flayed, huge worms ate pieces of them and left eggs inside. In front of that young man, there was an angelic paragon and his wings were filled with blood. What was truly absurd about this situation was that the young man whose body was destroyed was the one mocking the other party. As Finibus heard Zadiel's laugh, his body trembled due to the immense rage and impotence he felt. He had not even noticed Oliver's consciousness. I told you to shut up. His wings headed to the place between Zadiel's legs and cut the thing that was resting there. Zadiel saw his manhood fall to the ground, where it was devoured by rats. The only thing that scene produced on him was to make him laugh even harder. Ha 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 ha. You know what they say, eunuchs have the most generous hearts and the purest of souls. Maybe I can now train in the path of Buddhism and become a true Buddha. Zadiel's laughter filled the entire warehouse and it was so loud that it drowned the cries of pain. In the next second, the doors of the warehouse were pushed with so much strength that they almost flew away and Oliver's figure appeared. Puppet, what is the meaning of this? The face of the angelic paragon was twisted due to the immense wrath he felt and he yelled at the angel of supremacy that had just sent a healing spell to stop Zadiel's bleeding. Puppet trembled when he heard Oliver shout his name and immediately went to him and bowed. Fear appeared on his eyes since he knew he had failed the mission the Duke gave him. He thought for a long time and chose his words carefully before speaking. Although members of the heavenly race would never kill each other, for some reason he could not explain, Puppet felt the threat of death looming over him. My lord, I have analyzed his brain waves and I can say with complete certainty that he is experiencing everything we have done to his body. I have used a spell to hyperactivate his pain receptors, but even then, no matter what we do to him, nothing works. I and Finibus have destroyed and rebuilt his body hundreds of times. The same procedure had been done in a rank 4 fallen once in the past, and that person broke before the third day ended. Oliver was able to calm down for a moment when he heard those words, but his peace broke in the next second when he heard Zadiel's voice. Winged rat, don't be too tough on them, after all, they are just amateurs. Don't worry, I am a professional, and you and your loved ones will one day have the chance to experience my care. The angelic paragon felt a level of wrath he did not believe possible. He flashed until he was in front of Zadiel and put his hand over his head. Do you think I will not kill you here and now? Oliver only needed to release his energy, and a jet of lava would destroy Zadiel's head and shatter his soul. Even with death right in front of him, Zadiel continued to laugh. He pushed his head forward and stared right at Oliver's eyes. Do it, I dare you. Chapter 257, Half-Law Engraving. Oliver's rage was so great that at that moment the war between the heavenly race and the Magi invader force had disappeared from his mind. The only thing he wanted was to kill the person who was responsible for all the pain and humiliation he had endured in the last couple of decades. When he was about to disregard everything to obtain his vengeance, his eyelids shivered, and once again black tendrils appeared on his eyes. The arm of the angelic paragon that aimed at Zadiel was about to release a jet of lava trembled, but in the end, no attack came out. Those tendrils were so thin that even for a rank 4 life form, it was impossible to see them with their naked eye. If Pipit and Finibus used their consciousness to explore the body of the angelic paragon, they may detect something, but that would be equal to attacking the Duke, so neither of them dared to do such a thing. The duo was kneeling in the ground, waiting for Oliver to speak. Zadiel was different from them. The Neo-Demon still had a smile on his face and his eyes were filled with madness, but deep inside, his mind was extremely calm, so he was able to felt it. It lasted less than an instant, but he detected another presence, one that made him feel true danger, looking at him through the eyes of the angelic paragon. Was he replaced? No, that is not it. The hate he displays against me is genuine, so his soul is still there. It should be some type of high-level possession, but if he controls a duke, why doesn't he show himself? Zadiel was sure that even though the state of his soul made it impossible for him to be soul-searched and his runes stopped any attempt to infiltrate his brain or consciousness, unlike the rank 4 members of the heavenly race, the sage would not be powerless against those countermeasures. No matter how paranoid or careful he is, since he put so much effort into capturing me, he would definitely choose to do the interrogation himself. Besides, he must know that these people could never make me talk. I don't know his power, but I am 99% sure he is not a being of laws, so the most reasonable scenario is that controlling this duke did not come cheap. He must be recovering and left a piece of his consciousness in Oliver, that works based on pre-programmed commands, not unlike my artificial intelligence chip. Although all those thoughts were just assumptions, Zadiel was sure that he was at least 90% right. While Zadiel deduced the action of the puppeteer, the puppet strived to control his emotions. Just when Oliver was about to kill Zadiel, a voice appeared on his mind that stopped him from disregarding the consequences of his actions. The marvelous of Sage's technique was that even though the angelic paragon felt as something affected his judgment, in his mind, that voice was his maturity guiding and stopping him from making a mistake. His heart still was filled with wrath. The cries of the people around him only increased his rage, and after a second, his wings unfolded, and the warehouse was filled with a river of magma. The only space that the lava did not touch was the area around Zadiel. Pipit and Finibus felt their skin burn and the heat was unbearable, but they did not dare to complain. If the rank 4 life forms were affected, then there was no need to say that those people in the cages and hanging from the ceiling were reduced to ashes. To them, however, this was a release, since it would be the last time they had to suffer. Oliver gave one last look at Zadiel, before walking to the door. He moved through the lava, and it was only when he was about to leave the warehouse that he spoke. Continue working. Either he breaks, or you two break. The Duke did not even turn to look at the duo and flew away. It was only when Oliver's figure disappeared in the distance did the lava vanish and showed the trembling duo, still kneeling in the ground. Finibus and Pipit were afraid. Members of the heavenly race would never harm each other. Some could be colder or distant, but deep inside they treated every member of their race like a brother, so the behavior of the Duke terrified them. Zadiel noticed this and understood what happened. No matter how perfect a possession technique is, they all had side effects. It was clear that Oliver's coldness and savagery were no longer restricted to beings of another race. I can use the fear and doubts of this duo, but I need to push their minds to the limit. Zadiel's smile grew wider and he started to devise a plan for his torturers. My friends, do not waste time and get back to work. You two don't want the boss to get angry. Unless, of course, you plan to end up like me. When Finibus and Pipit heard Zadiel's words, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. They saw the condition of his body and their fear grew as they imagined something like that happening to them. When Zadiel saw their expressions, he started to laugh due to the hilarious situation. I wonder how many victims of torture are capable of breaking the wills of their jailers. Zytra and Tado rose from a shadow less than 1,000 meters away from the 11th tower created by the Magi invader force. They flew at full speed, so in less than 5 seconds they reached the first magic tower that was built after the 10-tower formation was completed. This place had a couple of hundred rank 2 life forms and 2 rank 3 Magi. Their main job right now was to harvest the resources in the region around the tower. There was no need for a rank 4 life form to be present to protect the magic tower since its defenses were high enough to withstand the barrage of a law avatar for enough time for the Magi to use the teleportation formation and arrive at this place. Not to mention that the force field of the 10-tower formation covered thousands of kilometers around it and it diminished the power of a rank 4 life form by 90%. In the sky above the tower, there was a man with short white hair wearing a black martial robe. His eyes displayed a will that would not bend or break even if the world shattered in front of him, and they released small arcs of red lightning. His back was broad and his arms and legs were filled with muscles that contained an explosive force. This man's body could be described as the embodiment of strength and it released a sense of harmony as if the core powers of a life form inside him strived to become a single essence. His temperament was born of hardship, constant struggle, and an unwavering thirst for power. Most soul-forging existences would shame themselves if they compared with this person. Ezequiel had been waiting here for Heinz, Tado, and Zytra. Behind the Supreme Neo-Demon, there were Dante, Kilo, and Drax. The moment the Magus and Lich reached Ezequiel, space fluctuated and Heinz's figure appeared. The duo was surprised when they saw the cultivator since they could not feel his power. It was clear to them that Heinz's strength had obtained a qualitative improvement and the difference with theirs was so high, that they could not even detect it. You see, my brother has left a message for us. What is it? Heinz's face was a little pale due to the backlash of fusing with his law avatar, but the damage was small this time. His body was very strong due to the blood Demadan technique and his true soul had the assistance of Juntu's soul and his seed made of the law of killing. He went to Saint City but after countless plans, he concluded that he couldn't face that winged castle before reaching rank 5. Unfortunately, by then he would no longer be able to stay in the Beta Heavenly World. Heinz hoped that Zadiel had left a plan they could use to help him and it needs to be soon. Thanks to the fact that his compression over the law of killing reached the minor completion level, his time in this middle world was running out. The cultivator's true soul was growing stronger with each moment and he was already half a step into the law engraving rank. Chapter 258, Pain That Tears the Soul. Zytra and Tado focused on Ezequiel after Heinz made that question. They did not find it weird that the message was left with him since Ezequiel was the person Zadiel trusted the most. Dante and the other 2 Neo-Demon also were looking at him and they were full of doubts. After they found out that Heinz's attempt to save Zadiel was a failure and he was brought to Saint City, every Neo-Demon in the Beta Heavenly World was enraged. The trio knew it would be impossible for them to rescue Zadiel, so they planned to cast their rage on the members of the heavenly race that still resided in the Forns continent. Everyone knew the risk of going to the north of the continent, but they did not care about the danger and were ready to kill. However, before they could leave, Ezequiel gave the order that no Neo-Demon could leave the force field. This surprised everybody since they were sure the Neo-Demon with the primordial bloodline would be joining them in their crusade and leading the attack against the heavenly race. Dante was not willing to just sit by, but even though he was the son of the Neo-Demon's ancestor and was recognized as one of the great experts of the race, even he could not question the will of the Neo-Demon's ancestor. Whether it was due to status, prestige, or power, the only one who could define the commands of Ezequiel was Zadiel. The Supreme Neo-Demon locked himself in the 11th Magic Tower after Zadiel was captured and no one could speak with him. Today was the first time they saw him after the battle of the 14th Magic Tower. Even though he was stared at by 3 soul-forging existences and one of them had a killing aura that appeared capable of shattering stars, Ezequiel's expression did not change. Follow me, all of your questions along with Master's message will be answered inside the tower. Ezequiel's secrecy could be described as paranoid since they were under the force field made by the 10-tower formation and thanks to Heinz's power and domain over the law of space, it should be impossible for someone to spy them, but then again, it should have also been impossible for someone to sneak inside the second layer and capture Zadiel, so everyone followed him. The Neo-Demon brought them to one of the floors of the tower that he and Zadiel had used to train. Thanks to Zadiel's authority, no one could access that floor without the approval of one of them. Not even the other rank 4 Magi could enter unless they forcefully broke the tower's defenses. The moment they entered the floor, they saw an old man who slept on the ground while he maintained a meditative position. His hair was black and his face full of wrinkles. Even though he appeared to be an 80-years-old man, his back was straight as a spear and his body was filled with power. His skin was covered with red runes. Although he had changed a lot, everybody here was powerful enough to identify the life aura on the old man. Father. Dandy's eyes widened. He was the youngest of all of them and his experiences were less, so when he saw Zadiel he found it very hard to control his emotions. He was about to flash to him when her hand grabbed his shoulder. Even though as a neo-demon, his body was very powerful, the moment this palm positioned itself over his shoulder, he felt like a mountain was crushing his body and he couldn't move. Calm down, your father is resting and we should not bother him. After he spoke those words, Ezekiel removed his hand from Dandy's shoulder and the young man was able to move his body again. What happened to him? Heinz was the first to regain his calm and discovered that Zadiel's life force was weak. Master will explain everything when he wakes up. I was tasked to bring you all here this day. Ezekiel sit down after saying that and indicated the others to do the same. When I saw you on the battlefield, I was sure you were ready to give your life to try and save that copy of Zadiel. The one who spoke was Zytra and her eyes narrowed as she focused on Ezekiel. The rest were also confused and they stared at Ezekiel. The reaction and emotions he displayed on that occasion were too real. Ezekiel stared back at Zytra and after a moment he spoke. Master and I altered my memories, so at that moment I truly believed that who was being captured was him. It was only after everything was over that my memory was unlocked. The enemy this time is a formidable one and his information gathering skills are too mysterious. To trick him, everyone had to believe that Master was the one captured and act like that for the next couple of days. I entered the tower and did not show myself to make sure I did not act strangely. When everybody heard that they felt a little relieved and a small smile appeared on Zytra's face. The deception was not a matter of trust but that they needed to believe that Zadiel was truly captured so their response would be genuine. However, in the next moment, a solemn expression appeared on everyone's face. Zadiel's abilities had always appeared to be endless and he could easily handle any problem, but it was clear that this opponent forced him to pay a great price to trick him. They all sat down and waited for almost 3 hours until Zadiel's eyes finally opened. The instant he woke up, his face twisted by what could only be described as a pain that could tear the soul. The blood vessels in his eyes became visible and his body shivered uncontrollably. He clenched his fist so hard that his nails buried in his skin and the next second he grabbed his head with his bloody palms. Heinz and the rest were shocked by the violent reaction of Zadiel but just as they were about to move they heard his voice. It's okay. I just need a minute. Zadiel's voice was hoarse and you could clearly see that the pain he felt was so high he could barely speak. When they heard his words, the expression of everyone became ugly as they felt impotent. Zadiel wasn't a vain person so he would have asked for their help if they could do something. They could only see as he was assaulted by pain so immense he could not stop shaking. Little by little, Zadiel gained control over his body until he finally was able to maintain his posture and stop shaking. It was clear, however, that the pain was still there, he was just containing it. Despite that, his eyes still burned with the will of an overlord and it appeared he did not care at all about his condition. He could see that the eyes of the people in front of him were filled with curiosity and concern. A smile appeared on Zadiel's face and calmness filled his eyes. He knew the questions that filled their minds so he proceeded to answer them. The enemy was someone who could not be deceived with something so simple as a clone, no matter how good it was. That body was a copy made from my flesh and blood and I transferred part of my life force so it was indistinguishable from my original body. When they heard his words, they all understood why his body looked like that of an old man. Rank 1 life forms and above would usually maintain their youthful appearance for most of their lives but Zadiel had damaged his life force so his body aged quickly. But even with that, in his core, he was still just a replica so I took things to the next level. I ripped a piece of my soul and inserted it in him. In essence, the one who was captured was really Zadiel Daybreak. Zadiel spoke those words as if they were not a big deal but it shocked everyone who heard them. A piece of your consciousness being destroyed would cause so much pain that some people would go crazy, and the soul was hundreds if not thousands of times more sensitive. Before they could process what they just heard, Zadiel dropped another bomb. That type of procedure is dangerous since if the connection between the two of us is broken, the will and ego in that fragment of my soul could change. To stop that, I maintained our bond and he and I are still just one, but it meant that the wound on my soul could not close. Long story short, I have to endure the pain of ripping a piece of my soul over and over again until the Zadiel that is currently captured by the heavenly race die. Chapter 259, Ruthless Plan. The connection between the main soul that resided in Zadiel's original body and the fragment of soul that was in the replica allowed the transmission of knowledge without a flaw with the two minds synchronized as one. Luckily the pain that the main soul suffered due to its open wound was weakened greatly by the time it reached the replica who was captured by the heavenly race, so thanks to Zadiel's fortitude, it was not able to affect him. As for the physical torture, it was useless against the one who was receiving it, so after it was transmitted, it became nothing. Zaitra, Dato, and Heinz could not believe what they had just heard. They were soul-forging existences and each had awoken their true soul, so they can use its power and manipulate it. The trio knew very well how dangerous tearing a part of your soul was. The arcane knowledge needed for a rank 3 life form to do it without their souls dissipating was something even rank 6 life forms would not know. At least according to what they know, there is no such technique in the Eternum Empire. But that was not the thing that shocked them the most. During their lives, in life and death battles they had suffered wounds to their souls. Most of them had been minor but the pain they felt was like someone opening their skulls. They could not understand how Zadiel was able to maintain such composure when he knew he would have to experience torture that could not be described with words. Zadiel's reaction when he suffered that pain could be described as harsh. They were prideful people, but if they had to experience such agony, it would be a miracle if they were not rolling on the ground and screaming at the top of their lungs. The mastermind behind my capture is a paranoid and extremely careful individual, so it will be decades or maybe centuries before we can find him. Heinz, Ezequiel, and I are aware of one of his identities. I will share with them the information that I obtain about him, and matters regarding that person will be handled by the 3 of us. As for the rest of you, when you show me that you have the potential where you can be of assistance in the future encounters against him, then I will loop you in. However, by what I have seen so far, you will only be a burden. Zadiel needed for all of them to know they could not be complacent with their current achievements. They may be categorized as geniuses even by the standards of a high world, but in his mind, geniuses were nothing, and only those who could either break every obstacle with absolute power or scheme their way to the peak of the universe deserved recognition. His mood was also part of the reason for their harsh words. No matter how great the pain was, it could not affect his spirit. The reason he was angry was that he lost. Even if he managed to deceive the sage and forced the heavenly race to pay an immense price for a replica with a fragment of his soul, in his mind, since he was forced by the plans of his enemy, he had lost. That mentality was extremely hard on oneself, but it was what allowed him to rise above billions of beings that had the same aptitudes as him. Rax and Kilo had never seen themselves as prodigies since they always used Ezequiel as a reference, so they bowed, signaling they understood Zadiel's message. Tato's response was also one of recognition. He knew he was not a genius, so he needed to put even more hard work. However, the reaction of Zaitra and Dante was not so simple. Their accomplishments were amazing, but now they understood that if they do not push their abilities to the next level they would not be of help. Even though Ezequiel was weaker than Zaitra, Dato, and Heinz, they all knew that when it comes to talent, he had the highest of all, even above Zadiel. The moment the Universe Shatterer awakens his true soul and can interact with the laws, his power will skyrocket. We have a lot of things to do and little time, so we will have to hasten our expansion over this continent. The heavenly race believes they have me and they would not take any chances, so they will maintain part of their force in Saint City at all times to stop any attempt of rescue. Their strength is currently at its weakest since they had lost their strongest warrior. One of their dukes was severely injured and they suffered grave casualties in the last battle. Zadiel made a pause and looked at Heinz for a moment with the eye of life and creation. Brother, how long until your true soul reaches rank 5? Heinz closed his eyes and focused on his true soul for a couple of minutes before speaking. As long as I do not actively train it, between 2 and 2.5 years. That is enough time. Before you can no longer enter the Beta Heavenly World, the continent must be under our control. Focus on the Blood Demadan technique. If you can reach the 3rd level the moment you become a law-engraving existence, then you will be able to inflict severe damage on the heavenly race before you are expelled by the world consciousness. The 3rd level of the Blood Demadan technique was very hard to achieve, and even if he had unlimited amounts of blood energy, Heinz first had to comprehend it before he could start practicing it. Zadiel knew that Heinz's aptitudes obtained a qualitative upgrade and he was confident in the abilities of the cultivator. Tato, you will lead the Magi and Fallen in the construction of more towers immediately. I doubt the heavenly race will try to stop you since most of their rank 4 warriors have not healed their wounds yet. Tell Nero that our deal still stands, and when the continent is ours he would be allowed to use the world gate. As a sign of good faith, allow the rank 3 Fallen to go to the Magi world. They are no longer useful anyway. Heinz and Zaitra, you two will remain here for the next few days. Sophia will come back soon and I need the 2 of you here when that happens. After that, I will need one of you to accompany me on a journey through the continent. Zadiel needed to travel through several points in the Forn's continent, and since the distance between each of them is short, Zaitra with her Law of Shadows would be as effective as Heinz with his Law of Space. I will do it. Less than a second after Zadiel finished speaking, Zaira's voice was heard. Heinz and Tato stared at Zaitra and a smile appeared on their faces, but the moment the woman focused on them, the duo looked away. Zadiel merely gave the woman a small smile before he focused on Izuku-Elon, then his face became cold. Everybody adopted a serious expression when they saw that because they felt the ruthlessness in Zadiel's eyes. Izuku-El, you will take the two siblings, Arn and Sigrid, and put them into hellish training. Dante, you will acquire all types of resources that can improve someone's speed of training and talent, no matter the price, even if they are meant for rank 4 life forms. I want them available for the duo. Tell them they have 2.5 years to reach rank 3 and finish the first level of their techniques. If they can do it, then, Heinz, you will bring them to the Ai Dynasty to take the holy trial. And what do I tell them will happen if they fail? Izuku-El could already imagine the answer of Zadiel. And in the eyes of the Supreme Neo-Demon, there was only indifference. They are not part of his race or clan, so why would he care about them? If after all the help I provide them they still fail, then I will not waste more of my time in them. Tell them they will obtain revenge for their clan, but they will have to give their life for it. Zadiel's eyes were incredibly cold. Since he was willing to rip a piece of his own soul to face the sage, why would he act kindly with those he only saw as a tool against his enemy? As for the duo seeking revenge against him in the future for his harsh treatment, if he detects the smallest hint of grievance in their hearts, then once they had fulfilled their purpose, he would make them disappear. Chapter 260, New Bloodline. From the beginning, the relationship between Zadiel and the Eye-Holder siblings was one of mutual use. He used Sigrid and Arn with the hope that they could harm the sage by disrupting his plan, and they used Zadiel to obtain protection and resources. As for having empathy for their sad fortune, all over the universe, countless life forms endure inhumane destinies. It was not rare for all the people in a world to be forced to butcher each other just for the entertainment of a powerful being, even having to kill their loved ones on many occasions. Zadiel had seen fates worse than the ones of the siblings countless times, so why the hell would he go out of his way to help them if they are unable to fulfill their part of the deal? He may kill those that behave in a way he found disgusting, but that doesn't mean he would waste his time trying to eradicate what those too weak to see the truth of the universe consider evil. Zadiel's coldness did not surprise the people in front of him, and the truth was that almost all of them shared that mentality. They cared for and protected those whom they considered family and friends, but with everyone else, their attitudes were purely pragmatic. Even Tato, who usually displayed a gentle personality with his subordinates, was not different. He would not hesitate to destroy an entire city full of innocent people if that meant obtaining his goal. That mentality was very normal in powerful life forms. As they obtain a lifespan that can challenge the stars in the sky, many start to see those rank 0 life forms that can barely live a couple of hundred of years, as being no different than ants. Entire generations could pass away in the time they used to perform one single experiment. There was one, however, that reacted differently than the rest. Dante could be described as a resolute man with righteous spirit. He did not feel comfortable with getting rid of people who had sided with you because they no longer were of use. That compassion and consideration for those weaker than one were not wrong, and they were fomented in the Neo-Demon race, but they were meant to target the members of the race. Giving it to others could be dangerous and leave a soft point that your enemy could take advantage of. The young Neo-Demon felt the eyes of Zadiel focus on him and immediately looked down. Even though he did not show anything, Dante knew he could not hide his emotions from his father. Zadiel just shook his head and did not say anything when he detected the state of the boy. In the end, he is still too young and has experienced too little. The Neo-Demon closed his eyes for a moment, and then in the mind of Dante, Rax, and Kilo a technique appeared. I have just transmitted the prayer of Horus to your minds. Build a statue of me inside one of our underground factories, in the Magi world, and lead people of our clan to perform the technique in front of it. They need to have my image in their minds as they perform that technique. You must also make sure everything is done in secrecy and away from prying eyes. Dandy's mind was able to analyze the entire technique in a moment, and confusion filled his face. The prayer of Horus was a path technique that allowed one person to gather faith power. That was the energy that those who follow the path of gods use. Father, are you going to train the path of gods? Dante knew the personality of Zadiel and found it very weird for him to use a technique of the slave path. Everybody here understood Zadiel's view of the gods. He considered all of them essentially trash. Only cowards and talentless fools take the slave path. For me, power's true purpose is freedom. What would be the point of being the highest in the universe if I am shackled to its desires? The disdain in Zadiel's eyes was immense, and it was clear he considered gods nothing more than garbage. The faith power that the prayer of Horus generates has a quintessential connection with the law of life and the law of healing. I can use my bloodline to channel that power and mend the damage to my life force. It cannot heal my soul, but it will extend the periods of time between each wave of pain. It is very useful, but I need to be extremely careful when I use faith power, otherwise it could contaminate my soul. That is why I had never used it before. What Zadiel planned to do was basically inject poison into his body and use his bloodline to burn it all except for the fragment of useful energy that can heal him. This process is very delicate and he would need the help of the artificial intelligence chip, his animus abilities, and all of his knowledge about the path of gods to fulfill that mission safely. If any of you have questions about your missions, ask them. Zadiel did not finish his sentence since an unimaginable pain assaulted him. His eyes widened and he clenched his teeth as he endured that agony. Ezequiel and the rest focused on Zadiel. They were unable to help him, but they would not look away as he faced a pain they could not even imagine. It was a little less than a minute before the body of the Neo-Demon ceased shaking from the pain. Zadiel's breathing was rough and it took him a moment to adjust his posture. Leave and start your missions, time is of the essence. I will sleep until Sophia arrives, after that my journey through the continent will start. Zadiel waved his hand and signaled everyone to retire. They all stood up and were leaving the floor but Zyra remained standing. The rest looked at her with curiosity. She and Heinz would have to remain in the tower for the time being, but she should stay in her room. Zadiel saw the behavior of the woman and he closed his eyes before speaking. You can remain here if you want, but you have to stay quiet. As soon as Zadiel finished speaking, he fell asleep. Zyra walked to Zadiel's side, where she sat and remained in complete silence. A beautiful and radiant smile appeared on her face for an instant but immediately she mimicked the Neo-Demon and closed her eyes. The group showed several expressions as that happened. Right now Zadiel was very weak and being alone with someone could put him in danger, but since he allowed Zyra to stay with him, the rest had no reason to meddle. Sophia was thousands of meters beneath the surface of the Forn's continent. She was swimming through a river of lava inside the magmatic chamber of an active volcano. There was a layer of Styx water around her body that protected her from the lava and heat that could incinerate a rank 2 life form in a matter of seconds. The body of the Neo-Demon was full of wounds and scars, a testament to the countless battles she had endured to reach this place. As long as they did not diminish her battle power, Sophia would not waste her energy in them and would allow her body natural regeneration abilities to take care of them. From the moment she reached the terrain around the volcano she had fought horde after horde of demonic warriors. Sometimes the power of the horde was too great and the Neo-Demon had to use schemes to handle them. Luckily for Sophia, her opponents were demons. While they may be killing machines that would launch suicide attacks the moment they realized they would lose, they were also very stupid and easy to trick. She sowed discord among them and divided the big groups before taking care of them one by one. The temperature around her reached levels so high that even with the protection of the Styx water, she started to feel her skin burn, but in her eyes, there was determination along with a multicolored flame that it appeared ready to explode at any moment as she continued forward. Finally, after hours of swimming, she reached the core of the magmatic chamber and the Neo-Demon released an immense killing intent as she focused on the giant black egg in here. Chapter 261, Ready to bet her life. Sophia knew that there was no point in trying to hide her presence. The enemy may be incredibly weak right now due to the deadly wounds he received during his last fight, but his consciousness was still on a different level since it had obtained a qualitative improvement the moment he had awoken his true soul. Above the egg, 2 eyes made of black fire were formed and the lava around them started to form shields and giant weapons that targeted the Neo-Demon. He had detected the woman the moment she entered the magmatic chamber, but moving from this location would severely harm his healing process, so he was forced to wait until Sophia reached this area. If his soul was in its peak condition, then he would not have needed to move to defeat the woman. He could have taken control over the entire magmatic chamber and used it to crush Sophia, but right now taking control of the lava around him was the best he could do. The Neo-Demon did not rush to her opponent. Even if he had lost most of his power, he was once a rank 4 life form and his strength was too great for Sophia to face him in a battlefield that increased his might and weakened hers. Sophia had done many preparations for this battle and the environment was clearly taken into consideration. She took 10 black pills from her space ring and allowed them to melt inside the lava. Immediately after that, the lava around Sophia started to gain a black color while foul and wicked energy changed it. The moment that happened, the eyes of fire above the egg widened and they released a great force that attempted to contain that energy from expanding, but before it could do anything 100 pills that were in the periphery of the magmatic chamber exploded and formed a black gas that fused into the lava next to them. A chain reaction occurred inside the magmatic chamber and in a matter of seconds, the tons of lava that it contained were transformed into a vicious and putrefactive substance. The area in more than 100 kilometers around the duo had transformed into a toxic hellscape that could rot the body of a novice rank 3 life form with ease. The individual inside the egg could no longer control the lava around him after it was affected by that foul energy, and he felt how it became poisonous for him. Escaping this place without a fight was not an option since the substance hindered his movement, and running without incapacitating his opponent first would leave him open to hers attack, which would result in grave injuries. Immense wrath could be seen in the fiery eyes. He had stayed in this place for many years now and had been very careful, but this woman, who was not even a peak rank 3 life form, had ruined his plan. AWW. A bird cry full of hate was heard from inside the egg before it was consumed by black flames and it transformed into a 400 meters tall abyss-fire demon phoenix. Sophia's eyes narrowed when this demonic being appeared. This was the bloodline she desired. Sophia had fought hordes of demons and risked her life just for the chance to obtain it. She knew that Emperor bloodlines would be bought from the Scientia Kingdom and Zadiel would allow her to pick whichever she wanted, but none of them would be able to compare with her Styx dragon bloodline, and they may even harm her bloodline instead of helping it if she fuses with them. After a lot of research, she became interested in this Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline. Not only was it at the same level that the Styx dragon bloodline, but if her hypothesis is correct and her plan is successful, then the combination between the two of them would bring something exponentially more powerful than the mere sum of the two. After the battle with Thomas, the demon had endured deadly wounds, and even though he had managed to escape from the angelic paragon, it was a matter of time before he would succumb to his injuries. That was the main reason he was able to hide from the heavenly race, since there was no point in wasting time in hunting an enemy that would die eventually. Not to mention that they needed to focus on the much bigger threat that was the Magi invader force. What they did not know was that thanks to his bloodline, the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix had access to all kinds of supernatural abilities. His ashes reached this volcano, and after using the power of his true souls to command demons to guard this area, he activated the ability called From Ashes to Flesh. This ability allowed him to reconstruct his body. After enough time his body would have regained his original power. Although his soul had fallen to rank 3, with a body at rank 4, there was still a possibility for him to once again become a true rank 4 life form. There was an even more amazing ability that the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix could have used that would not only have completely healed his body and soul but also increased the power of his bloodline and his affinity with the laws. However, if the demon activated that ability, there was a great possibility of failure, and that would mean his soul being destroyed, so the demon did not dare to attempt it. Sophia knew how dangerous her enemy was, and the multicolored flame in her eyes burned brighter. His enemy's body had not reached rank 4 yet, but it was still more powerful than the one of a peak rank 3 demon. Luckily for her, the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix soul was still wounded and her attacks had the ability to target the enemy's consciousness. The Neo-Demon did not hesitate and activated blood essence combustion, making a black flame appear on her chest, and then she took a red pill from her ring and swallowed it. Sophia's bloodline started to burn and she felt as if a stream of fire was running through her veins. The pill she had just consumed filled her body with an immense amount of power, but there was a severe side effect. That power was obtained by burning part of her bloodline, so after the effect of the pill is over, her bloodline will start to decline, and with time it may even decline into a king bloodline. Despite that, there was no wavering in Sophia's eyes. She was willing to stake her life on this battle. As long as she gets the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline, any damage would be repaired, and she was ready to die if her plan failed. As the power inside Sophia's body grew, the Neo-Demon's dragon roar filled the entire magmatic chamber. Roar. A sphere of Styx water hundreds of meters in diameter appeared around Sophia's body. That sphere appeared to contain countless tsunamis moving in every direction and carrying a power that could destroy entire cities. But in an instant, the sphere started to morph and its temperature fell. In a moment, an ice Styx dragon appeared inside the magmatic chamber. The head of the creature was immense. Its teeth secreted a filthy liquid full of diseases and curses. Its body was 600 meters long, there were 2 massive wings made of thousands of ice spheres on its back, and its tail was filled with spikes that glowed with chaotic energy. Even the poisonous substance around the massive body of the ice Styx dragon started to rot due to the lethal energy the creature expelled. Sophia's figure could not be seen inside the body of the creature, but the eyes of the dragon glowed with intelligence and killing intent as it stared menacingly at its opponent. The killing intent in the eyes of the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix was not any less than the one of the Neo-Demon. There was no need for words between the duo, since they could clearly feel the desire in the eyes of the other. AWW. The black fire around the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix raged and released an immense power while the demon waved his wings and propelled his immense body at the ice Styx dragon. Roar. Sophia did not wait, and along with her roar the lethal energy around the ice Styx dragon grew stronger, and she flashed to the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix with a speed that one would think impossible for such a massive creature. Chapter 262, Ice Styx Dragon vs Abyssfire Demon Phoenix. Inside the magmatic chamber filled with dark poisonous lava, the ice Styx dragon and the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix were fighting. The energy that transformed the lava did not stop working as the two fought, and it was a matter of time before the magmatic chamber was filled with something completely different. One of them released frost and toxic energy from its body, while the other was wrapped in a black fire that evaporated everything around him. The collisions between these two massive demonic figures released powerful shock waves full of black fire and toxic frost energy. A void formed around the Ice Styx dragon and Abyssfire demon phoenix every time they clashed. In the next second, the dark lava that was pushed backward came back and submerged their bodies. The Ice Styx dragon was immune to the poisonous energy in the lava, and it was also able to move through it without a problem. The Abyssfire demon phoenix, on the other hand, was forced to spend its energy to protect himself from the lava that had previously helped his recovery. Despite fighting in a battlefield that weakened his power, the Abyssfire demon phoenix was stronger and faster than the Ice Styx dragon. AWW. The demon released a cry full of murdering desire as it flashed to the Ice Styx dragon and ripped a piece of its back before releasing a blast of black fire. After the Ice Styx dragon endured that attack, the ice that formed its body was thin enough to allow the Abyssfire demon phoenix to see with his own eyes the body of the Neo-demon. Despite being a demon, the Abyssfire demon phoenix was not a slave to his chaotic evil impulses. His bloodline allowed him to possess an intelligence not inferior to a devil. As the fight developed, he learned that attacking the head or another vital point of the Ice Styx dragon would be useless since the creature was just a powerful construct. No matter how much damage he inflicted, it would only result in Sophia having to consume her energy to rebuild the creature. The Abyssfire demon phoenix's consciousness was strong enough to detect the Neo-demon inside the creature, despite the isolating effect of the Styx water. This required putting pressure on his wounded consciousness and a lot of effort, so the demon was not willing to waste this chance. The demon prepared to release a beam of fire energy from its beak when the wings of the Ice Styx dragon shot more than half of the ice spheres that formed them, in his direction. The demon was forced to delay his attack to dodge those ice spheres. Unfortunately for him, the Neo-demon acted fast and made the Ice Styx dragon twist, before moving her body to another part of the creature. Not losing her momentum, Sophia manipulated the Ice Styx dragon like it was a 600-meter drill and attacked the Abyssfire demon phoenix with a potency capable of destroying mountains and leveling cities. The rotation drew the lava around the Ice Styx dragon, which increased the range of the attack. The distance between the two was too short and the Abyssfire demon phoenix had just finished dodging those spears, so he knew he would not be able to evade the attack. Without wasting time, the demon folded his wings around his body and transformed himself into a tornado of black fire as he flashed to Sophia's direction. Both demonic entities took the form of natural disasters. The moment the Ice Styx dragon and the Abyssfire demon phoenix clashed, an explosion of ice and fire was generated that made the entire volcano tremble. Both creatures were pushed backward and the injuries in them were deep. The Abyssfire demon phoenix had a piece of his chest ripped and you could see on his eyes that he was enduring great pain. The damage to his body was small, but that attack had managed to reach the demon's consciousness. The condition of the Ice Styx dragon was much worse than the one of the demon. Its head was nowhere to be seen, as well as the upper side of the creature's body. If it was a living being, then death would have been the only result of such severe damage. But despite its power, it was just a construct made by Sophia's energy. The ice turned back to a liquid state and in the next second, the Ice Styx dragon was reformed. The size of the creature had decreased by 150 meters, but besides that, no other damage could be seen in it. When the Abyssfire demon phoenix saw the state of the Ice Styx dragon, wrath filled its eyes. The energy inside his body was ignited and he flashed to the Neo-demon with an immense amount of black fire ready to be released from his beak. The eyes of the Neo-demon inside the Ice Styx dragon were filled with killing intent, but there was also a cunning light in them. She increased the amount of output of energy in her body despite the damage in her bloodline and commanded the creature to face the demon in front of it. Roar! The Ice Styx dragon roared as it swam through the poisonous lava. The energy that the Neo-demon proportioned gathered in the maws of the creature. When they were both less than 500 meters away from each other, the attacks that they had been charging were released. From the Abyssfire demon phoenix's beak, a pillar of black fire, hot enough to even burn lava, was shot while the Ice Styx dragon generated a dragon breath that took the form of a cone of black frost. Thunder and lightning were generated around the impact zone as the two extremely opposite powers clashed. One full of ice power along with toxic energy and another full of heat power along with destruction energy. The black flames of the Abyssfire demon phoenix displayed their incredible power as they pushed back the dragon breath of the Ice Styx dragon. The eyes of the demon glowed as he pictured the body of the Ice Styx dragon disintegrating under his flames. The Abyssfire demon phoenix slowly moved closer to his opponent, while he maintained his attack, pushing the head of the dragon back. What he failed to notice was how the dragon's tail did not move and the distance between the two decreased. The demon's eyes narrowed as he felt danger, but it was too late. The dragon tail that was full of spikes glowing with chaotic energy clashed on the Abyssfire demon phoenix's back and it exploded, releasing the power contained in 9 abyssal blasts. The Abyssfire demon phoenix released a cry of pain while the bones on his back cracked. The demon was thrown with such potency that he did not stop until he reached the deepest part of the magmatic chamber and clashed on the earth. Sophia did not go after the injured demon. Instead, She made the Ice Styx dragon swim to the exit of the magmatic chamber. She even made the creature adopt its liquid state to increase its speed, despite the downgrade in its defenses. In the place where the Abyssfire demon Phoenix had landed, a terrifying black flame was formed and the eyes of the demon displayed an uncontrollable rage. The truth was that the physical injuries he had received were unimportant and his bloodline was already mending them. The power in those abyssal blasts, however, generated great damage to his already wounded consciousness. The pain the demon felt was so much that he did not care about trying to escape anymore. The only thing he wanted was to kill the woman, no matter the consequences. However, the moment the Abyssfire demon Phoenix noticed how Sophia ran to the surface instead of taking advantage of his weakened state, confusion filled his mind. After taking a moment to calm his rage, he used all the power of his consciousness to explore the surroundings and make sure this was not a ruse. All of a sudden the eyes of the Abyssfire demon Phoenix widened as he concentrated on the dark lava that filled the magmatic chamber. In the beginning, he just thought that the woman had transformed the lava into a poisonous substance that changed the battlefield to her favor, but now that the modification was completed, the demon realized what the lava had truly become. Panic filled the Abyssfire demon Phoenix's eyes as he employed every ounce of energy he had to run to the surface. His speed was impressive, but while the dark lava hindered his movements, it was like water to a fish when it came to the Ice Styx dragon. By the time the Abyssfire Phoenix had progressed half of the journey to the exit of the magmatic chamber, Sophia was already out. The Ice Styx dragon transformed into an ice cocoon that had hundreds of layers, with Sophia right in the center. It would be better if I am completely out of the volcano, but that would give him enough time to escape the magmatic chamber. If this level of danger could make me hesitate, how could I be worthy of by his side? Determination filled Sophia's eyes as she made a white pill drop from the cocoon into the dark lava. A small shockwave can create a chain reaction inside a plastic explosive, C4, that results in a detonation process with an explosive velocity dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. The moment that the white pill touched the tons of dark lava, the same detonation process occurred. The entire magmatic chamber could be considered one giant plastic explosive. Chapter 263, Nirvanic Rebirth. The enormous volcano with a crater that broke the clouds and appeared it could rip the firmament had endured several earthquakes as the battle between the Ice Styx dragon and Abyssfire demon Phoenix carried out. Despite the power of Sophia and the demon, when the shockwaves generated in its core finally ended, the volcano still stood strong. But the calmness was just an illusion. After those few short moments of peace, the magmatic chamber with the thousands of tons of lava became the origin of an outburst of dark flames. The power carried in that explosion was so high that the entire volcano was reduced to ashes in an instant. The flames gave the illusion they could reach the crystal wall. It generated a sonic boom so loud it could liquefy the inner organs of a rank 1 life form with ease. There was also a hurricane of toxic air that extended for hundreds of kilometers. The core of the explosion reached equal temperatures to the ones you would find on the surface of a sun belonging to a low world. 2 figures covered in flames were ejected from the explosion with such a potency that they landed more than 500 kilometers away from the area where there used to be a volcano. The first one to disperse the fire was Sophia. Her breathing was harsh and energy in a disarray. She continuously coughed mouthfuls of blood. The inner organs of the Neo-Demon were filled with injuries. Most of her skin was charred, her eyes were destroyed due to the immense temperatures and her left leg was gone. The Styx cocoon was pulverized and only a thin layer remained covering the body of the Neo-Demon. The condition of the Abyssfire demon Phoenix was countless times worse. The only thing that remained from his body was part of his chest and head. The heat he endured was so high that his remains appeared to be petrified. Sophia stared at the corpse of the demon and her eyes narrowed. She took a moment to take control of her body and then slowly flew to the Abyssfire demon Phoenix. The Neo-Demon was less than 5 meters away from the demon and was about to place him into her spatial ring when the eyes of the Abyssfire demon Phoenix glowed with dark light. From them, an invincible force was fired into Sophia's consciousness. The attack had immense power and Sophia fainted for a moment. In that instant, a drop of dark red blood came out from the head of the Abyssfire demon Phoenix and landed on Sophia's globula before melting inside her head. It only took a moment for Sophia's eyes to regain their focus. She grabbed her head and an expression of immense pain could be seen on her face. The light in the Neo-Demon's eyes was constantly changing. You could see a chaotic and evil presence appear on them for a moment along with a nasty smirk. Ha ha ha, this body is too amazing. Its energy pool contains a very pure abyss aura and has an unbelievable talent and tuning with the natural energy. Woman, you can be proud that your body will be taken over by the mighty Eliezer. In the space where Sophia's soul resided, a foreign entity appeared. Unlike the Neo-Demon's soul that appeared to be an agglomeration of energy, the soul of the Eliezer had the form of an Abyssfire demon Phoenix. This is because the demon had previously awakened his true soul. However, its power was severely weakened. You could notice it by the fact the soul was almost translucent. What Eliezer had done was use the last bit of power he had to transport his bloodline and true soul into Sophia's body. The original body of a creature would always be the best vessel for his soul. That was because, from their creation, they were perfectly tuned for each other. This is the reason why rank 4 life forms would usually create a clone of their original bodies to occupy, in case they are forced to escape with only their true souls. The stronger and older your soul is, the more severe would be the side effects of transferring it to another body. With the right knowledge, those problems could be reduced. Eliezer had controlled several peak rank 3 daemons from whom he could have taken over their bodies. However, those bodies were too weak and their aptitudes were too trashy for him to disregard the side effects. The condition of his body, after the explosion, was too severe. There was nothing he could do other than invade Sophia's body. When he realized how amazing the body of a neo-demon was, he was ecstatic. He wanted to assimilate Sophia's soul to heal some of the damage on his true soul and then take full control of the body. What he did not know was that the moment the neo-demon's soul perished, the chaotic core would destroy the bloodline heart and elemental chaos heart and waste away the body. That was one of the many counterintelligence measures Zadiel had designed for the neo-demon race. He would never allow information about his greatest creation to fall on anyone's hands. Of course, the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix did not know any of that. There was a vicious smile on his face as he launched himself at Sophia's soul to devour it. Before he could reach his target, a set of glowing letters clashed on him and threw him back. There was wrath on Eliezer's face as he focused on his opponent. He could not read them but understood immediately what they were. Humphrey, you think your true name can stop me? Stupid women, I will. Eliezer abruptly stopped speaking and panic filled his eyes. The clash with the true name did not hurt him at all, but the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix felt something on his chest. He was very familiar with the aura in it. Slowly, he looked down, and absolute terror filled his face when he saw the small dot of multicolored fire. Nirvanic fire. The shock on Eliezer's mind allowed Sophia to get back control over her body. Instead of rage or desperation, what appeared on the face of the Neo-Demon when she realized that the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix had invaded her body was a satisfied smile. I got you. The moment she spoke those words, the multicolored flame that touched the true soul of the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix reacted violently and expanded without control. That fire not only filled the space where the soul of Sophia and Eliezer were, it also appeared all over the body of the Neo-Demon. The ability that the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix was too scared to use, that could have healed his body and soul and improved his talent, was named Nirvanic Rebirth. That ability used the power of the laws to incite Nirvanic fire to burn the flesh and blood while tempering the soul. Nirvanic Rebirth could be considered a test of the laws to those who possess a bloodline capable of inciting it. Success meant experiencing a rebirth that would increase their talent and the potential of their bloodline. Only death awaits those who fail it. Sophia's plan had two paths. The first one was to defeat the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix and then take the purest bloodline from his corpse. This path would generate a normal fusion from the demon's bloodline with her Styx dragon bloodline. The result would have been a very powerful bloodline, but still, it would have been just an emperor bloodline. The second path was an extremely dangerous one. She had used the Nirvanic root and the knowledge in the rank 4 recipe for the pill Nirvanic fire to create a pseudo-Nirvanic flame. The power in the pseudo-Nirvanic flame was too small to produce an effect anywhere close to the one you would see in Nirvanic fire. But once it entered in contact with the true soul of the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix, it triggered Nirvanic rebirth in the demon and produced Nirvanic fire. The core of the plan was to trick the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix to invade her body with his bloodline. Most of the power of Nirvanic fire targeted Eliezer's true soul, but there was still a part that reached Sophia's soul. This was also part of Sophia's plan. The Neo-Demon's soul glowed as she activated the ability of the chaotic core to swallow the bloodline of the demon. She wanted to temper the fusion of the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline and her Styx dragon bloodline with the power of the laws in Nirvanic rebirth. Eliezer understood that he was lured into a trap and killing intent filled his mind. He was very clear that there was almost 0% chance he would survive Nirvanic rebirth. Damn woman, I may die today but I will take you with me. Eliezer's true soul still was powerful enough to severely harm Sophia's soul. Sophia's body still had a smile on her face. On her chest, the Mirage rune glowed, and in the next second, the Neo-Demon disappeared. Chapter 264, White Egg. Less than a second after the Mirage rune was activated, Sophia appeared above the 11th magic tower. The Neo-Demon's body was covered in multicolored flames that drew everyone's attention. Eliezer's true soul felt immense pressure being cast on him. His already diminished power was reduced even more. Before he could even assimilate what had just happened, chains of light and shadows materialized around the Neo-Demon. The chains formed a cocoon around Sophia's body. This would stop any attempt of external interference. Restrain. After that word was pronounced, A red aura strengthened the chain. Eliezer knew that escape was not an option. Sophia's eyes were cold and pushed the power of the chaotic core to the maximum. The Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline inside her body was still under Eliezer's control. The Neo-Demon needed to devour it. Above Sophia's body, the image of an Abyssfire Demon Phoenix and a Styx dragon appeared. They were illusions created by the two bloodlines inside the Neo-Demon's body. Nirvanic fire formed a dome that contained both creatures. If the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix had all of his power, it could put up a fight against the Styx dragon and the devouring ability of the chaotic core. However, it was now under the 10 Tower Formation's force field and the attack of the Nirvanic fire. The Styx dragon's eyes were filled with hunger and cruelty as it looked at his opponent. The creature did not wait and launched itself at the prey in front of him. Sophia's face was completely calm, a complete contrast to the battlefield above and inside her body. "Woman, I will kill you, even if it's the last thing I will do." Eliezer's true soul clashed with Sophia's true name. There was madness on the demon's eyes as he endured the power of the Nirvanic flame. Before, he could have defeated his enemy with ease and provoked great damage to the soul of the Neo-Demon, but now he could not beat the glowing letters. Even though most of the force in the Nirvanic flame targeted Eliezer's true soul, some of its power also reached Sophia's soul. Luckily, her soul was much more resilient than the one of a normal rank 3 life form due to the constant tempering of Abyss aura. Despite the Neo-Demon racial advantages, the Nirvanic flame was dangerous for her. The lowest threshold for undergoing Nirvanic rebirth was rank 4. If the full power of the flame targeted her, she would have perished. The Styx dragon was having a much easier time overpowering its opponent and enduring the Nirvanic flame. The creature attacked the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix without mercy. You could hear the cries of the demonic bloodline as pieces of its body were being eaten. Sophia's bloodline devoured its enemy while strengthening itself. The chaotic core was constantly spinning as it swallowed pieces of the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline. The laws in Nirvanic rebirth were also drawn into the merging process. As the Neo-Demon's bloodline grew stronger, something happened with her true name. Eliezer's true soul had just clashed with his opponent when he noticed how the letters started to morph. The transformation took less than a second. For an instant, white light filled the area. Before Eliezer could even analyze the change on the Neo-Demon's true name, an endless force was released from it. The force grasped the demon's true soul and began to squeeze it. Eliezer could not believe what was happening. Before they had fought on equal ground, but after the true name's transformation, he was being crushed. And the nightmare for the demon was only starting. The true name not only incapacitated him, but it also began to absorb parts of his true soul. That was purified and siphoned into Sophia's soul. Sophia was not too surprised by the fact her true name had evolved. After the Neo-Demon reached rank 3, it was already on the brink of evolution. This fight acted as a catalyzer that brought its power to a new level. She had not considered her true name's evolution in her plan, since it relied too much on chance. The powers to incapacitate Eliezer's true soul was not shocking since her true name had always been related to the soul and spiritual entities. However, the ability to swallow parts of the demon's soul and send them to her came as a pleasant surprise for Sophia. With that energy nourishing the Neo-Demon's soul, her capability to overcome Nirvanic rebirth grew exponentially. Sophia did not let her guard down, but she was able to relax a little and feel the benefits of the Nirvanic flame. Sophia felt her soul and consciousness being tempered while the impurities in them were burned. Inside the magic tower, Zadkiel was looking at Sophia with his eye of life and creation. From the moment she started her fight with the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix, he had been awake and monitoring her condition. Zadkiel's body now looked like the one of a man in his 40s. A golden aura covered him that would give mortals the sensation of being in the presence of the divine. From the moment Sophia arrived covered with Nirvanic fire, his expression had been solemn. Even if he could bring her back if she failed, the idea of not seeing her face for hundreds of years bothered him greatly. However, the moment he noticed the changes in her soul, a happy smile appeared on his face, and he rested. The cries of the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix above Sophia's body finally stopped. This happened because the Styx dragon devoured him completely. The chaotic core had finished swallowing the demon bloodline. Due to the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix bloodline being a demon bloodline born out of countless mutations, the connection with the ancestor of the original bloodline was so weak it was severed the moment the Styx dragon won the fight. Roar! The Styx dragon released a roar to display its might. The creature went back to Sophia's body. In the future, a new bloodline will be born from the fusion of him and the Abyssfire Demon Phoenix. Eliezer's true soul had already lost the ability to resist the power of Sophia's true name. A few minutes after his bloodline was assimilated, the demon perished. What remained of his true soul was turned into a source of energy that invigorated the Neo-Demon soul. Now that Eliezer was gone, the power of Nirvanic rebirth started to concentrate on her. Sophia knew she would not last long under the power of the Nirvanic flame, but she was not worried. The reason was that her body had begun to disintegrate. The body of the Neo-Demon, with the only exception of her chaotic core, transformed into ashes. Those ashes, along with the nirvanic flame that created them, began to form an egg. The moment the egg was formed, if the soul stood strong, it means that nirvanic rebirth had been overcome. The chains of light and shadows strengthened by the law of killing fell back, showing a white egg. It was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It had all types of mysterious runes formed around the shell. Many Magi were looking at it, some of them rank 4 life forms that had come in secrecy. Some displayed greed in their eyes since the egg would be a useful experimentation resource. However, none of them dared to act. Sophia was Zadiel's partner. They were sure that if they attempted to seize her, Heinz would kill them. They feared the cultivator, so they made sure to hide their desires. Unfortunately, they did not do it well enough. Zadiel was able to detect their emotions thanks to his animus abilities. The Eye of Life and Creation focus on each one of them. Since they are just thoughts and I am in a good mood, I will be merciful. I will only kill you and not your families. In Zadiel's mind, not submitting them to endless torture for thinking of harming his lover was magnanimous of him. A portal made of shadow appeared in front of Zadiel. The same one appeared in front of the white egg. The Neo-Demon hand passed through the portal and touched the egg. Sophia's soul noticed the hand. When she felt the aura in it, she did not put resistance. The white egg was moved into the dimension inside the spatial ring. Zytra appeared on the floor where Zadiel was and saw him looking at the ring on his hand with eyes full of love and a warm smile. The woman did not say anything and limited herself to move to his side and wait for his instructions. Zadiel did not waste time. Since Sophia would no longer need his assistance, he could start with his own plan. He took a crystal from his ring and communicated with Heinz. Brother, go and help Otto. Remain in the shadows for the moment and only show yourself if you see the chance to inflict casualties on the rank 4 life forms of the heavenly race. Heinz was in the sky above the tower. After he heard Zadiel's instructions, he nodded and teleported. Let's go to the first magic tower. Zadiel looked at Zytra and the woman covered both in shadows. The duo reached the teleportation formation undetected and disappeared from the 11th magic tower. Chapter 265, Zadiel and Zytra reached the first magic tower in an instant after using the teleportation formation. The duo's presence was hidden thanks to Zytra's law of shadows. The Magus already knew their first destination, so less than a second after reaching the tower, they disappeared. 1,000 meters away from the magic tower, Zytra and Zadiel rose from the shadow of the rock. The law of light created a dome around them that made those looking from the outside see an illusion. If they destroyed the area, even a rank 4 life form would find it hard to notice anything. Zytra released her consciousness to investigate the surrounding. She made this to make sure there was no one hiding in this place and also to analyze why this place was so significant. She knew that Zadiel considered this mission extremely important. That aroused her interest, but no matter how much she tried, she could not detect anything unique about this place. The Neo-Demon saw her efforts, and a funny smile appeared on his face. Zadiel shook his head before stomping the ground. A wave of energy was released from his foot that transformed the terrain and made it completely flat. No matter how much you try, you won't find anything. Even the consciousness of a peak soul law domain existence would only detect a bunch of earth and rocks. Zytra was surprised when she heard those words. She was smart enough to understand that Zadiel was someone special and that he did not consider rank 4 extraordinary. However, the consciousness of a peak soul law domain existence could explore the core of a sun and manipulate it. The fact that her consciousness could not see it was normal, but that even a rank 6 life form could not do it, shocked her. Zadiel noticed the expression on Zytra's face. He made a small cut on the palm of his hand and created an orb made of his own blood. Under the control of the Neo-Demon's consciousness and mind force, hundreds of threads of blood were formed. With amazing dexterity and superb control, the threads of blood started to engrave runic lines in the earth. I did not choose this location because it was special. I could have started anywhere else. You could say that this location became special because I chose it. This is where the end of our saga in this world starts. Zadiel maintained his sight on the rune formation as he spoke. Zytra's eyes widened when she heard that. The Forn's continent was already theirs. It was a matter of time before the force field of the 10-tower formation extended all over it. But then, they will have to carry on with the rest of the world. Totally dominating a middle world, especially one controlled by a powerful faction like the heavenly race, could take thousands of years. All sorts of questions filled Zytra's mind, and she could not hide her curiosity. You can ask me anything you want. I may choose not to answer your questions, but at least I won't lie. Zytra's eyes narrowed as she stared at Zadiel. The Neo-Demon proceeded with the rune formation, and it appeared he did not notice the woman's gaze. The Magus remained silent for a moment, and all the locations they will be visiting appeared on her mind. There was not a clear pattern in them, but they covered the entire continent. What are you creating? I guess you could call it a key. One that only I know how to make and whose soul material is my bloodline. The Magus understood that she would not obtain a more concrete answer. Although she had more questions, this was not the time for them, so she remained quiet by Zadiel's side as he worked. The more he advanced, the more intricate the runic formation became. It was not long before Zadiel had to use the Eye of Life and Creation to assist him in his work. Each runic line created a pattern that connected with the others around them, all of them reaching a perfect sense of harmony. Zytra had no talent as a runemaster, but her knowledge about the profession was vast. However, she could not identify anything in Zadiel's work. The one thing that was clear to her was that the complexity in the runic formation was extremely high. Just the fact that the runic lines were so thin that even her, a rank 4 life form, could barely see them proved that it would be impossible for a normal rank 3 runemaster to create this runic formation. With his talent and knowledge, becoming an origin runemaster will be extremely easy. A monstrous genius in the hardest profession that exists, capable of pushing his battle power to the boundary of rank 4 despite entering rank 3 a short while ago, and the greatest military mind that I have ever seen. I wonder if there is anything he could not achieve given enough time. Zytra's eyes glowed as she saw Zadiel's flawless work. When Zadiel started to work, the sun was at its zenith. The night had already arrived, and the runic formation was a little more than 80% completed. All of a sudden, the eyes of the Neo-Demon started to twitch, and he jumped away from the runic formation. The orb of blood, along with the threads, was pulled back into the Neo-Demon's body. Zytra was confused by his behavior, but in the next second, she understood what happened. Zadiel's eyes became bloody, and he clenched his fist with so much strength that the nail buried in his skin. His entire body trembled, and his face became pale. A wave of soul-tearing pain was assaulting the Neo-Demon. The prayer of Horus improved the condition of his body while also mending the damage on his life force and delayed the episodes of agony he had to endure due to the wound on his soul. However, it did nothing to diminish the pain. Luckily, the Neo-Demon was able to react to it and move away from the runic formation, or else he would have lost control of the threads of blood. Any damage to the formation would force him to start all over again. The feeling of having a piece of his soul ripped from him lasted a little less than 1 minute. Zadiel found it hard to regulate his breathing, and he almost crumbled to the floor. Do you need to rest? There was concern in Zytra's face as she supported the Neo-Demon. She could not imagine what that type of pain could do to someone's will. The psychological pressure of knowing that you have to endure it over and over again could drive anyone mad. Zadiel noticed the emotions in the woman's eyes and the sincerity in them. A small smile appeared on his face as he regained his bearing. I have a purpose, and my spirit will remain firm as long as I push myself to it. This level of pain could never break my determination to move forward. Zadiel made the orb of blood appear again, and he continued working in the runic formation. Zytra's eyes glowed with admiration, and her sight was glued to Zadiel's back, which appeared capable of bearing the weight of the world. On the highest floor of the winged castle in Saint City, Thomas and Oliver were having a conversation. The Magi were acting very bold. They are constructing magic towers without even having active the second layer to assist them. What news did we get from the team we sent to monitor them? Thomas' face was pale, and parts of his wings were missing. They were instructed to send hourly reports, but we have been unable to contact them for more than 14 hours. Oliver did not comment on the fate of the team, but anyone could see by the sour expression on his face that he did not have hopes of them returning. When Thomas heard that, he was surprised. The team they sent to spy on the Magi invader force was composed of 3 soul-forging existences, and all of them were very talented in gathering information undetected. The angelic paragon did not have to think too hard to have an idea who killed them. It should have been the same person that destroyed his wings, severely harmed his consciousness, and left injuries full of killing energy in his true soul. There should have been sadness in the angelic paragon's hearts due to the death of their comrades and friends, but the way their minds analyzed it was as a loss of military power. They saw them as nothing more than numbers. This would have been unthinkable a few months ago, but now they found it normal, and they did not even realize how much they have changed. Chapter 266, Moving Forward. How is the interrogation going? Thomas had been informed about the futility of Finibus' effort, but he hoped something had changed. Humphrey, those fools are useless. They even got the help of other people talented in torture, to maintain the pressure every second of the day, and yet the only thing they got from that man was laughs. The rage in Oliver's eyes was immense. He had maintained himself away from the silent house since he feared he would lose control and kill Zadiel. Both angelic paragons felt impotent. They had sacrificed many rank 4 warriors to capture Zadiel, which reduced their military might immensely, not to mention that eventually, they will have to face Gonzo's wrath due to Vapula's death. And for all that sacrifice, The only thing they got was a man who mocked and laughed at them every day. Invading his brain or consciousness was not plausible since Zadiel's rune would explode his head, and his soul was too weak to endure any attempt of soul-searching. For a second, Thomas' eyes twitched, and an idea developed in his mind. Black tendril appeared on his eyes, and if you could see inside the angelic paragon's head, you would notice that they also had invaded his brain. I doubt more time will be of use. No matter what we do to his body, physical pain appears to be useless against him. We will use the soul apple and heal his soul. Then, with the sage's assistance, we will be able to get everything that we need from that man. Thomas's expression was calm, but if any other member of the heavenly race were to hear his words, they would be shocked. Oliver frowned when he heard that idea. He still felt uncomfortable working with an animal, but his reluctance was less powerful when it came to matters regarding the sage. In the end, he accepted that Thomas' plan was the best path to follow. It will take us time to adjust the soul apple's potency. In the meantime, those buffoons will continue working on him. Who knows, they may have luck and their tactics eventually achieve something. Oliver knew he was only fooling himself into thinking that Finibus and the others could break Zadiel's will. But he refused to allow a moment of peace for the man he hated to the core. The soul apple was a powerful medicine, with the potency to help law-engraving existences. It could not be administered in its raw form to a rank 3 life form unless they wanted him to develop countless tumors and transform his soul into an amorphous ball of energy that would dissipate in a matter of seconds. Thomas and Oliver continued discussing how to handle the Magi threat, and in the end, they chose that the best path was to give up the Forn's continent. The duo understood how strong Heinz was and that with their current power, they could not face him. But they also knew that it was a matter of time before he would be expelled forever from the Beta Heavenly World. Once the swordsman is gone and they have obtained Zadiel's knowledge, it would be simple to regain complete control over the world. Time passed in the Beta Heavenly World, and the Forn's continent changed greatly. The Magi invader force raged through it without resistance. The 10-tower formation's force field covered more than 80% of the continent. The construction of the new towers was conducted by the rank 4 Magi and Fallen. All those at rank 3 and below focused their time harvesting resources. Even though they had to pass a great amount of the wealth they gathered to the soul-forging existences, what remained for them was still substantial, so they worked without stop. A couple that also did not have time to rest was Sigrid and Aron. The Eyeholder siblings had passed every single day fighting members of the heavenly race, and now that the Forn's continent was almost entirely purged from them, they have focused their energy on magic creatures. They were currently fighting a pack of magic creatures led by 2 novice rank 3 four-headed manticore. They were using all of their power. However, not only were the 2 four-headed manticore very powerful, but they also commanded dozens of rank 2 poison manticore. The great number of enemies forced the duo into a dangerous situation. Sigrid and Aron knew that any mistake or weakness would cost them their lives. In the end, they were able to kill the entire pack. Their energy pools were depleted, and their bodies were filled with wounds. Before they could start to rest, the duo felt as the earth trembled. Soon they saw a pack of magic creatures marching to their location. They must have been attracted by the sounds of the fight and the blood of the killed four-headed manticores. The leader of the pack was a master rank 3 spiked armadillo, and following him closely was an advanced rank 3 spiked armadillo. Even if they were at their peak, there was no way Sigrid and Aron could face this pack on their own. The eyes of the master rank 3 spiked armadillo glowed as he focused on the siblings. Their bodies carried less energy than the rank 3 four-headed manticores, but the magic creature could feel the special power in their blood. The master rank 3 spiked armadillo went ahead of the pack and launched himself at the eyeholders. Unfortunately for the magic creature, when he was 100 meters away from his prey, a giant hand made of red lightning fell from the sky and crushed him. Spiked armadillos were slow, and their offensive power was mediocre, but they were known for their great defenses. However, the hand obliterated the body of the magic creature. It absorbed the energy of his flesh and blood, and it flashed to the pack, where it created a giant cage to contain them. The advanced rank 3 spiked armadillo and the rest of the pack were only able to react once they were incarcerated. They started to roar, and some of the rank 2 magic creatures were dumb enough to try to break the cage. The moment their bodies touched the red lightning, they died immediately. Ezequiel's 45 meters body appeared in the next second. The moment he stared at the magic creatures, all of them, even the advanced rank 3 spiked armadillo, became silent and lowered their heads. Magic creatures are used to follow their instincts. Right now, their instincts are telling them that they are in front of a being immensely superior, and they can only prostrate themselves. Sigrid and Aron were not surprised about Ezequiel's appearance. They knew that the Supreme Neo-Demon had been watching them the entire time, but they also knew that he would not help them, even if that meant they would die. When the training started, the Neo-Demon left very clear what they needed to achieve and what the consequences would be if they failed. You have 6 hours to rest. After that, The cage will disappear, and you would have to face them. Remember, there are only 6 months left until the deadline. Ezekiel's eyes were emotionless as he looked at the eye holders. Once he finished speaking, he rose to the sky and disappeared in the air. The siblings did not show anything to the coldness of the man. The demise of their clan had taught them how cruel the world can be, and they were not foolish enough to think that people would help them due to the kindness of their hearts. They took all kinds of drugs and potions from their rings and started to consume them. Their bodies were healed incredibly fast, and the power in them increased. Their energy was recharged, and their consciousness grew stronger. The duo was able to consume medicines that would make rank 3 life forms green with envy. They had reached the peak of rank 2, and it won't be long before their rank spells are finished. However, they have not completed the first level of the path technique Zadiel gave them, and they are not sure if they would be able to achieve it before the time is up. Very deep within the ravaging ocean, there were 14 rank 4 magic creatures whose bodies extended for thousands of meters. There was a shark-like magic creature whose head was 4.5 kilometers large. All of these magic creatures shared the same incision of the top of their head. The injuries were less than 2 meters deep, and they could be considered unimportant if you take into consideration how big their bodies were. However, were these seemingly insignificant injuries the ones that destroyed their souls? In the middle of these magic creatures, Heinz was in a meditative position with his eyes closed. A gravitational force was released from the body of the cultivator, and threads of blood started to converge in him. Chapter 267, Demon and Constitution. The blood entered Heinz's body and was transformed into blood energy that drove the blood Demon technique forward. The cultivator had already completed the second level of the technique and was ready to progress to the next level. Heinz had already grasped the third level. To enter it, he only needed to form his Demon and Constitution. The heavenly race did not interfere with Danzō, and it appeared they had given up the continent, so he was able to focus on increasing his power. He had spent a long time hunting the most powerful soul-forging magic creatures in the ravaging ocean. Every magic creature around him was at peak rank 4, and they only needed to increase their law comprehension to advance to rank 5. Unfortunately for these gargantuan beings, despite being the kings of the ocean, they were unable to put up any resistance against Heinz, who had the law of killing at the minor completion level. While Heinz's body became stronger due to the enormous amount of blood energy that was formed inside him, a creature started to form behind him. It was so immense, that made the magic creatures whose bodies were thousands of meters large appear like babies in front of an adult man. It was impossible to identify its true form at the moment since the Demon and Constitution was far from being solidified. However, it possessed draconic, insectoid, and demonic features. The more blood energy Heinz generated, the greater the power in the Demon and Constitution became. As it grew more corporeal, powerful vibrations started to originate from it. The ocean became violent and full of storms, while the sky raged with thunder and lightning. The days passed, and the countless tons of blood inside those gargantuan magic creatures were drained. Even the energy inside their flesh and bones was absorbed, and they looked no different than mummified corpses. The Demon and Constitution was far from being completed, but Heinz did not worry about a shortage of blood energy. A red whirlwind had formed around the cultivator, which released a monstrous gravitational force that extended for thousands of kilometers, and its range only increased the more blood it swallowed. Millions of magic creatures live in the ravaging ocean, and all those who were in the area covered by the gravitational force produced by Heinz's red whirlwind had their blood forcefully extracted. Those at rank 4 were also affected but were powerful enough to escape, although not before losing a great amount of blood. If Heinz were to use this technique in the Magi world, powerhouses from different organizations would force him to stop, but he was in a beta heavenly world, and no one could stop him if he wanted to do something. The blood Demon technique was incredibly powerful. Once the user formed the Demon and Constitution, he would have a body capable of fighting rank 5 life forms. Just like there are many different types of Demons, there are many Demon and Constitutions that can be formed. There are constitutions that have special abilities that could solve a weakness in the user battle style. Some allow the user to blend with the void and use a minor form of void disruption, others increase one's offense might with lightning or fire, and there are a few that proportionate great regeneration abilities. Heinz had the law of space for speed and survival, the law of blood and Juntu's help to heal his body, the law of sword, and the law of killing to display an overwhelming offensive might. Instead of creating a Demon and Constitution that would grant him a skill weaker than the one given by his laws, the one he had chosen focused solely on enhancing his strength and speed. Although physical power did not seem very impressive compared with the might of the laws, some beings could survive the explosion of a world purely depending on their bodies. Inside the silent house, Finibus, Puppet, another man, and a woman were discussing among themselves. The new members of Zadiel's torture squad were Tina and Samuel. They were both angels of supremacy skilled in inflicting pain. Finibus had requested their help, and they arrived full of confidence. The duo was sure they would be able to make Zadiel speak, but the only thing they got was laughs. Things only got worse as time passed, and the duo felt the chill in Oliver's eyes whenever they reported their lack of success. As the pressure on the 4 members of the heavenly race became greater, Zadiel started to speak his thoughts out loud as they tortured him. He started with small things, like questioning the coldness Oliver showed to them, despite being members of the same race. Zadiel also commented on how weird it was for Oliver and Thomas to display such an apathetic attitude to the fallen members. The Neo-Demon even relayed some stories that gave hints to the situation of the Dukes. It was not easy to sow doubt in their hearts, and Zadiel knew they would never betray their comrades, no matter how much wealth he offered them or how great the pressure became. But what if they think they are helping their people and that their leaders have fallen under the hand of the enemy? Under Zadiel's subconscious manipulation, the 4 started to pay more attention to Oliver and Thomas. Some of them had known the Dukes for hundreds of years, so they were able to notice the changes. Finibus, what do you think we should do? Puppet asked the angelic paragon. His face was full of doubt and uncertainty. Tina and Samuel also focused on him. Not only was he the most powerful of all, but his bloodline was of a higher order. Of the 4, he was the only one who could speak to the other angelic paragons in the Beta Heavenly World on equal grounds. We have to be careful. It is clear that this man is trying to sow discord among us, but we cannot ignore the things we have seen. The danger that Lord Oliver and Lord Thomas represent is immense, so we can't stand idly by if they have fallen into the enemy's control. Finibus was not stupid, and he understood the Neo-Demon's plan. But despite his cruelty to other races, he truly cared about the fate of his kind and was willing to give his life to protect them. Zadiel could not hear what they were saying since they spoke using their consciousness and in a secretive manner, but even if he knew they were aware of his machination, he would not care. What he had told was the truth, and Finibus and the others knew it, so it doesn't matter where they got the information. I will speak with the generals to see if they have noticed something and learn their attitudes toward the Dukes. I will be discreet and cautious since it would be easy for Lord Oliver and Lord Thomas to declare us as fallen if we are found talking behind their backs. They may say we have been corrupted by this man. Finibus' face was solemn and understood very well the danger of his mission. All of a sudden, Finibus, Puppet, Tina, and Samuel stopped speaking, and they turned to Zadiel. They used their most devious spells on the Neo-Demon and tore his body. Zadiel did not say anything when he saw the abrupt change in behavior of the 4 members of the heavenly race. He knew what was going on and only displayed a funny smile. The Neo-Demon found their performance hilarious. A couple of seconds after they started torturing Zadiel, the gates of the silent house opened, and both Dukes entered. Once they appeared, Finibus, Puppet, Tina, and Samuel stopped their spells and bowed to Thomas and Oliver. Thomas' wings had healed, and his body appeared to be in top condition. Unfortunately, the wounds on his true soul would take a lot more time to heal. The dagger wound on Oliver's chest had disappeared, and the power of the angelic paragon appeared to have increased in the last year. Oliver noticed the behavior of the 4 people, and when he saw Zadiel winking at him, he knew they had obtained nothing. Useless fools. What is the point of having people like you who cannot even handle such a simple task? Oliver's eyes were cold, and there was a flash of killing intent in them. Thomas' attitude was aloof. It appeared he did not care about the cruelty Oliver showed to the members of his own kind. Chapter 268, An Amicable Conversation. Leave this place and don't come back. We will handle this man from now on. Oliver's eyes were cold as he focused on Finibus and Puppet. Once I am done with this, I will handle your punishment. Thomas and Oliver walked until they were in front of Zadiel. They no longer bothered with them, and their sole focus was on the Neo-Demon that received the duo with a mocking smile. Regardless of their feelings, Finibus, Puppet, Tina, and Samuel did not show any sign of resentment or disobedience. They bowed to the Dukes and headed to the exit of the silent house. However, before they could leave the warehouse, a grayer arose from the ground in front of them and formed a faceless humanoid figure. The arrival of this individual shocked the 4 soul-forging existences, since even now that he was in front of them, their consciousness could not detect him. Finibus and the rest were experienced warriors and understood that the difference in power between them was immense. The only reason that this person did not take the opportunity to attack them by surprise was that they were absolutely no threat to him. A black aura that carried an immense pressure was generated from the gray humanoid. It had such power that it made the 3 angels of supremacy fall to their knees immediately before freezing their energy and consciousness. The only one who was able to withstand the black aura was Finibus, but the angelic paragon knew that there was just a matter of time before he succumbed. He prepared himself to call for help when one beam of heat energy and another one of sword light descended from the sky and landed on his back. Finibus felt immense pain as the attacks blasted his back open and shattered his spine. He crashed into the ground, and a mouthful of blood was fired from his mouth. With all the power he had left, he turned his head and stared at his attackers. The angelic paragon with wings made of blades saw Thomas and Oliver floating above him. Their eyes were filled with a substance that resembled boiling asphalt, while the veins in their heads protruded and throbbed as if they were pumping a heavy liquid. Zadiel saw everything that happened, and for the first time since he arrived in this place, his smile disappeared. His eyes lost their light, and absolute indifference filled them. His face became devoid of any emotion or the slightest expression. The sage focused on the members of the heavenly race in front of him, and it appeared he did not care about the changes on the Neo-Demon. My new friends, I see the doubt in your hearts and perceive the seed of discord in your fates. The moment the sage spoke, the power of his dark aura increased, and the angels of supremacy fell flat to the ground while their eyes bled. Finibus' injuries were the worst of all, and moving any part of his body was torture. Regardless, his face displayed immense pride as he turned to look at the sage. His eyes were filled with irreconcilable hate and disgust. When the sage saw the revulsion in the face of the angelic paragon, instead of feeling angry, he started to laugh. He walked to Finibus' side, grabbed his neck, and raised him into the air. So much xenophobia and pride, you could have become an excellent specimen. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to control another one of you. Oh well, nothing that can be done. The moment the sage finished speaking, a monstrous mouth appeared on his head. Under the terrified sight of the angels of supremacy, the sage put Finibus' head inside his mouth and ripped off with a single bite. The gray humanoid did not stop there, and he proceeded to eat the body of the angelic paragon until nothing was left from him. After killing Finibus, the sage concentrated a great amount of dark aura on his hand, and then he clenched his fist. Pipit, Samuel, and Tina felt how their hearts exploded, and their true souls were shattered. Once he was done killing the 4 soul-forging existences from the heavenly race like if they were pigs in a slaughterhouse, the sage walked forward until he was right in front of Zadiel. He waved his hand and sent a beam of energy that healed the Neo-Demon's body completely. Thomas and Oliver descended from the air and landed behind the gray humanoid. Their eyes were still filled with boiling asphalt, and they remained as faithful statues behind the sage. Zadiel's eyes were still empty. He gave one look at the angelic paragons before focusing on the sage. Neither the sage nor Zadiel spoke. They remained watching each other for a long time. The tension in the air was so high that it could suffocate a weak life form. The sage was the first one to act. He reached for the runes that were in Zadiel's head and analyzed them. The information about your mastery over rune crafting is not exaggerated at all. Despite not being a rank 4 rune, I find myself incapable of neutralizing them without killing you. The sage withdrew his hand, and his monstrous mouth disappeared. He knew that intimidation would never work on the man in front of him. I am sorry about the scene with that angelic paragon and those angels of supremacy. It was a little too barbaric to my taste, but it was the most practical way of handling them. However, I must say that if you thought that I would not notice that trump card, you are sadly underestimating me. The voice of the sage returned to his robotic tone, and there was a power in it that would make people lower their guard. When Zadiel heard that, nothing changed in his indifferent eyes or motionless face. If you think they could qualify as a trump card, then I can only say that you are the one underestimating me. I only played with their minds to pass the time and have some fun. It doesn't matter if they did not spread doubt in the heavenly race. In death, they have fulfilled their purpose. Zadiel's voice was flat and apathetic. It was impossible to detect anything about his feeling from it. No battle between the Magi and the heavenly race that involved rank 4 life forms had occurred recently. I am sure some people will have doubts about the disappearance of these 4 individuals. After all, the number of soul-forging existences in the Beta heavenly world is not so large for their absence to go unnoticed. The sage remained quiet after he heard Zadiel's words. Finibus and the others may not be able to spread their suspicions about Oliver and Thomas. However, their disappearance right after the Dukes visited them would raise questions. Finibus, Pipit, Tina, and Samuel did not disappear. They were corrupted by the taboo existence known as Zadiel Daybreak and became fallen. They blocked communication with the exterior and ambushed Oliver and Thomas. Both Dukes attempted to make their friends listen to reason, but there was nothing that could be done, and it is with great pain that they killed them. The sage's words created an illusion above his head that displayed exactly what he told had happened between the Dukes and the other 4 members of the heavenly race. The illusion transformed into 2 beams of energy that landed on Thomas and Oliver's heads. In the next second, a genuine and extremely sorrowful expression appeared on their faces. Even tears fell from their eyes, but due to their condition, instead of liquid, what came out were drops of boiling asphalt. Zadiel stared at the angelic paragons for a moment, and even for him, it was impossible to see any falsehood in their actions. The reason he could not see their lies was that they truly believed the idea the sage planted in their minds. Their sadness and regret were honest, and the moment they share the story with the rest of the heavenly race, no one would doubt them. I see, they are not disposable servants. You have plans for them in the future, so you can't steal their free will and force them into servitude, since that would waste away their talent. I must say that the control technique you used on them is impressive. Despite his words, Zadiel's voice was still emotionless. You are absolutely right. The price I had to pay to control two soul forging with Emperor bloodlines was high, but when they reach rank 5 and travel to the heavenly creator world, I will have two powerful pawns in one of the principal worlds of the universe. The sage's voice was robotic, and you could find none of the pride that would usually accompany such a grand statement. Zadiel the sage appeared to be having an amicable conversation and openly expressing their thoughts. However, both the Neo-Demon and the Grey Humanoid knew that from the moment they began to speak to each other, a contest of deception tactics started. Chapter 269, Go. The sage and Zadiel conversed for a long time. They asked each other hundreds, if not thousands of questions, and exchanged all types of stories. The Neo-Demon and the Grey Humanoid were masters in the art of deception, and it was easy for them to recognize flagrant lies. That is why every word that came out from their mouths was a combination of truths and falsehoods. Zadiel the sage knew that 99% of the information they obtained from the other was useless, and they needed to be very careful with what they decided was the other 1%, since false information was many times worse than no information at all. Zadiel had an advantage over his opponent. The sage believed he had captured the Neo-Demon, and therefore he unconsciously lowered his guard. However, it was difficult to tell how effective that trick was for someone like him. The duo spoke for almost 2 days when the sage decided it was time to proceed with the reason he came to this place. Our conversation was interesting, but I should not waste any more time. I guess that you have found a way to heal my soul and let it become strong enough so it can withstand soul searching. Zadiel's face remained emotionless, and it appeared he did not care what would happen to him. When the sage heard Zadiel's words and saw the complete disregard for his future, he paused for a moment. The Grey Humanoid remained quiet for a couple of minutes before his head started to shake. 2 white circles emerged on it that appeared to represent his eyes, but the most shocking fact was that they began to release mind force. If Zadiel had not pacified his mind and soul, he would be extremely shocked right now. Not only was the sage using one of the racial characteristics of the Mind Ruler race, but his mind force was also many times purer and concentrated than the one you would find in their greatest geniuses. The qualitative disparity was so great that it could be compared to the difference between Abyss Aura and Elemental Chaos. The Neo-Demon erased all the thoughts that were about to surge in his mind, since he was not sure he could maintain his peace once they appeared. The mind force coming from those white eyes spread all over the Neo-Demon's body. The sage was careful when he neared the area that was occupied by the runes. Interesting, I can't feel anything. Just who are you? Those words seemed to be directed to himself, and the sage did not expect a response. You are half right and half wrong. I will restore your soul, but I won't use such a barbaric and crude method as soul searching to obtain what I want from you. After all, you are a rank 3 life form, and even in your peak condition, you will only withstand one wave of soul searching before dying. The sage still perceived no emotion coming from Zadiel, but he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not figure out what it was. Smart, I guess you are going to use a soul apple, which has been modified so it can be used safely by a rank 3 life form. Give it to me. Zadiel signaled the sage to act and opened his mouth. The sage made a small vial full of pink liquid appear, but he did not act right away. His eyes focused on the Neo-Demon, and the power of the mind force they released became so strong that it was about to incite a response from the world consciousness. Zadiel felt as his emotions were agitated by the sage's mind force, and the slightest misstep would produce a chain reaction that would make him lose control. Unfortunately for the sage, in the end, he was not able to detect anything. He waved his hand, and the pink liquid entered Zadiel's mouth. The Neo-Demon felt pure and soft energy travel through his body, enter his brain, and reach the dimension where his soul resided. Zadiel could not stop the invigorating effect of the liquid, but what he could do was slow down the rate at which his soul was strengthened. The sage gathered a wisp of black aura on his finger. He was about to touch Zadiel's forehead and put him into a coma when a Neo-Demon spoke. It will take some time for the soul apple to fulfill its goal. How about we play a game from my original world in the meanwhile? Zadiel's voice remained the same, and it appeared he did not notice the finger that was less than 5 centimeters from his head. Originally, the sage planned to maintain the Neo-Demon in a state of trance after giving him the soul apple. That is why he spoke with him for so long before this. However, his interest was aroused when he heard about Zadiel's original world. What game would that be? The sage did not pull back his hand, but he also did not move it forward. An abstract board game for 2 players named Go. The goal of the game is to surround more territory than the opponent. The rules are simple, but the game itself is very complex. To give you an example of the variations that can be formed in this game, let's say that you counted every atom in water and then multiply it by 1,000,000. The number you would obtain will still be inferior compared with the total of board positions in Go. Oh, you like this type of game? I see the intellectual appeal in them, but what is the point of proving your intelligence to others? Violence is the ultimate force in this universe, and everything else can be crushed under its might. The sage continued speaking in his robotic voice, but there was a deep meaning in his words. Of course, someone like him understood that this type of game could allow you to have a greater understanding of your opponent. However, the deep dark dream would show him all he needed to know. Absolute power can crush all schemes. But tell me, who has been able to say that they can move unhindered and act without any form of restriction in the universe? I can think of one individual. I don't dare to speak his name, but he was able to make a principal plane tremble, and every being of law in it felt despair. Even the archangels and dawn titans could only depend on the assistance of their worlds to face him. I think I know who you are speaking about, but didn't he die as well? Zadiel's eyes were indifferent, and his voice was still emotionless. The sage did not show anything when he heard Zadiel's words. Him knowing about the incarnation of death and destruction was not surprising since it was a piece of information that could be bought. The gray humanoid nodded and signaled for the Neo-Demon to continue. If I was free, with one word, I could make the Magi leave this world and forget about it. You currently control Oliver and Thomas, so the heavenly race sits at your command. To the two of us, the Beta Heavenly World can be considered just one giant board of Go. The sage did not show anything to Zadiel's words, but he pulled back his hand before breaking the restraints that keep the body of the Neo-Demon tied to the torture chair. Zadiel could still feel the black power in his body, freezing his energy and consciousness. He knew that his body could not move faster than the sage's thoughts. If it attempted to do anything, he would be paralyzed. Explain the rules of Go. The sage's robotic voice did not reveal anything, but it was clear he was interested in the game after Zadiel's speech. The Neo-Demon did not stall for time. He calmly taught the sage everything that there was needed to know about the game. It would take several hours for a gifted human to understand the game of Go. To someone like the sage, less than 3 seconds after Zadiel explained how the game was played, he fully mastered. The gray humanoid waved his hand, and from the ground, a board of Go came out. A small box with black stones appeared on Zadiel's side of the board while the sage had one with white stones. Let's play until your soul is ready for me to act in it. Chapter 270, Madness. Turning back time to a few moments before the sage appeared in the silent house, Zadiel's true body containing his main soul was standing before a finished runic formation. The runic formation contained millions of incredibly thin runic lines. Once it was completed, the formation glowed with a red light before disappearing. Zydra saw the runic formation disappear but was not surprised since the same had happened with every single one Zadiel had created. The first time it occurred, the Magus became curious and used her consciousness to explore the earth, but no matter how much she searched, she found nothing. It was as if the runic formation had never existed. Let's go to the next. Zadiel had not finished his sentence when coldness filled his eyes, and he stared in the direction where Saint City was located. The Neo-Demon Zora became extremely cruel and savage, no different from the one of an ancient monster who had found his prey. But that state lasted less than a second before Zadiel's face grew expressionless, and his heart became void of any shred of emotion. The change did not escape Zydra's perception. Just as she was about to ask what happened, the Neo-Demon turned to her with empty eyes and spoke with an indifferent voice. Let's go. Zydra knew that something important happened, and the fact Zadiel did not share anything meant it involved the enemy she was too weak to handle. The Magus limited herself to nod at the Neo-Demon's command and used her maximum speed to advance to the next location. Shadows covered the duo, and less than 3 seconds after that, they appeared close to a river. The law of light had already affected the area, so they were hidden, and no one could see them. Zadiel immediately made an orb of blood appear and started to work. This time, the number of tendrils he generated was 7 times greater, and the speed at which they worked was enhanced by a factor of 4. The Neo-Demon was pushing his consciousness, energy, and mind force to the limit. The speed at which he advanced in the runic formation was enhanced exponentially. However, there were severe downsides in using his power in this manner, with the wound on his soul and the state of his life force. Less than an hour after he started working on the runic formation, Zadiel's face became pale, and the blood vessels on his eyes swelled. Due to the pressure on his soul, the waves of pain came faster, and the agony he endured was greater. The silver lining was that they lasted the same as before. The Neo-Demon got back control of his body and immediately continued to work. Zadiel was able to finish the runic formation almost 10 times faster than previous times. Once it disappeared, he signaled Zydra, and they went to the next location. Less than 50 hours after Zadiel began to inscribe the runic formations with such an amazing speed, parts of his hair turned white, and there was blood on the corners of his eyes. Even with the help of the prayer of Horus and his mental fortitude, the Neo-Demon knew he would not be able to keep this up for a very long time. Zadiel had been working in the runic formation without a break other than to resist the waves of pain originating from his soul. Whenever his energy ran low, he would consume a pill and continue. But he had to stop when he received a shocking piece of information. What is this type of mind force? For the first time in a very long time, Zadiel's mind was filled with confusion and doubt. He had a great comprehension of the mind ruler race and knew that this type of mind force was not present even in their beings of laws. It was not about quantity but quality. The essence of the sage's mind force was completely superior. There were very few things that escaped the knowledge of the incarnation of death and destruction, and although some theories came to his mind when Zadiel thought about the origin of such power, he was not sure about any of them. After a moment, Zadiel shook his head and no longer bothered with it. The Neo-Demon understood that many things could have happened during the millions of years that he spent in the eternal river of the afterlife, especially since his final battle in Ba'atra affected the whole universe. Zadiel was not worried about them mending his fragment of soul since he had made sure any information about his second life was erased, and the memories of his current life were modified. If they had soul-searched him, the Neo-Demon would have been more than happy since the soul would have collapsed, and his wound could start to heal. Although the Neo-Demon was confident in his capacities, the sage was an enemy he could not underestimate. There is no way I will be able to complete my work before the soul apple finishes improving the power of that fragment of my soul, but as long as I slow it enough, I will give Hein sufficient time to prepare himself. Even with the strength that my brother will obtain, I am not confident in his chances. The only way to end this, once and for all, is to activate the key. Zadiel did not care about the damage his soul and body were withstanding. His only focus was to finish the runic formations as fast as he could. Inside the silent house, Zadiel and the sage were sitting in front of a board of Go. Oliver and Thomas were standing behind the gray humanoid, and their eyes were still filled with boiling asphalt. Zadiel was not a gifted strategist when his path to power started, but countless battles commanding unruly hordes of demons helped him develop a mind that could trick archdevils. Despite that, he had to use all of his abilities to face his opponent. There was the fact the sage was a higher life form, and his speed of thought was thousands of times faster than the one of Zadiel, but to him, that was irrelevant. In the Neo-Demon's mind, defeat is absolute, and excuses are worthless. It took them 10 hours to finish the first game, and Zadiel was the winner. Once the game was over, the sage remained motionless for 10 seconds before waving his hand and starting another one. The game of Go allowed Zadiel to have a better understanding of his opponents, and he could even deduce their personalities from the way they played. The second game he engaged with the sage gave the impression to the Neo-Demon that he was playing with a totally different person. It was not so simple as a change in his tactics. There are small patterns one would unconsciously display that had a connection with your habits and temperament, and even Zadiel had them. The patterns the sage was showing now were too different from the ones in the first game. Zadiel chose not to bother too much with the erratic behavior of his opponent and focus on the game. The skills of the sage did not change too much compared with the last game, and the Neo-Demon was able to win. After the second game was over, the sage once again remained motionless for 10 seconds before starting the third, and just like last time, his behavior changed. The Neo-Demon and Grey Humanoid continued playing. Despite the great difficulties and close calls, Zadiel managed to secure victory every time. However, it was after the 8th game that instead of 10 seconds, the sage remained unmoving for an entire minute. Nothing changed on the Grey Humanoid's appearance after that, and he just waved his hand to start the new game. Zadiel's mind and soul displayed no emotions, and his eyes remained indifferent, but when the 9th game started, the instincts of the Neo-Demon screamed with such power that they almost made him lose control. He felt as if he was now in front of the most formidable opponent of his life, someone even the most cunning archdevil could not equal. As they played, Zadiel realized that the sage's skill reached a whole new level after this last change. What called most the attention of the Neo-Demon was that as the game advanced, he noticed that his opponent did not attempt to win. What the sage wanted, what his actions told Zadiel he desired more than anything was to sow madness. To submerge everything and everyone into a sea of insanity. Normally, those who pursued such goals acted irrationally and sluggishly, but the sage showed his most meticulous and precise behavior as he wreaked complete havoc on the board of Go. After 34 hours of playing, when Zadiel saw the board, he could not help but give an internal sigh and put the last piece. The 9th game of Go between the individual who was once the incarnation of death and destruction and the mysterious entity that goes by the title of Sage ended in a draw. Chapter 271, The Medan vs. Winged Castle. Once the 9th game was over, the Sage remained motionless for 10 seconds. Zadiel felt that the person in front of him had changed again, and some thoughts appeared on his mind. Was that his true self, or another entity he was able to channel? That feeling of danger was something I have not felt in a very long time. If he is a being of laws, then even with all my peculiarities, I should have never called his attention. Zadiel knew very well how powerful a being of law is. The gap between rank 3 and rank 4 is so large that even Ezequiel, who had a first-order law bloodline and was part of the most powerful race in the universe, could not cross. And the difference between a peak soul law domain existence and a being of laws was 100 of times greater. A soul law domain existence who had mastered the law of fate could greatly increase their power by disturbing the destiny of other rank 6 life forms. However, the feedback that a rank 7 life form could obtain by completely changing the fate of a rank 6 life form was almost null. The effects that Zadiel's actions would have in the universe were beyond what a normal being of law could ever hope to achieve, but that was in the future. His impact right now on the ocean of fate was not impressive compared with other powerhouses inside the Magi world. I am currently weak, but my true identity is special, and calling me unique would not be wrong. There is no reason to believe that other exceptional individuals are not roaming the universe as well. I guess I can only blame my bad luck to have been targeted by one of them while I still lack power. Zadiel's eyes were still indifference and showed no emotion. The fact he had a powerful opponent did not falter him. Once I have reached rank 4 and earned the title of Doombringer, my survival abilities will only be inferior to the ones of a being of laws. Only then will I have the capacities and opportunities to handle these pests by myself. There was an immense coldness and desire to slaughter inside Zadiel's heart as he faced this individual who had disturbed his plans and attempted to harm his race. Of course, he did not show any of that and just waved his hand to start another game with the sage. It won't be long before the energy of the soul apple is finished, and my soul is ready for him to act in it. I hope Heinz can make it on time. The Neo-Demon felt mixed emotions about letting other people fight his battles for him. On one side, he was glad that he had friends who would risk their lives for him, but Zadiel's essence was that of someone who handled everything with his own power. He did not enjoy staying on the sidelines, waiting for others to do the hard work. Zadiel and the sage continue playing Go. The sage dispositions kept changing, but nothing similar to the savage and lunatic personality he displayed on the 9th game appeared again. The Neo-Demon won the 10th, 11th and 12th game. After that last game of Go, the sage did not perform his usual ritual, and the mind force that originated from his eyes focused on Zadiel's soul. This game has been interesting, but your soul is strong enough, and I don't plan to lose more time. The sage stood up, and boiling asphalt began to gather on his hand. Zadiel did not display any emotion or attempted to fight as the sage prepared to act on his soul. He knew that any resistance would be futile, and he was truly calm. The reason was the message his original body received a couple of hours ago. As the hand filled with boiling asphalt approached his face, the Neo-Demon thought a word, and the original body outside the sage's control delivered it. Now! The sage's hand froze just as it was about to grab Zadiel's head. The gray humanoid turned to look at the sky above Saint City, and he was not alone since every angel and angelic paragon stared upward. The entire city that was filled with sunshine just a second ago was now covered in darkness. The reason was as simple as terrifying. A deep red gargantuan monster appeared above the city. His body was so immense that he blocked the sun and transformed the day into night. The creature had a triangular head, with 3 eyes on the right side and 3 on the left side. His mouth was open, and it revealed sets of teeth of different lengths with a throat that appeared to be a portal to an inferno. Every part of his body was filled with muscles that were packed with unbelievable strength. The air around him was being polluted with energy so corrosive that just one inhalation of it could kill a rank 2 life form. Saint City, as the headquarters of the heavenly race inside the Beta Heavenly World, had the space around it sealed. Even Heinz, with his control over the law of space, was only able to appear 3,000 kilometers above it. Demon Dand? The sage was surprised by the unexpected entrance of such a creature. Even though he could not use his consciousness to explore the world and his control over the law of fate was restricted since the body he was using was just an incarnation, he was still able to foretell the destinies of any individual inside the Beta Heavenly World that would enter in contact with him. However, there were limits to the scrying powers of the law of fate. The stronger the opponent, the harder it would be to predict their actions. Things become hundreds of times more difficult if they have materialized their laws, and they have them protecting their true souls. The sage had to act fast, but the creature appeared right at the worst moment. The deep dark dream was a powerful and special spell. Abruptly stopping it could generate a backlash strong enough to destroy his incarnation, and his problems did not end up there. The gray humanoid was forced to divide his attention since the Neo-Demon had used this moment to attempt to impale his head with his finger. The sage paralyzed Zadiel's body and stopped his effort to kill himself. Zadiel was a rank 3 life form, and the damage his fingers could have provoked would have been too small to kill him. However, any damage to the red runes would have activated them and exploded the head of a neo-demon. Heinz did not waste time. He acted immediately and launched himself at the city as if he was a world-ending meteor. His speed and strength were truly formidable, and the shockwave he generated as he kicked the air, that extended for hundreds of kilometers, was powerful enough to kill a peak rank 3 life form. The control of the defenses of Saint City was in the hands of Thomas and Oliver, and neither of them was in the position of giving commands. Luckily for the heavenly race, the winged castle was able to act without any order and perform pre-programmed protective strategies. 20% of the feathers on the winged castle glowed before transforming themselves into giant spears and being shot at the Demodand. The next second, a 20-meter-thick white dome formed around the city, and its defensive force was so high that a normal rank 4 spell would not leave a scratch. Each feather in the winged castle could be considered a rank 4 artifact after having accumulated energy for thousands of years. The Demodand showed no hesitation and did not attempt to dodge the spear. His sole purpose was to accumulate as much kinetic force as possible. The spears reached the immense body of the creature instantly, but space around the Demodand acted chaotically, reducing a great amount of their power. Demodands are known for their defensive abilities. However, the spears were still able to bury deep inside the giant and tear parts of his body. Unfortunately, they were not able to stop him. With immense momentum, the 100,000-meter Demodand crashed into the white shield and pierced it. The moment the winged castle detected that the enemy had trespassed its defenses and became a danger to the members of the heavenly race inside Saint City, every single one of its feathers became a spear and was fired to the Demodand. Those feathers were the strongest weapon of the winged castle, and now they were gone. The might of Saint City would be greatly reduced. However, the attack it just released was powerful enough to kill a seasoned law engraving existence. 20% of the feather had greatly damaged the Demodand's body, and there was no way he would be able to resist this next attack. Facing the immense danger that was those hundreds of spears, a cruel smile appeared on the creature's face. The next instant, the Demodand's body that was larger than Saint City, released a blinding red light and exploded. Chapter 272, A Strike That Devastated a Continent. The fire blast that Sophia created in the magmatic chamber of a giant volcano reached temperatures that could rival the surface of a low-world sun. However, that was nothing in comparison with the might in the explosion that occurred in Saint City. 1 millisecond after the 100,000-meter Demodand detonated, a gargantuan ball of plasma hotter than a sun erupted from the center of the blast zone, annihilating at a molecular level everything within its radius. Luckily for the heavenly race, the Demodand detonated high above the city, or else that explosion would have been all that was needed to kill every single one of them. From the blast, a light so hot that produced a thermal pulse was emitted, and it burned everything that could be burned inside the city. From the winged castle, every ounce of energy that had accumulated from its creation was used and formed a protective white mantle around every rank 4 member of the heavenly race. Even though the heavenly race's culture promoted the protection of all of its members, the protocol programmed in the castle stated that if the rank 3 and beneath life forms had less than 5% chance of surviving an event like the one happening now, then all energy should be focused on the soul-forging existences. The first ones to die were the natives who resided in the city's sewers. They could barely be considered rank 0 life forms, and their bodies were disintegrated instantly by the blast. Heinz was not a merciless person. He would normally make sure that the collateral damage of his attacks did not reach the innocent. Unfortunately for the natives, the cultivator would not risk his plan for them. As the explosion progressed, a bubble of superheated and supercompressed air began to rapidly expand hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound, decimating the already burning buildings, people, and everything else on its path. Every life form at rank 3 and beneath had their bodies evaporated, and their souls were destroyed. Even those at rank 4 and protected by the white mantle suffered severe injuries. A couple of soul-forging existences that were too close to the center of the explosion died as well, despite the protection of the winged castle. After that apocalyptic explosion was over, the gargantuan figure of the Demodand was gone, and a 15-meter-tall man with silver hair and a black armor had replaced it. There were space fragments around the cultivator protecting him. His inner organs, bones, and muscles had taken a red metallic color and were filled with blood energy. The body and energy of Heinz had crossed rank 4 a long time ago, but it was only now that the core of his power, his true soul, had finally reached rank 5. According to the standard used by the great powers of the universe, Heinz was a law engraving existence. Right between Heinz's eyebrows, there was a small creature that was the exact copy of the 100,000 meters Demodand that appeared above Saint City. That was his Demodand constitution, and it filled every part of the cultivator's body with immense physical power, greatly enhancing his speed and strength. What exploded and leveled the headquarters of the heavenly race was an incarnation the cultivator was able to create once he reached the 3rd level of the Blood Demodand technique. The spell was named Demodand Inferno, and it consisted of using an immense amount of blood to build a powerful incarnation. The creator would stay inside the creature and use it to fight, but its most powerful ability was to explode and release all the energy it had in an instant. To control the explosion and make sure it displayed its greatest power, the creator of the incarnation needed to be inside the Demon Inferno. He would stay in a special dimension that would protect them from most of the blast power, but even then, they would still take some damage. Heinz owned a Demon constitution and had formed a space storm around him while being fused with his law avatar, so his defenses were impressive even for a rank 5 life form. However, his face was pale, and there was blood in the corner of his mouth. The cultivator showed no weakness despite the damage he endured. His eyes displayed immense battle will as he focused on a remote part of the destroyed city. The warehouse that was the silent house no longer existed, but there was a cocoon made of boiling asphalt that was now present, which contained 2 angelic paragon, a gray humanoid, and a paralyzed man. The entire city was filled with flames and destruction, but inside the cocoon, there was not a single sign of damage. The sage could not let any harm reach Sadiel since that would activate his runes and kill him. It was clear to him that the Neo-Demon was determined to die. The gray humanoid figure had become almost transparent and it appeared that defending from Heinz's attack was not easy. His eyes were focused on the cultivator, and they seemed to be analyzing him. Despite the depletion of his energy and the impressive opponent he was facing, there was not a single shred of worry inside the sage's mind. If it wasn't because showing himself would expose his identity and ruin the plans he had for the Dukes, he would have already launched himself to Heinz. The sage's eyes released an immense amount of mind force as he focused on Heinz, and he grabbed the air before starting to twist. Heinz had detected the sage's presence. He was not going to waste time and prepared to attack him when all of a sudden, his aura became stronger and much more dangerous. His power remained the same, but anyone looking at the cultivator would think he was a rank 6 life form. The cultivator's eyes widened as he realized what this meant. Right after his aura changed, Heinz felt an unstoppable force grab him. The world consciousness had been acting on him from the moment he reached rank 5, but under normal circumstances, he would still have been able to remain inside the world for a short time. However, now that the world consciousness perceived him as a rank 6 life form, everything changed. As a newly advanced rank 5 life form, Heinz was able to devastate the greatest city in the Beta Heavenly world and make uninhabitable a substantial part of the continent to any life form beneath rank 3 for hundreds of years. A rank 6 life form that could destroy the entire continent if he used all of his power, so it was no wonder the world consciousness acted so fiercely once it detected one. There was no way Heinz could resist the power of the world consciousness now that it treated him as a rank 6 life form. His body was immediately pulled upward, and he was being expelled into the void. The sage saw Heinz leave his sight, but his eyes narrowed as he felt a monstrous killing intent targeting him. One blood sword to kill all existence. Those words reached Saint City and all those rank 4 warriors of the heavenly race who were still awake trembled when they heard them. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, and storms raged all over the continent as a giant beam of red sword light fell from above. That attack carried every ounce of the power of Heinz's body, energy, and soul. The red sword light was not only powerful but also incredibly dense and heavy. It cut the space in front of it, increasing his speed and also attracting pieces of broken space to enhance its might. The gray humanoid showed no expression, but deep inside those white eyes, rage could be felt as he stared at the beam of sword light that was about to fall on him. The explosion of the Demon Inferno had affected space, so teleportation was impossible, and Heinz's attack was too fast to dodge it. The amount of mind force the sage generated increased greatly before his body was transformed into threads of gray aura. Some of them fused with the black cocoon made of boiling asphalt and increased its defensive power, while others formed another, smaller cocoon around the Neo-Demon. Right after the sage finished his preparation, the beam of sword light landed, and another explosion assaulted Saint City. The power of the attack focused on the black cocoon and all those soul-forging existences covered by the power of the winged castle were sent flying away. Heinz's attack buried deep into the ground. Dozens of earthquakes occurred all over the continent, and the earth split apart, forming canyons from where lava rose. That day was a living nightmare for every life form on the Vixus continent. Millions of lives were lost, and the damage was so great that weak life forms would find it impossible to live in a considerable portion of the continent from now on. Chapter 273, Release all their potential. After that beam of sword light disappeared and the raging energies it released all over the city were gone, the damage that Heinz's onslaught provoked could be seen. Saint City was completely wrecked. Every single building, except for the winged castle, was destroyed. The only thing that remained of them were pieces scattered for hundreds of kilometers. The winged castle that once stood strong as the sign of Saint City's power was full of cracks. Most of its internal structures were fine, but the feathers that were the core of its offensive power were gone, and its energy reserves were depleted. Everyone beneath rank 4 had their bodies vaporized, and not a single trace was left from those weaker than rank 3. The soul-forging existences covered by the white mantle and that survived were sent flying away, and most of them were badly injured. There was a pit 500 meters wide and 3,000 kilometers deep in the ruined city. Red and dangerous energy filled the deepest part of the hole, and even the atoms of oxygen were disintegrated. Despite that level of destruction, there was something in there that remained standing, a black cocoon made of boiling asphalt. There were tears all over the cocoon, and you could see 2 angelic paragons, one covered by a thick layer of magma and the other by blue sword light, and a gray cocoon inside it. Heinz's attack carried all the strength of a powerful rank 5 life form. However, the gray humanoid was able to defend from it despite being an incarnation. This is a testament to the great and mysterious power of the sage. Thomas and Oliver dispersed their defensive spells, showing their bodies. Both had burns all over their skin, and their armors, which were artifacts, were cracked due to the great damage they withstood. The duo was fighting to control their breathing, and although their bodies were filled with injuries, their condition was not grave. Thanks to the cocoon and their armors, the attack did not reach their consciousness nor true souls. With a couple of months of rest and enough medicines, they would be able to heal all the physical damage they received. There was one problem, however, and that was the red aura that had invaded their bodies. The aura had parasitic properties as it was able to consume their blood and grow stronger. Both angelic paragons were forced to use their energy to contain that malicious aura, and until they purged it, they would not be able to fight with all their strength even if their bodies were completely healed. Unlike Thomas and Oliver, the gray cocoon showed no damage at all. Zadiel, who was inside it, was unharmed. The sage had left the neo-demon unconscious since he felt that only leaving him paralyzed was unwise. "How are you?" Thomas was the first one to get hold of himself and asked Oliver about his condition before focusing on the gray cocoon. "I will be fine." What the hell was that? Didn't Sane City was supposed to be unbreachable and the winged castle able to defeat any person inside the beta heavenly world? Oliver's voice was filled with rage as he pictured the state of the city and the massive casualties. Thomas heard the words of his comrade and chose not to comment. The heavenly race was one of the most powerful races of the universe. In a world war, they would usually take the offensive, and it was weird for them to hide or depend on defensive structures. Saint City was built a long time ago. It was meant to be a safe haven and headquarters for the heavenly race in case of a world war, but the truth was that no duke had ever focused too much on it or spent resources to improve it. However, that did not mean that the city was not powerful. The feathers of the winged castle were able to harm a newly advanced rank 5 life form and even destroy their bodies if all of them were used. Since the beta heavenly world was a middle world and its power limit was rank 4, Saint City should have been more than powerful enough to be unbeatable. Unfortunately, some individuals defy logic, and Heinz was one of them. Due to his powerful laws, immense physical might, and highly destructive sword light, the cultivator's offensive strength had reached the boundary of rank 5 without the need of having fused with his law avatar a long time ago. Heinz's power obtained a qualitative improvement once he became a law engraving existence and his blood demadan technique reached the 3rd level. Not only was his true soul very powerful, but he also had a body that could equal the power of a rank 5 life form. By using the demadan inferno, he was able to infiltrate Saint City and get rid of the winged castle's feathers. Normal rank 5 life forms would find it difficult to withstand the feathers, not to mention that once they entered the city, they had to face dozens of soul-forging existences who were protected by the winged castle's white mantle. Oliver understood all of that, but the hate on his heart did not allow him to accept that a being of a different race could do something impossible for any member of the heavenly race he had ever met. We were fortunate that our ally was capable of protecting us. Thomas' eyes were full of gratitude as he spoke of their savior. Yes, his power is incredible. Unfortunately, he had to sacrifice his incarnation, and it will be a while before he can return to the world. There was praise in Oliver's voice. A positive view of a life form that was not a member of the heavenly race was something impossible for the angelic paragon just a few years ago, but now he felt nothing odd with his new attitude. The sage had modified their memories before leaving. In their minds, the dukes had brought the sage to see if he could handle Zadiel's interrogation, and they were attacked by Pipit, Finibus, Tina, and Samuel, who had been corrupted by the Neo-Demon. It was during that battle that Heinz arrived, and they were unable to take control of the winged castle due to the fight. Finibus and the 3 angelic paragon were killed by the cultivator's beam of sword light, and the duo was only able to survive thanks to the sage's quick thinking and powerful spells. Oliver and Thomas focused on the gray cocoon, and the hate in their hearts was immense. There was nothing that would give them more pleasure than to destroy Zadiel's soul, but the black tendrils inside their brains would not allow them to do it. Their desires were always second to the goal that the sage established in their minds, and now they were tasked to secure Zadiel until he comes back. "Let's regroup at my castle." The defenses are not that powerful as they were in Saint City, but it will be enough to handle the Magi invader force now that the swordsman is gone. Thomas spoke to Oliver as they flew out of the pit. Thomas grabbed the grey cocoon and used the teleportation formation inside the winged castle to leave Saint City. Meanwhile, Oliver focused on helping the members of the heavenly race that were injured. On the shore of the Foreign's continent, a massive battle had happened. Hundreds of bodies of magic creatures were covering the land, with a considerable number of them being rank 3 life forms. In the center of this massacre landscape, there were 2 young people. Sigrid and Aren were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were full of injuries, and their energy pools were depleted. They were having a hard time catching their breath and coughed blood from time to time. The power inside the duo was in a chaotic state, but there was a smile on their faces. The reason was the energy that was running through their bodies and changing their physiques. They reached rank 3 2 months ago, but it was only in this last fight that they were able to complete the first level of the path techniques that Zadiel gave them. It was only now that they were able to relax as they looked at the giant that was standing in the sky above them. Ezequiel's killing intent had been growing with every passing hour the last couple of days, and they understood that they did not have much time left. The threat of death, along with an unlimited amount of resources and continuous fights, enabled them to release all their potential. The Supreme Neo-Demon's cold eyes focused on the eye-holders. Zadiel, Hines, and he had been sharing information, and they were all aware of the other's advance. Ezequiel had been running out of patience, and the only reason he did not take care of the siblings once he knew Hines had come back to the Magi world, was because they still had a few days left until the deadline. Chapter 274, The Champion's Story. Despite being novice Eye Kings, the strength of Sigrid and Aren was very high for rank 3 life forms. They were able to face peak rank 3 life forms without a problem, even if they had powerful bloodlines or expensive armament. However, there was dissatisfaction in Ezequiel's eyes as he analyzed the duo, especially when he saw how complacent they were with their new power. Sigrid and Aren were accustomed to the cold attitude of their trainer, and they remained quiet as they waited for his instructions. Despite the hellish training they had to endure, there was no resentment in the heart of the eyeholders. One of the reasons is that they were mature enough to understand that power is absolute, and getting angry was not a luxury they could give themselves when they faced the Supreme Neo-Demon. Even now, they felt the difference between their power and Ezequiel's was so large that he could kill them with a single attack. The emotions of the duo were also influenced by the fact they were not being forced to do something against their will. The hate they have for the sage is immense, and there is almost nothing they would not do to get revenge. You have fulfilled the requirement my master set for you too, but I consider that your power is barely sufficient to obtain a Tier 3 completion in the Holy Trial. Ezequiel's words were not baseless conjectures. When the Neo-Demon was given this task, he made sure to obtain all the information he could about the Holy Trial and its most exceptional champion in the last thousands of years. He did that to see if the power of the duo would be high enough to fulfill the goals Zadiel gave them and also guide their training so they could display their greatest strength in the trial. Even though the Holy Trial was sacred for the Ai dynasty, the information about the challenges those with Emperor bloodline would have to face was not overly hidden. There are few things the Daybreak clan cannot learn about the Magi world thanks to its wealth and connections with the Scientia kingdom. For you to understand how difficult the Holy Trial is, I will tell you about the talent of the greatest champion. Ezequiel's face was serious, and you could feel in his voice a sliver of admiration. Ezequiel's standards were extremely harsh, and he considered his capabilities barely adequate, despite being virtually invincible on his rank, no matter the opponent. In his eyes, the aptitudes of individuals with law bloodlines were nothing great. Even Dante, with his bloodline and mind force, did not impress him and only achieved what was expected of him. He did not evaluate the talent of an individual based on his battle power. To him, the only ones who deserved to be called talented were those who were able to achieve a greater strength than their natural gifts allowed them to have. It was this mentality that always pushed him to tirelessly train and break his limits. Other than Zadiel and Hines, there was only one person the Supreme Neo-Demon had met that he considered worthy of the title genius, and that was Gwyn Zinter. Of course, there were those like the second prince of the Scientia kingdom, Gabriel, whom Ezequiel could not measure, so he did not assume anything about them. As for Sophia, the Supreme Neo-Demon found her scheming tactics astonishing, and he truly hoped that when she came out of her egg, she could amaze him. Other than his lover, the ones he was closer were Zadiel and Sophia. This was because of the relationships they formed as they faced their challenges when they were weak and alone. Sigrid and Aren were surprised when they heard Ezequiel speak about Gwyn, and they understood by the seriousness of his voice that this was important. I met Gwyn Zinter when I was at rank 1, and he was a novice Eye Lord. Back then, he was already powerful enough to defeat a Master Rank 2 Magus with ease. However, that did not impress me because when I entered rank 2 and still had an Emperor bloodline, I was already powerful enough to kill rank 3 life forms, while he could only escape from them. The reason I can say with honesty that I feel admiration for him is that unlike me, he obtained everything he has with his own hands and thrived despite the great adversities he had to face. Ezekiel disregarded the surprised look in the eye holders and continued to speak. He was born in a simple family. His parents were eye masters with a rank 2 bloodline, but he was blessed since a mutation occurred during his conception. When he was 4 years old, the power of his bloodline awoke, and the head of the small city in which they lived determined that he had a peak emperor bloodline. This should have been a turning point for the Zinter family, but unfortunately, they were part of the Blood Eye clan. A few years before Gwyn's birth, the patriarch of the clan had a son who was born with a king bloodline, Dretas. The boy was pampered and always told how he was the greatest talent of the clan, so when the news that someone with an emperor bloodline was living under the ruling reached him, jealousy filled his heart. Things would have been different if Gwyn was a true member of the Blood Eye clan, but his family and the rest of the people in his city were just part of a group that shared no bloodline with them. They lived under the clan's protection and paid tribute for it. Dretas and his assistant assaulted the city where Gwyn lived and butchered everybody. The only reason Gwyn was able to survive was due to the sacrifice of the people close to him that gave their lives so he could escape. When the elders of the Blood Eye clan found out what happened, they were angry. Their anger was not because Dretas killed the entire city, but because he left too many clues of his involvement and allowed Gwyn to escape. The elders of the clan planned to nurture the boy with an emperor bloodline into a weapon for the clan. Of course, they would have made sure he would never reach a level in which he could get out of their control. But thanks to Dretas' actions, their machinations would never succeed. They could not leave a poisonous snake with such a great talent alive, so the patriarch and elders put an immense bounty on Gwyn's head and charged him with killing members of the Blood Eye clan to improve his power. Anyone with a brain could see that the charges were totally fictional, but unfortunately for the small Gwyn, might makes right. He was talented, but no one would offend a clan with a night tyrant, for a child who may die before reaching rank 4, especially when there was a great reward for his head. Gwyn's bloodline hid him from his enemies' scrying abilities, but he knew it was a matter of time until they would find him. He was a 4-year-old child with no possessions other than the clothes he wore stained with the blood of his family, who was chased by soul-forging existences. He should have died, but he refused to give up and embarked on a journey through a land full of people who wanted to kill him until he reached the only power that accepted and protected people like him. At the age of 5, he joined the death army of the Holy Clan. When Arn and Sigrid heard the last part, they were utterly shocked. They know very well what the death army of the Holy Clan was and could not believe that a 5-year-old joined it and survived. The death army was a force composed mostly of death row criminals of the Ai dynasty and people running from enemies they could not survive. Anyone could enter this army, and not only their crimes would be forgiven, but they also would obtain the protection of the Holy Clan. Anyone who harmed a member of the death army without reason would have their families killed. Of course, there was a price to pay for that protection. The members of the death army had to take dangerous missions, most time acting as cannon fodder in world wars. The mortality rate in each mission is 99%, and murder between soldiers inside the army to steal their wealth was not uncommon. The Holy Clan protected them from external forces but made nothing about infighting. Actually, they fomented that behavior between those in the same rank. That way, they obtained powerful warriors while eliminating the weak. There was only one way to obtain your freedom back. Once you complete 100 missions, you become a captain of the death army. After that, you no longer have to take part in the missions of the army and still enjoy the protection of the Holy Clan. Chapter 275, The Champion's Story, 2. Sigrid and Arn had endured a terrible fate, but when they compared their situation to Gwyn, the difference was like day and night. When they were 5 years old, the duo enjoyed the full protection of their clan as they trained and safely improved their power. In contrast, Gwyn participated in missions and fought in wars where he could die at any moment. They could not understand how someone so young, who should barely be able to understand the world, was able to survive in such a treacherous and hostile environment. Ezekiel gave the duo a moment to understand his words before continuing with the story. As you may know, after each mission, the members of the Death Army have a 3 months rest period before they are summoned again. Unlike the rest of his comrades, who would only participate in missions when they were forced, Zinter hardly rested for a week before volunteering himself to duty, specifically to tasks involving world wars. Many mocked the boy and thought he was one of those hot-blooded youths who like to show off, but they could not be more wrong. Even though he was extremely young, his scheming mind was not inferior to those who had lived hundreds of years. While it was true that the mortality rate of the missions that involved Eye Masters and Eye Lords was the same, the amount that returned alive of the last group would usually not reach the 2 digits while those of the first could be counted in the dozens. That was because the number of Eye Masters that were sent in each mission reached the tens of thousands with ease. In such a great number, it was easier for a genius like Gwyn to dodge the real threats and find a path to survival. As for not training during the rest period and maintaining his power at rank 1 for several decades, that was not possible, especially for someone with an emperor bloodline. The Death Army granted excellent training facilities to its members. There was an unspoken rule in the army that those who did not focus on increasing their power would be marked. The fate of those individuals was certain death. Gwen was not the only one who noticed the advantage that eye masters had in the army. However, he was the only one with the courage among the rank 1 life forms to take that opportunity. There was one more reason why he preferred missions in which there were many eye masters. The number of people from whom he could steal inside the army was greater. I don't have an exact figure, but the number of soldiers of the Death Army that died in his hands was above 1,000. Before his 8th birthday arrived, Gwenzinder fulfilled his 100th mission and became the youngest captain of the Death Army in the history of the Ai dynasty. Every powerful clan in the dynasty knew about this, and they all wanted to form a relationship with this young genius. Many of them hoped to marry him into their families and obtain his bloodline. Unfortunately for them, Gwen was not interested in forming part of their clans. He no longer needed their protection and could obtain resources with his own hands. He formed his own clan named the Ghost Eye Clan and picked soldiers from the Death Army, with whom he had developed a relationship, to form part of it. Ezekiel made a pause here, and you could see in his eyes that he was truly impressed with the determination of the 5-year-old boy in the story. In our meeting, he got a path technique from my master, similar to the one you have, but unlike you two, he bought it. Before that day, his goal was to achieve revenge on the Blood Eye clan, but he obtained a piece of information that changed everything. When he returned to the Ai dynasty, he once again started to take missions of the Death Army. Most captains would usually handle the recruits or lead the army from a safe location in world wars, but Gwen took a more direct role in the missions, fighting in the front lines. The dangers he had to face as an Eye Lord were much greater. In every battle, he was forced to break his limits and urge out every ounce of potential inside him. Thanks to his title, he obtained the same resources that we gave to you two. When he became an Eye King, Gwen had already touched the part of the path technique that transformed his body, meant for soul-forging existences. The only reason he could not advance more was due to the need to awake his true soul to start the next level of that technique. If I compared that level to your techniques, it would be like completing the second level and starting to grasp the third. When Sigrid and Aaron heard that, their eyes widened. The pride they had for finishing the first level of their path technique disappeared. Merely entering the second level before reaching peak of rank 3 was not something the duo thought possible. Shame appeared in their hearts. When they felt their power, they thought it would not be hard for them to obtain a tier 3 completion in the Holy Trial. They even fantasized about following Gwen's steps and reaching tier 1. The Neo-Demon did not want to crush their spirit, but if they entered the Holy Trial without understanding how hard it was, then they would fail. Other than my master and I doubt I could find anyone capable of defeating Gwenzinder in the same rank. The reason is not just battle power. His combat experience was honed in battlefields where the most minimal mistake could cost your life, and he is willing to be brutal with his opponents and even more with himself. In the final task of the Holy Trial, Gwen burned his life force and ignited his bloodline. This gave him immense power, but the damage he received could not be fixed even with the reward he could obtain with a tier 2 completion. He was set on either obtaining tier 1 or dying. Ezekiel's words made Sigrid and Aaron tremble. Gwenzinder was a supreme genius, someone who could reach rank 6 and live hundreds of thousands of years. The will to risk such a glorious future just for the small chance of achieving something greater was the thing needed to become a legendary individual. The siblings looked at each other, and they saw the conviction in the face of the other. They knew that achieving what Gwen did was not possible for them, but they were set on risking everything on the Holy Trial. Ezekiel noted when he saw the behavior of Sigrid and Aaron. I am not asking you to go to the lengths he went, since I don't think it's possible for either of you to obtain a drop of blood from the Holy Mother, but as long as the damage in your life force and bloodline is not irreversible, we can provide with almost every medicine that there is for sale in the Magi world. Ezekiel had told them all he wanted to say, and there was no need for more words. The Supreme Neo-Demon covered the eye holders in red lightning before rising into the sky and flying to the closest magic tower. Ezekiel's speed was impressive, and he reached the tower quickly. The trio used the teleportation formation and traveled to the first magic tower where Sigrid and Aaron used the World Gate and left the Beta Heavenly World. The World Gate in the Sinux magic tower glowed, and the duo appeared. The moment the siblings appeared on the subterranean floor, they noticed a man waiting for them and immediately bowed. Heinz's eyes narrowed as he saw the behavior of the duo. Despite their respectful attitude, he did not detect the fear that most rank 3 life forms would feel in his presence. It seems that I don't need to ask whether or not you two are ready to take the Holy Trial. Heinz limited himself to nodding before covering Sigrid and Aaron with his consciousness and teleporting. Thanks to Heinz's control over the law of space and the current strength of his true soul, the distance he could cover with each teleportation was almost 10 times greater than when he was a rank 4 life form. He should have been able to reach deep into the endless forest with his first teleportation, but instead, he and the eye holders appeared inside a room. Sigrid and Aaron immediately recognized their location. They were on the highest floor of the Daybreak Magic Tower. The duo looked at Heinz with confusion since they did not understand the reason they have come here. They did not have time to ask any question before space broke a few meters in front of them, forming a portal, and from it, a young man with black hair and majestic aura emerged. The flow of time appeared to change around that young man and adapt to his heartbeat. Chapter 276, Journey to the Ai Dynasty. The City of the Sun had acquired major changes over the last couple of years. Huge buildings were made to accommodate the rise in members of the Daybreak clan, without the need to extend the diameter of the city, which would have increased the difficulty of surveillance and security. Hundreds of Sunlight champions and Neo-demons were leaving and entering the city at all times. Most of them headed for the Endless Forest to either harvest resources or hunt for magic creatures. The Daybreak Magic Tower's external appearance did not change much. However, its core components obtained a huge upgrade. In terms of energy storage and energy output, it had long gone surpassed the Sinnoh's Magic Tower and could be compared to the ones used by law-engraving lifeforms. The energy inside the Sunlight Core had reached a level so high that the original Perpetual Dynamic Core was changed for another of a higher quality. From the Sunlight Core, several pillars of fire came out and connected with 80 spheres of golden flames that were dispersed all over the city. Those spheres were Sunshine Cores, and the amount of energy they were able to contain was equal to 15% of the one inside the Sunlight Core in the peak of the Daybreak Magic Tower. The 80 Sunshine Cores were connected with the Sunlight Core, and each one of them could release the energy gathered in the rest by themselves, making the reaction speed of the City of the Sun extremely fast. The full power in each of the Sunshine Core could put in danger the life of a weak rank 4 life form. The improvements made in the city and Magic Tower were expensive, but the wealth of the Daybreak clan was much larger. The money the Daybreak clan generated every day could make soul-forging existences green with envy. They obtained gigantic amounts of raw materials from the Beta Heavenly World and the Endless Forest. That was transformed into runes, magic weapons, and drugs that were sold all across the empire. The equipment created by Daybreak clan was popular due to its low price and high quality. Inside the room where the young man with the incredibly powerful aura appeared, Sigrid and Aaron were looking at Heinz and waited for him to explain what was happening. Heinz gave a small nod to the young man before turning to look at the eyeholders. He is second prince of the Scientia Kingdom, Gabriel Rebellion, and will be accompanying us in our journey to the Ai Dynasty. Sigrid and Aaron were surprised to learn the identity of the young man, and they quickly bowed to Gabriel. Their understanding of the oldest organization in the Magi world was very shallow, but what they knew was that the royal family of the Scientia Kingdom was unparalleled. No force in the Ai Dynasty or Eternum Empire could match them. However, this piece of information only managed to generate even more doubt in the mind of the eyeholders. They did not understand why someone with such a special identity as Gabriel would be accompanying them on their journey. My brother asked for his help due to a piece of information we got not long ago about the people who were after for you two. The moment Zadiel had chosen to help the duo, he thoroughly researched everything related to them, and that included their enemies. When they heard Heinz's words, Sigrid and Aaron were not able to stop the hate they held in their hearts from showing on their faces. The ones who are hunting them are the same who butchered their friends and family. We have not been able to identify the group behind the attack on your clan. However, a few months ago we learned of a force working in the shadows that have been searching for you too. Heinz spoke in a calm tone, and the truth was that neither he nor the eyeholder siblings were surprised by such a thing happening. One of the reasons why Zadiel brought the duo to the Beta Heavenly World was to hide them from the enemy tracking spells. They always used full-body armors, and the only ones who knew their true identities were the people Zadiel trusted. The troublesome part is that the leader of that force is a law-engraving existence and a Magus. Heinz gave one meaningful stare at the duo. Sigrid and Aaron were smart and understood what the cultivator was implying. A Magus couldn't have destroyed their clan, so the law-engraving existence was surely a mercenary. Anyone capable of getting a rank 5 life form to act as a hunting dog was not simple. The duo felt apprehension when they thought about the power of the person going after them. They had assumed that the one who appeared that day and exterminated their clan was the leader of their enemies, but it appeared he was just a pawn. Heinz did not blame the duo for their reaction since he was also baffled by that piece of information when he got it. The cultivator had already made all the preparation needed for the journey, even getting an ambassador token, which allowed him to explore all the territories of the Ai Dynasty. The Magi world was not the Beta Heavenly World, where Heinz could act without any repercussion or fear of the consequences. The Ai Dynasty was filled with all types of ancient powerhouses, and Heinz could not afford to anger them. In other times, The token would have been enough to make sure that even Tier 1 clans led by Soul Law Domain existences would be cautious about harming him. Unfortunately, the relationship between the Empire and Dynasty had only grown worse over the years, so although the token was still useful, its deterrence effect was not that impressive. Initially, Zadiel thought that Heinz would have no problem with taking the siblings to the Holy Trial, but things appeared to be more complicated. Even though the Heinz was a rank 5 life form, his battle power was only above average among law engraving existences. Of course, this was impressive since the cultivator was extremely young and had just entered the flesh engraving stage. Heinz understood the importance of taking Sigrid and Arendt to the Holy Trial, so he had no problem with Zadiel requesting the help of Gabriel. The fact he lacked the strength to fulfill this task alone did not dampen his spirit. His battle will was as strong as ever, and his heart burned with a desire for more power. After explaining everything to the eyeholders, Heinz focused on Gabriel. The first time he saw the second prince, he was too weak to measure his strength. Although he still could not accurately determine the battle strength of Gabriel, Heinz estimated that the power of his true soul was at the peak of rank 5. What surprised Heinz was that as he focused his consciousness on the second prince, what he saw was not a person but an immense white star. The cultivator was sure that if he did not contain the energy inside him, then the radiation he would generate could kill any rank 3 life form on a radius of 5 kilometers. Gabriel was also focusing on Heinz, and after a moment, he gave the swordsman an approving nod. I am impressed with your rapid growth, especially regarding your law comprehension. I guess it is true what they say, Dao hearts are incredibly difficult to train, but they can grant a talent with the laws not inferior to a law bloodline. After saying that, Gabriel focused on Sigrid and Arendt. The power of his consciousness was so high that there was nothing the duo could hide from him. The siblings felt that Gabriel's eyes were able to see their past and even glimpse their future. The second prince just gave the duo a small smile before focusing once again on Heinz. I already discussed this with Zadiel, and I guess he transmitted that to you, but I will say it once again. I will only interfere if an opponent arrives that you cannot possibly defeat. Zadiel had already informed Heinz of that, so he nodded to Gabriel to show his understanding. He knew that it would be troublesome for the second prince if news about him bullying people were to reach the Scientia kingdom. The royal family would normally only act inside the Magi world when they needed to deliver punishment in the name of one of their citizens, so it was better if Gabriel did not need to act. Since everything was ready now, Heinz did not waste time and covered Sigrid and Arendt with his consciousness. The trio fused with space, making it impossible for even rank 4 life forms to detect them before teleporting. Gabriel saw the trio leave. The next second, his body transformed into a stream of white energy that flashed into the distance. Chapter 277, Conflict within the Magi. A week after Sigrid and Arendt had left the Beta Heavenly World, a huge celebration party was held in the north of the Forns continent and even soul-forging existences took part in it. The reason was simple, the 54th magic tower had been built, and finally, the force field of the 10-tower formation covered the entire continent. In essence, the Furnace continent was now under the complete control of the Magi invader force. The force field was so powerful that even if the entire force of the heavenly race inside the Beta Heavenly World were to attempt to take back the control of the continent, even if they were willing to die for it, they would still lose. There was one downside, however, in the fact that the force field now covered the entire Forns continent. The magic towers generated such a suction over the natural energy of the world that trying to improve your own energy pool with what was left became impractical. This affected mostly rank 0, 1, and 2 life forms. Those at rank 3 had long gone stopped depending on the natural energy of the world to increase their power. The soul-forging leaders did not care about the inconvenience that the force field could provoke on the weaker life forms. Their current goal was to harvest as many resources as they could, and populating this world was not something they were focusing on. The rank 4 Magi were happily chatting among themselves, but there was one who did not join them. Tado gazed at the celebration. Although he was happy about achieving the task given to him, he knew that things were not so simple. Unlike the rest, he understood very well that the true enemy that they are facing inside this world is not the heavenly race, and the force field of the 10-tower formation could not stop him. The Lich turned to the side as he noticed a group flying in his direction. They were the Fallen, and Nero was leading them. He was not the only one to notice this group. The rank 4 Magi no longer laughed and adopted a serious expression as they analyzed the Fallen before approaching Tado's side. The eyes of the 7-winged Fallen narrowed when he noticed their attitude. Nero could predict the thought that passed for the minds of some of them, and he merely sneered before focusing on Tado. We have fulfilled our part of the deal. I want to use the World Gate now. Silence reigned after Nero spoke those words. The Fallen were a powerful force, and the assistance they brought against the heavenly race was immense. Now that Heinz could no longer enter the Beta Heavenly World, the Magi did not see how they could expand their domains to other continents without them. Some of the rank 4 Magi have communicated to Tato their desires to make changes to the original agreement they had with the Fallen. Instead of allowing all of them to leave, they could permit 1 or 2 rank 4 Fallen to use the World Gate as a reward for their help, and the rest could follow them once their control over the Beta Heavenly World was more secure. Of course, that would affect the relationship between the two sides and could incite conflicts. But the Magi had control over the force field, and they could easily suppress the Fallen with it. From the rank 4 Magi group, a man with a muscular body and silver eyes walked forward. There was a ferocious aura around him. Thick chains were coming out from his back and formed something similar to a cape. Tato stared at this person, and a peculiar light appeared on his eyes. The man's name was Aluizer and was a bloodline magus. Despite having the king bloodline of a two-headed inferno wolf, the purity of his bloodline was shallow, so he had been stuck at the peak of rank 4 for hundreds of years, and his battle power had never been extraordinary. However, not too long ago, Aluizer's bloodline obtained a significant upgrade, as did his strength. He kept a low profile at the beginning, but once Heinz advanced to rank 5, he started to take a more active role. He even formed a small group with the other 2 Magi who followed the bloodline path as well. Aluizer's behavior had become more domineering as his power increased, and it was not rare for him to question Tato's role as the leader of the Magi invader force in the last few weeks. The Lich had known Aluizer for a long time, and the change in his attitude arose some questions on his mind. Heinz had made sure all those who were part of the Magi invader force were not connected to troublesome individuals when he invited them. But a lot of time had passed, and things could have easily changed. Leader of the Fallen, Nero, you will have to excuse us, but we need to discuss some matter regarding our alliance. Aluizer had a respectful expression on his face, but his voice carried a condescending tone. Anger appeared on Nero's face. Despite being under the force field of the 10-tower formation, there wasn't the slightest sign of concern as he faced the Magi, but before he could act, Tato spoke. There is nothing to discuss. Our deal was that once the Forn's continent was ours, you could use the World Gate and leave for the Magi world. The continent is ours, so you can use the World Gate whenever you want. Tato's voice was calm, and he made his stance clear. Nero and the rest of the Fallen smiled when they heard those words, but the reaction of the Magi, especially Aluizer's group, was different. Tato, you should not be speaking so lightly about a subject that concerns all of us. Aluizer's face displayed great anger, but internally he was smiling. Even though it appeared as if he was taking the lead of the 7 rank 4 Magi, Aluizer knew that the only ones who were really on his side were the bloodline Magi. The rest adopted a wait-and-see attitude, so by highlighting Tato's disregard for their opinions, Aluizer wanted to form a unified front against him. Tato sneered when he heard Aluizer's words. The Lich did not bother with the bloodline Magi and focused on the rest before speaking. Our agreement was made a long time ago. If any of you had a problem with it, you should have spoken then. Who would ever want to work with people who did not respect their word when they make a deal with an ally? Aluizer's eyes narrowed as he noticed how the rest of the Magi noted to Tato's words. None of them cared about honor, but every rank 4 life form cared about their reputation. The first meeting with the Fallen was handled entirely by that man. He spoke for all of us when he made that deal, and he did not have the authority to do that. You, Zydra, and Heinz followed his plan without considering our point of view. Despite all of his mistakes and the fact he got himself captured, we still have to give his clan the same amount of resources we obtain. Aluizer had always felt annoyed by the control Zadiel had over the Magi invader force. He was one of the ones who opposed the most the Neo-Demon obtaining a position in the council since he considered him inferior due to him not being a rank 4 life form. The fact he guided them through every part of the war and was a great genius who would have definitely awoken his true soul was something he had chosen to ignore. Tato's eyes narrowed when he heard Aluizer targeting Zadiel. Without giving any warning, the Lich raised his hand and fired a grey beam of energy to the bloodline Magus. Aluizer was surprised by the action of the Lich. He was only able to make a mantle silver fire surround his body before being hit by the grey beam. He was pushed more than 100 meters before being able to gain back control over his body. You dare! Aluizer was enraged. The chains on his back enlarged and their ends aimed at the Lich. Tato stared at Aluizer, and he showed nothing on his face, but the energy on his body was ready to act. The rest of the Magi immediately moved away from them, and even the duo who accompanied Aluizer was not different. Aluizer stared at Tato for a long time, but in the end, the energy on his body calmed down, and he flew away. The 2 bloodline Magi followed him, while the other 4 Magi remained together and chose to join no side. After seeing Aluizer leave, Tato turned to the 7-winged Fallen, who was looking at him. The Lich noticed the meaning in Nero's eyes, but he shook his head. Tato had already asked whether or not he should get rid of the 3 bloodline Magi, but the message he received told him that there was no need for him to act. A few more days and everything will be over. Chapter 278, Movements in every front. On a corner of the foreign continent, a man was inscribing a runic formation on the ground using tendrils made of his own blood. Zadiel's appearance had changed greatly over the last few weeks. The neo-demon appeared no different than a decrepit man with one foot already in the grave. His hair was white, and wrinkles filled his face. His life force acted strangely. There were times it resembled an ember about to be put out, just to be fueled in the next second by a strange energy that gave the illusion of being the physical manifestation of powerful emotions. Despite his frail appearance and the fact he found it hard to maintain his body straight, Zadiel's aura was as unwavering as always. His 3 eyes were bleeding without stop, but they also showed his endless determination as he pushed himself to work harder. Next to Zadiel, there was a beautiful woman, and her gorgeous green eyes did not move away from him. Zytra's face revealed the distress inside her heart as she witnessed Zadiel's self-destructing behavior. On more than one occasion, she had wanted to tell him to rest, but the Magus knew very well that there was nothing she could do or say to stop him. Zadiel had just finished the runic formation when he started to tremble uncontrollably. Zadiel grabbed his head while blood was coming from his eyes, mouth, ears, and he crumbled to the ground. The pain he was feeling was so great that he could not even scream, and he twisted on the ground as he attempted to take back control over his body. When Zytra saw this, she instinctively approached Zadiel's side, but just as she was about to touch him, her hand froze. The pain started to grow due to the pressure Zadiel was putting on himself, and she already knew that trying to help him would be of no use. She just remained by his side and waited. The neo-demon slammed his head against the ground as he resisted the agony. The pain the wound of his soul generated had evolved. If what he felt at the beginning was similar to breaking a bone, then now it was comparable to ripping his whole arm. By the time the wave of pain had finished, Zadiel was panting. He took a moment to adopt a meditative position before looking at Zytra. Let's go. Despite the inhumane torture that he had just felt and that he will have to endure very soon again, Zadiel's voice was still perfectly calm. Zytra limited herself to nodding before covering both with shadows and disappearing. In the void, an amorphous entity made of what appeared to be tentacles created of boiling asphalt moved through the elemental chaos. Time and space twisted around it, which made its already impressive speed grow higher and higher. One of the greatest dangers you could find traveling through the elemental chaos was the mighty void creatures. The majority of these beings were extremely violent, and the moment they detected a foreign life form, they would attack immediately. But these crazy killing machines behaved differently this time. They were running away from that amorphous entity. You could see how some of the wiser ones displayed immense fear in their eyes. One of the void creatures was too slow and wasn't able to move away from the entity's path. Seeing that a fight was inevitable, the ferocious nature of the void creature took control, and he roared to the amorphous mass of tentacles. The void creature had the appearance of a winged bear with protruding bones all over his body. The creature's size was immense, being several thousand times larger than the amorphous entity, but the last one made no effort in changing its path or reducing its speed. When they were about to crash, the tentacles made of boiling asphalt grew immensely. The entity took the form of a monstrous mouth full of spiked teeth, and the void creature wasn't able to do anything before being swallowed. Cries of pain could be heard from inside the entity, but they stopped after a second. The entity returned to its original form before continuing its path. In the core of the territories dominated by the Ai dynasty, there was an amazing forest known as the Sacred Forest. The trees were so large that they broke the clouds, and you could find all types of extraordinary fruits on them. All kinds of animals could be found inside this forest, from tiny insects to large mammals, but that was not all, since you could also see life forms made of rocks and other strange beings. Even the weakest one of them was a rank 4 life form, but the sentience of every single one of them was no different than a normal animal of the mortal world. The life forms inside the sacred forest lived in complete harmony, and even those who had ferocious appearances were extremely peaceful. In the center of the forest was a small dot of light, and from it, an unbelievable majestic aurora borealis was created. Those magnificent northern lights spread all over the forest, and they nourished every being in it. The regions surrounding the forest were usually quiet, but that silence was broken when 2 young eye holders appeared. The duo flew with all of their power to the sacred forest, and you could discern a sense of urgency in their eyes. Behind them, explosions could be heard, and they were so loud that it appeared as if a world was breaking apart. As they approached the forest, Sigrid and Aren were assaulted by an unbelievable sense of danger. Determination filled the eyes of the duo, and they exploded the energy inside their bodies to obtain a push forward. The instincts of the siblings were screaming, and they felt that their doom was near. However, that feeling vanished the moment they touched the aurora borealis. An individual covered by a green miasma stared at Sigrid and Aren. He was in the sky hundreds of kilometers away from the duo and had almost fired an attack. Just a second more, and he could have killed the 2 eye holders. The miasma hid this person's figure, but you could see that there was a large cut on his back, and his left leg was missing. The eyes of this person narrowed, and he transformed into streams of gas that disappeared into the distance. Heinz appeared just when that person vanished. There was a thick killing aura around the cultivator's body, and between his eyebrows, the demandant constitution could be seen. There were injuries all over his body that were festered by green energy. His condition would be much worse if it wasn't for his powerful physique and the immense amount of blood energy running through his veins. Heinz's eyes focused on the distance, but after a moment, he shook his head and turned to the sacred forest. It was only when he noticed Sigrid and Arn inside it that he was able to relax. From the moment they entered the Ai dynasty, Heinz had been forced to fight and run. All types of powers targeted them, and they were constantly being attacked from the shadows. The cultivator did not understand how they did it, but their opponents always knew their location. Thanks to Heinz's power and control over the law of space, they were able to advance extremely fast and left their enemies behind. Unfortunately for the trio, they were ambushed by that person covered in the green miasma before they could reach the sacred forest. Heinz had already noticed the abnormalities in their situation. They were very deep within the Ai dynasty, so battles between powerful life forms should have drawn the attention of the Holy Clan, and yet no one appeared. It did not take a genius to see that someone was interfering with the response of the guardian forces of the dynasty. Heinz knew that the more they waited, the worse their situation would become. He acted decisively and teleported the duo the closest he could to the sacred forest before focusing all of his power on the opponent in front of him. The person in the green miasma was not only powerful, but he also had all sorts of weird spells and artifacts. Their battle was impressive, but despite the efforts of the cultivator, that person reached the area next to the sacred forest. He transformed his left leg into a giant snake that immobilized Heinz for a moment, allowing him to get near Sigrid and Arn, but he was too late and wasn't able to stop the duo from entering the sacred forest. Sigrid and Arn looked back at the cultivator, and they nodded before flying to the dot of light in the center of the forest. It took them a moment to reach it, and their expressions were solemn as they stood in front of it. The dot of light was the size of a grain of rice, but the truth was that it contained a dimension that could compare to a low world, and it was in there that the holy trial was held. The siblings exchanged glances and saw the determination in the eyes of the other. The next moment they touched the dot of light and disappeared. Chapter 279, pushed into the dream. A moment after Heinz saw the siblings disappear into that dot of light, he turned around and adopted a battle position. The energy inside the cultivator's body was ready to react to the presence he detected approaching his location. However, he relaxed in the next second when he noticed Gabriel's figure. The second prince analyzed Heinz's condition, and once he saw his injuries weren't life-threatening, he spoke. "We can rest now. There is a limit to the things powerhouses are willing to turn a blind eye to." Heinz nodded when he heard Gabriel's words. The sacred forest was a special location, and only those who were ready to take the holy trial were allowed to enter. The moment Sigrid and Arn touched the northern lights, they passed from being eyeholders with emperor bloodlines to challengers of the holy trial. Any interference with their trial would be an insult to the Holy Mother, and not even the Holy Clan dared to do that. Their enemies will have to wait until the siblings finish the holy trial, and even then, if Sigrid and Arn managed to obtain a high tier of completion, they would draw the attention of the powerhouses of the dynasty, and their status would change. Heinz's eyes narrowed after he noticed Gabriel's pale complexion and saw how blood was falling from his left arm. The second prince's blood was blue, and each drop was incredibly dense. You could see craters being formed in the ground where the drops landed. The blood did not remain for too long on the earth, as it vanished after a couple of seconds. One small magic creature that was near the landing area licked the blood before it disappeared. Immediately after that, the magic creature that looked like a rat jumped from rank 0 to rank 1, and his power continued to grow. Unfortunately for the creature, he wasn't able to handle such a pure type of energy, and his body swelled before exploding. The cultivator did not have time to bother with such a scene as he realized the significance of Gabriel's injuries. Heinz thought he had reached this place without the need to ask for the second prince's help, but it was clear Gabriel fought, and the most meaningful thing was that he did not even realize when it happened. The person Gabriel faced must have been powerful enough to hide from my consciousness, so he should have been able to take me by surprise. Heinz just shook his head as he realized how close he had been to dying unfocused on the sacred forest. The amorphous entity composed of tentacles made of boiling asphalt was standing a couple of meters away from the crystal wall of a massive world. His power was too great to cross the crystal wall of a middle world. If he attempted to enter through a portal, the world consciousness would detect him immediately and discharged a furious attack against him before he could even try to conceal his power. Slowly the entity started to change its form, and as it did that, its power began to decrease. Finally, it took the appearance of a tall and slim human being. He wore a black suit and had a gray mask that covered his entire face. The man waved his hand and made golden chains appear that began to rotate around him. The next second he clenched his fist, making one end of the chains pierce his body while the other fused with the space around them. The tall man began to blend with space until they were practically the same. His presence was concealed to the point that even the consciousness of a soul law domain existence could not detect him. After making sure all the preparations were done, the man marched to the crystal wall. Despite all the things he had done, he still felt as if he was walking through an incredibly thick substance and advanced very slowly. Zadiel was working on the runic inscription when he received a message, and a smile appeared on his face. Gabriel had used the small tablet to inform him that Sigrid and Aaron had started the holy trial. One less thing to worry about, now I only need to finish the key. Zadiel did not slow down once he knew about the progress of the eyeholders. He continued to work on the runic formation with all of his energy. The days passed, and more runic formations were being completed before disappearing into the continent. Finally, after more than 2 years of sacrifice and unimaginable torture, Zadielon Zitra appeared at the location where the final runic formation would be inscribed. Thrill could be seen in the Neo-Demon's eyes. All the pain and tiredness disappeared, and the only thing that remained was a level of excitement like the one he had not felt in a very long time. Once I finish this, I will finally be able to start to increase my domain in the universe and continue the task I started on Baatar and the Abyss. Zadiel did not waste time and began to work in the runic formation. This one was different from the others. Although the complexity was the same, the size was almost 10 times greater, so even with the Neo-Demon impressive speed, it would take a while. He was forced to stop several times due to the waves of pain, but despite that, Zadiel advanced very fast. The tendrils of blood moved so quickly that they were invisible to the naked eye and displayed an unbelievable level of dexterity. Zadiel's speed was so impressive that before the second day was over, he had almost finished. Just as he was inscribing the last part of the runic formation, the Neo-Demon's eyes widened. The reason was not a wave of pain but the dark and dangerous force he felt affecting his mind, and that attempted to draw him into an illusion. I guess I was too slow. Zadiel detected the origin of that force, and it was not targeting him directly, but the one captured by the heavenly race. The copy had been left unconscious after the attack on Saint City, so Zadiel was not able to obtain any information about what happened around him. The force targeted the fragmented soul inside the copy, and it reached Zadiel's main soul due to their connection. Despite the level of threat Zadiel felt from that dark force, there was no panic or sense of urgency in his eyes. One of the reasons was that since his main soul was aware of the fact he was being pulled into an illusion, he would not confuse reality and fake. The other reason was that although the holy trial was difficult, the time needed to finish it wasn't long, and once Sigrid and Aaron changed their fate, the sage would receive a terrible backlash, making it impossible for him to retain Zadiel. If my calculations are right, the siblings will be finishing the any time now. Although my soul is weak, the power he can express inside the beta heavenly world can't be above rank 4, so I can forcefully resist any attempt to take control of my soul as long as my will remains strong. I will probably be thrown into a hellish landscape, but it doesn't matter. Zadiel's eyes burned with the will to fight. Zadiel's confidence in his abilities to resist wasn't due to ego. Trying to control or even manipulate the soul of another person was very difficult, especially for those with a strong will. If the sage was able to use the power of a rank 6 life form, then even with Zadiel's immense fortitude, there was no way he could resist. Luckily in the beta heavenly world, no matter how special the spell the sage used, it would be powered by the force of a rank 4 life form. There was also the fact that Zadiel knew that no matter how horrible were the things he would see, they could not shake his resolution. Even if he witnessed all the ones he had came to love and care for dying horribly, he was sure he could still move forward. Without being able to resist, Zadiel's consciousness was pulled into a dream. The Neo-Demon's mind was calm, and his heart firm. He was ready to face any torment or nightmare that would be thrown on his way. But the hell he expected did not appear. In front of him was a small garden in the backyard of a house. Zadiel's eyes widened, and his entire body froze. Even the battle in the last circle of Baatar could not affect him as much as the scene in front of him. He knew everything was false, but there was a power trying to erase that thought from his mind. The moment he no longer fought back, he would forget everything and accept this dream as a reality. Chapter 280. The key is finished. Despite how cold and distant great powerhouses appeared to be, the amount that had completely detached themselves from their emotions was almost null. No one who had strived to reach eternity was free of desire, and the more powerful they became, the greater those desires would be. It is very normal for powerful life forms to see their families pass away, especially if these were formed during their youth when they were still weak. Those who did not care about that type of bond would not be affected by that, but many found those relationships extremely significant. To those types of people, desolation and loneliness could affect their minds and their ambitions. Fortunately for them, The greater their souls were, the higher their control would be over their emotions. Even those with weak wills could endure extreme solitude if their souls reached a high enough boundary. There were some that even went to the extreme of purging those emotions from their souls. Although this would affect their personality and ego, many considered it better than to have to resist those painful memories. The soul of the incarnation of death and destruction was so powerful that no emotion could ever escape his control. As someone who cherished his individuality, he never tore any unpleasant emotion away from himself, but he did lock them. The more sad and painful those emotions were, the deeper he buried them, so they would not disturb him as he strived to achieve his ultimate goal. Unfortunately, Zadiel was no longer the mighty and unparalleled incarnation of death and destruction, whose soul was strong enough to crush a star with a mere thought. He was now an insignificant rank 3 life form who had not even awoken his true soul, and the only way he could resist the raging feelings that assaulted his heart was through his will. Just like Zadiel was able to understand more of the sage with their conversations and games, the last one was also able to learn a little about the true nature of the Neo-Demon. The sage knew that it would be almost impossible to break Zadiel's will by using pain, so he chose to tempt him with what his heart desired the most. What Zadiel saw was a small family playing ball in the garden. There was a middle-aged couple, a young man and a little girl. After the initial shock, what appeared on Zadiel's face was an incredible sadness. They were the greatest regret of his existence, and the injury he thought was closed. Their time together could not even compare to a millesimal part of his life, but it was with them that he had experienced the greatest happiness. The time when he saw his father as the largest giant that existed and who could protect him from everything, and his mother as the one who could give him all the warmth and peace he needed. In front of him, there was also the oldest brother with whom he always fought.